All cleaners to rendezvous with the Stupendium subscribe button. That's all cleaners to subscribe immediately. Hope one out.
Remember me? I'm that guy that you laughed at constantly all the time. Cause I'd hold supplies, measure boards online, so put the brake on my safe, I was boarded tight. And now look, when it's dark and dire, can't get online or look about a start a fire. Don't suck up to me, I know what your heart desires. On my survival rations, fashion, spare parts and pliers. I got the tools that you need, so for expertise to me they run. So living my life as a hermit had benefits. Now about time that I had me some fun. Pick up a pistol, I'm pinning the walls, biting my fist and I'm breaking their jaws. The bigger they get, then the harder they fall. Shouldn't brag, but I knew I was right all along.
They laughed and rolled their eyes when I hoarded gas and stockpiled supplies. One little societal collapse and wow, tell me dad, who's laughing now? Cause now we're ridden, well I'll be getting a riddance to the miserable existence I was so sick of living. You just here to kill time, and we're from a time killing all the bitten idiots who didn't sit up and listen. I don't miss it now, I never was the chatty type, ain't saying I'm okay with genocidal parasites. World burns but it's spinning and we yearn for rotisserie. That worm turned life to a deadly kind of paradise. Cleaners swap them up in the surge, throw a Molotov Glock and a bucket of blood. I was Armageddon pleb and you were up in the club. It's my turn for fun, you can run but I told you so.
Come to call and the darkness descends at the end of it all's where the party begins. Yes, we're sad you were mauled, but it's hard to pretend we're not having a ball as we carve through your friends. So get busy running, but we saw it coming. You thought it was funny when I haven't had a gun in. We were talking up, but you were marking all the warnings. Now I thought you busy getting ridden to be honest. It's awful to glow, even so we just hope that you know we told you so. We told you so.
Used to always tell me I should check my head, you're mental. Now the bodies have been left for dead, not vengeful. But I'm gunning like an FPS, no dental. This ain't covered by the NHS. Metal to the heart like a pacemaker. I don't need your stupid money, that's just waste paper. I'm a game changer, call this grave dangers. And they waking up 28 days later. Ain't nobody care about their Facebook status. Know that I've been practicing with space invaders. Village breaking bread and I've been staying hidden. I could be the one to light them up, cause man I hate my neighbors. I shoot my zombie mother, no I wouldn't even hesitate. I left my room a mess, but now I got no need to decorate. I don't even care about these better days, cause now I'm shooting all my shots at tall boys like the NBA.
Oi mate, this is what I've been waiting all day for. What me whole life before was full play for. I'm a full flavour, natural born raver, with a great flair for a poorly behaviour. Rule breaker, and there's no lawmaker, no rules to break, so I break your face, bruh. Swapping for a footprint, sole trader, knock through the wall like an ex-door neighbour. I'm bloody sick of all these Joe labours, I'll blaze them like a bit of old paper. Thank you a Millwall and the wake ups. In the morning you'll be lucky if you wake up. Craig skulls in the old days down in Bermondsey. Now the whole world's on a murder spree, and there's nothing to do but disturb the peace. But better not splash Clary on me Burberry. Oi!
Hello. Greetings. Hi. What is up, my dudes, dudettes, and others? Hello. Greetings. Hi. Potato. Oh my gosh, is there a Kittycorn on my screen? There might be. There might be. That might be something that's happening. Yeah, maybe. Just maybe. In this day and age, yeah. First Kittycorn stream of 2023. What is up, my dudes? Howdy, howdy. How are you all doing? Thunder, how you doing? Cobra, how you doing? I mean, you know, aside from the usual crippling depression and all that, you know, that's just a given. That's what we all got. You're good. Cobra is good. Did you hear that, guys? Cobra is good. What the heck? What the heck, Cobra? Why are you lying to people like that? I joke. Mostly. What? Huh? I didn't say anything. You can't prove otherwise. Baka. Stimky Baka. So, fun fact, YouTube's bots, like for the copyright stuff, I have found out that even if a video is private, like not even like publicized to the peoples yet, they can still find out like if there's any songs that they can like jump on the copyright bandwagon. They can still find that shit out. It's pretty crazy. I was not pleased with that the other day because I was uploading the previous VR chat video from the 27th, and like I load into my YouTube studio to check out like if I had to mute anything, and lo and behold, a copyright claim. Wow. And it wasn't even public yet. Nice. So I muted the song, and yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's up now. In fact, there has even been a comment on it by Leshen asking what the first song was. So I replied and I gave him a link to the song. Yeah. What up, Bardic Sheep? How you doing? Lucy! Lucy cute. Lucy is a cutie face. Oh my god. How's Lucy doing today? I would have been at your stream earlier, but like I was heavily unconscious. So I couldn't really make it. Sorry. YouTube be like that, yeah. YouTube is such a trash place. Like holy shit. It's getting worse and worse every year. Oh, and it even gets even worse. Like, oh, I can show you guys. I can show you a video. I can show you a video. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So let me set this up real quick. Don't worry, I'm turning the stream into a vid. Pog. Collected some fresh eggs today. Oh, being a hen mother is tough work. Fair enough. So you literally couldn't even do the training without freaking out? What do you mean? Holy shit, Lucy. What the heck? You're such a scaredy cat. Wow. Alright, let's watch this video real quick. Huge YouTube change just ruined many channels. So for those that don't know, recently YouTube, they rolled out a sort of like stealth policy change. Like they changed shit to make it like worse for everyone. So yeah, we're gonna watch this video. Listen, I blame this slate and the firework going off outside. Fair. Moist, yeah.
Stop everything you're doing right now. I don't care how important it is. I have news that'll blow it out of the water.
Subtitles.
And trust me, you're gonna want to get this sitting down. So if you're in the operating room watching this, it's time to put down the scalpel and pay attention. YouTube has just made a massive change to the platform, and in standard YouTube fashion has done a horrible job at communicating it to the community. So it's up to me, Ace Reporter Charles here, to tackle this topic from the front lines, just riding through like Paul Revere, lighting the lanterns, letting you all know that another awful set of changes are coming to YouTube that have already overnight tanked some creators' source of income from their channels, demonetized like half of their videos with no explanation, and more channels are soon to follow as this continues to roll out.
To be fair, it doesn't quite affect me as of yet because I am not monetized on YouTube, and I don't even know how the process goes, like aside from the bare minimum of stuff that you require for getting monetized. I think you have to have like 2,000 subscribers and something like, what was it? It was some amount of combined watch time throughout all your videos. I don't remember, but it's a pretty tall order for like someone just starting out. Like if you have a large following somewhere else, like Twitch or TikTok or something like that, then it's probably going to be easier for you to get monetized on YouTube. But for people like me with a small following, and not so easy. Anyways.
And I'll let it be known right away here that yes, my channel has been hit extremely hard by this new shadow policy that they've slid into the equation here. The policy is, if you say any swear word or anything less than proper in the first 8 seconds of a video, you instantly get demonetized for it no matter what. There's no wiggle room. If you say anything that's not squeaky clean Weenie Hut Jr. and you let that rip in the first 8 to 15 seconds of that video, well, you're just getting blasted, and there's nothing you can do about it. Now, to a lot of you, hearing that's probably not surprising because the previous policy that all YouTubers were playing ball with was the first 30 seconds you couldn't say fuck. You couldn't say anything super hard like fuck. Because if you did, you'd likely get demonetized. But now, it applies to the first 8 seconds and all profanity is being treated equally, except for a couple of exceptions like hell and damn, I guess. Maybe even ass. You might be able to squeeze a little ass in there in the beginning, I suppose, if the YouTube Illuminati is feeling generous with their policy enforcement that day.
Well, that part I can understand because like hell, damn, and ass, depending on like the context, aren't bad words. Like if you're talking about like religious terms, hell is just a location, right? But if you say to someone that you're going to hell, or if you say to hell with that, that's more of a swear. Whereas a dam, like beavers build dams, like we have made dams out of concrete. Like look at the Hoover Dam. They say that shit's concrete is still settling, like in the middle, because it's just so fucking huge. Which makes me wonder how they actually got that dam up in the first place, because like concrete needs to be dry to like cure, right? So I don't understand how that works. I just don't understand it. Anyways, the last one, he's talking about ass. Like, ass is just another word for a donkey. Like, if you say you're gonna ride your ass, that means that you're gonna ride a donkey, right? But if you say something like kiss my ass, that's more profane, right? That just makes sense. That makes sense.
Now, while that's all pretty clear about just not using any profanity whatsoever in the first 8 seconds, it gets a little muddy when it starts talking about a focal usage of profanity throughout the video. It says such as a mention in every sentence, but that's not exactly how they enforce it. For a lot of the videos that...
You changed your name. Thank you for your 8 months, Hez. I don't know why you changed your name, though. Is this like some lore? How you doing, Hez? I don't know what's going on. I'm kind of a baka.
have been demonetized, at least on my side. It's not like I'm going around hitting them with like Saints Row dialogue. It's just very confusing what's actually triggering this new demonetization wave that's sweeping through like a plague. For example, RT Game, again, isn't exactly a creator known for like intense swearing and getting out of control and unhinged and saying profanity in every sentence like this policy here. And yet, so many of his videos just got demonetized. And he's also not someone that does a whole lot of cursing and swearing like a sailor in the first, like, minute of his videos either. So it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It's not as clear as these rules seem to think that it is. Also, this rule applies retroactively to every piece of content ever made, even as far back as, like, 2007. So, like, half of my catalog of videos is now demonetized. This happened to a ton of creators, and because it's a new policy, yet every old video ever made now has to play by those rules, so it ended up with so much being demonetized. But it's...
So, quick recap, for YouTube new rules, in the first 8 seconds of your video, you cannot have any profanity. And if you have, like, a lot of profanity, like every sentence or every other sentence, you won't get monetized either. Okay. Okay, good things to know. I don't think that's quite a problem for me. Mostly because I pretty much only upload VODs now. And I definitely don't swear within the first 8 seconds. Because that's like music time. I put on music and then like wait a little bit for people to show up. Oh, and if you're watching the VOD right now and like during the starting time there's like a bunch of silence, that's because I had to mute a song that I played during stream time. All right, cool. Now you know. Like always, all your previous videos have to follow the new guidelines. Yeah. And I claim discrimination against my Scottish heritage, where fuck and cunt is usually the sign of a noun is on the way. I mean, the same argument can be made for Australians, probably. Now that I think about it, isn't, like, a lot of Australian heritage coming from Scotland? Like, because of, like, the inception of Australia, how it was originally a prison colony? I'm pretty sure the British just, like, put anyone that they didn't want to have to deal with to Australia. And a large amount of them were Scottish. That would make sense, actually. Yeah. Want a potato? Get a potato, Cobra. Just get a potato. Yeah.
Very vague when it comes to the enforcement here. Let me give you just 2 quick examples from 2 new videos I made. Both of these were monetized as of 12 hours ago. So this first one is just called Good News. It is legitimately just going over very wholesome topics. The focal point is not on swearing, you know, it's not a potty mouth kind of video. It's just going over wholesome topics. But in the intro, I said shit pretty early. This week's been pretty doom and gloom with a lot of awful shit coming to light all across the internet. So me saying shit here is clearly what triggered the demonetization flag. Okay, a little upsetting, but they've now made these rules clear and they're retroactive, so I get it. But here's an example of one that makes no sense at all by their new rules. This is me talking about Godslap Issue 2 being out. Don't worry, I'm here now. I know for the last few months you've been cold and afraid, the uncertainty eating away at you, wondering what comes next. Well, I'm here to show you what comes next. It's issue 2 of Godslap, baby. I probably don't need to explain what Godslap is, you already know. It's our comic book series that's become more popular than the Bible. There's no profanity at all, not even low-level profanity. I don't mention ass or butt or anything like that at all. I'm just talking about Godslap and getting excited. It's a comic book series we've worked on for a long time, and I made this video just going over everything and letting you all know that it's available at godslapbook.com. This wasn't supposed to be an ad for it, but it's a great example here because there is no profanity used throughout this video until 5 minutes and 37 seconds into it after giving a plot summary for issue 1. Surrounding Sal, finishing them off with more finger flicks which blow their fucking head off. They share a brief conversation. So then what could have possibly triggered this demonetization? Is it using profanity at all that's going to result in demonetization? Because that'd be very concerning if so. The best guess I can muster is they must have been really upset about the animation because we had an animation made for issue 2 and it's a pretty gory animation. So it comes in at around a minute into the video and there is some animated gore and violence, but that's a minute into it. And again, that's not the focus of it. And I wouldn't think anyone would be like disturbed or shocked by the content. It's not anything that's, you know, egregious or over the top. It's just violence in a comic book and animated format. So would that really now result in demonetization for any channel that has anything that's even close to this level of violence? Because that's...
I will say, we have a major problem with violence, like in all forms of media. I think it might be a human thing, really. Humanity thing. Like, the entirety of humanity is built upon millennia of violence. Like, even with the law, violence is still done. Like, you talk about war, but war isn't the only violence that we have to consume on a semi-daily basis. Like, how do I put this? There's violence in speaking. So that's like a verbal violence and abuse, right? That's something that isn't really talked about as much. Most times when people talk about violence, they talk about physical violence. But physical violence, like what you're seeing in this shot right here, that's what people want to do in their head to people that verbally commit violence upon you. Doesn't mean we're actually going to do it. There's a very, very, very small minority that actually acts upon those violent feelings in their head. Especially after they've, like, matured into an adult. And, like, it really shows that there's a violence problem when, like, every single year in the United States, it's always the, like, big AAA first-person shooter, very violent video games that are the most popular. Like your Call of Duties and your Modern Warfares. And that's really unfortunate. And it's a real problem of society. Like, and the demonization of anything sex-related. Sex is something that creates life. Like, Why are they so squeamish about it? Like this, even just mentioning sex, they think, oh, that's naughty. That's a bad word. It's something that you shouldn't talk about, just ever. I will say that back in the days when we had uh what God, the word is just escaping me right now. Brothels. Back when we had brothels and we had like actual sex education for people, like even though it wasn't a very healthy time, mentally it was significantly more healthy because there were people knew people knew what sex was and what happened with sex because they were taught at a very young age. I'm not saying that we should bring back brothels. I'm saying that we should bring back like actual sex education so people know what it is, know what they're getting into. Do you know why pedophilia is such a big problem? It's because the kids don't know any better. They don't know what's happening because all of these adults won't tell them what's happening. That's why we have all these stories where, like, when a kid is testifying, the person has to be like, show us on the doll where they touched you. We need sex education. And violence needs to be gotten rid of. Not completely, but like I feel like any sort of video game that has violence and gore should not be allowed to anyone under the age of 18. They try to prevent it with like the mature rating, but it's not enough. I think parents should be held accountable. Yes, as a kid, that you're gonna really want to play violent video games because it's just fun. The instant dopamine of popping someone's head off when you're like sniping or something and completing your objectives. But you know, it's not as much of a problem until you get to around the age of a teenager when you start getting those hormones going and you want to be cool, you want to be edgy and all that. So they start playing all these hyper violent games, especially stuff like Doom and Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, all that shit. Just going off on a rant. Sorry for not really responding much to chat there. I just had to, go off on a bit of a rant. Violence is a major problem. Uh Imagine if North Korea made a new law and if you did it in the past, you are screwed. Yeah, that'd be fucked up. You out here playing Stardew Valley? Yeah. You can have non-violent games and be perfectly fine. Or if the violence was really toned down. Like if you look at Pokemon games, those are really toned down in their violence. Any rule YouTube/Twitch have against violence is the most hypocritical thing ever, since they'll have adverts for said games. Yeah, I agree. Openly advertising all these movies and games that have just an absurd amount of violence and blood and gore, like in the trailers. It's even gotten to the point where they're using profanity, like explicit profanity in the trailers. And that's for the adverts. That's just for the adverts. I mean, on one hand, you're probably not going to be getting those same adverts if your account is flagged as like not yet 18 or whatever. But at the same time, like, they know exactly what they're doing. Learned yesterday that there's a streamer that only shows her arm until the last 10 minutes, and I find that to be the smartest thing ever. Holy crap. Huh? What? What do you think they're trying to get rid of? Why do you think they're trying to get rid of it? Republicans and Tories don't want kids knowing that they are violating them. Yeah. Yeah, that's why sex education is so behind, and you're even lucky if you get to learn about it in your teens. Like, here in America, at least where I went to school at, we weren't taught anything about sex education until high school. And even then, it was just like a brief explanation of how it works. Like, I was never properly educated about sex. I had to learn a lot of it just by, like, secondhand knowledge. Like, other people telling me stuff and, like, talking about it on, like, videos and games and shit. Like, man. It's unfortunate. Parents should get their kids to play sports and outdoor stuff. I mean, my parents tried. They tried to get me into that stuff, but by that time I was already addicted to the video games and I didn't want to do anything active. So, yeah. Parents, limit your children from their video games. Don't let them become like me. Oh god. Like, you should have probably a limit of maybe 2 hours, something like that. That seems pretty reasonable. Like 2 hours for a video game every day. Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. Don't see many people at parks nowadays. Yeah, that's true. People need to go out. Well, to be fair, like, probably one of the reasons people aren't going out as much now is because of the COVID. The 19th COVID. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably a good reason why not to go outside. Cuz, like, even if you're vaccinated, it's not a guarantee that you won't get sick, and people are still paranoid about it. And yet, people still go out without masks. Like, do they even care if they get sick? Do they even know how many people died from that shit? And then there's the anti-vaxxers that say it's all a hoax. And, like, I can't even with them. I can't even. Oh my goodness. Tate got arrested before anyone on the list. What list are you talking about? I will say, the whole stuff about Tate getting arrested, that whole thing, I find it kind of hilarious. I don't know if Tate actually did any, like, trafficking, right? But I will say that the reason he got caught is pretty hilarious. So, for those that don't know, Andrew Tate, he recently got arrested and is being held on charges of human trafficking / sex trafficking, right? Initially, he was held for 24 hours, then released, but there was a petition to keep him for 30 days for more investigations, and it went through. So the reason he got caught in the first place is because he picked a fight with a teenager on Twitter, Greta Thunberg, and in a video response, he had a pizza box from a local pizza chain in Romania, right? From that, they were able to track him down. They were able to track him down and arrest him. So, yeah. And in a way, it's also Elon's fault because I read somewhere that Andrew Tate was banned on Twitter, but Tate was one of the people that Elon specifically singled out to unban, and dude literally dug his own fucking grave. What a fucking idiot. Jeez. You know, it would just be so much easier if people just didn't do illegal shit. That'd be so much easier. Anyway, my gym teacher taught sex ed in my middle school and high school. We learned so much about flipping tires. What? Flipping tires? Huh? Epstein list? Is it Epstein or Epstein? I always get that confused. They get better with anti-vaxxers because of the disease are coming back? Oh yeah. Because of anti-vaxxers, diseases that were once, like, almost gone are in full force again. Like, there was a big hubbub last year about monkeypox. And if they would have just gotten the chickenpox vaccine, they wouldn't have gotten monkeypox. It's literally the same vaccine. Anti-vaxxers are fucking stupid. If you are an anti-vaxxer, you are not an intelligent person. If anyone is telling you anything about anti-vaxxing, drop them from your life immediately. Either that or you can, like, go out of your way to educate them. These people are extremely uneducated. They don't trust science at all. It's awful. It's legit awful. They're probably the same people that talk about climate change like it's not a real thing. And most of them are probably Republicans as well. I'm just saying. I don't know if that's a fact, but it would just make sense. Let's be honest. Monkeypox is a little different by transmission. It is, yes, but it's still the same vaccine. Anyways, let's get back to the video.
It's really strict. Like, what you see there is something you'd find in, like, any M-rated or even T-rated game sometimes. Like, it's not that extreme. Like, I don't see why that would warrant being demonetized, but it is a bit scary, because this has all happened overnight with no explanation, and it's not just, you know, bad words and things like that. This applies to so much other shit that they're now enforcing heavily. But it's not just for getting a little wacky with your language in videos that'll result in demonetization now. If you're getting a little wacky with your game choice, if you're a gaming YouTuber, you can get demonetized for it, even age restricted in some cases. If you're playing a game that's kind of violent, you're very likely to get demonetized for it. And if there's bad language in that game, especially early on in the video you make covering that game, you're likely to be demonetized for it. And in fact, Callisto Protocol is the most recent example. You can get age restricted for it too.
Before we continue, I would just like to point out, Callisto Protocol is not a good game. Do not buy it. Anyways, hi Nadernaut, how you doing? How are you? How's the Nadernaut today? A game that is violent? You mean YouTube? We're happy to advertise? Yeah. Howdy, Caledon, how you doing?
Callisto Protocol was deemed too gory. It's too much. This is very unholy stuff we're seeing here. So anyone that made videos on
Callisto Protocol, the gore isn't the problem. It's like if you took Dead Space and like made it exceptionally worse. It's so bad. So fucking bad. Don't even touch it. Don't even touch Callisto Protocol. If you're really curious about it, watch a playthrough. Just watch a playthrough. It's not worth playing.
Callisto Protocol got age restricted for it, including me. A couple of them I know slid under the radar, but for the most part, anything that had Callisto Protocol did get age restricted, which is almost poetic because you might remember that Callisto Protocol is inspired by Dead Space, and Dead Space 2 had the worst marketing campaign of all time called Your Mom Hates Dead Space, and it was all about how offended mothers were getting at Dead Space. It was very silly, but now it's like become reality for YouTube. YouTube is now that Dead Space mom when it comes to violent video games. It's pretty pathetic, but what's the saddest part about this whole situation is YouTube's refusal to be transparent with this and make it clear that these policy changes are coming.
I would just like to point out this conversation about Andrew Tate and his cars. 33 cars and he still can't get away. Ah! Oh, that was like one of my favorite memes from that shit. Good shit. Good shit. Beautiful. Beautiful. Combat's pretty horrendous. Oh, yeah. It's supposed to be like Dead Space, but it's like Dead Space in all the worst ways. And they have the same jump scare. The only scary parts is the exact same jump scare in every single area. Like, in the first hour, it's like 10 separate times they use the exact same jump scare. And it's fucking stupid. Whoever thought that game would do well, like, just riding off of Dead Space? Oh, what a shame. And I still think it's fucking weird that they would even say that Callisto Protocol is in the same universe as fucking PUBG. Like, what? Hi, Priximus, how you doing? How you doing, Priximus? Done in by a pizza box, yeah. Where he did that vid, someone probably told him Greta's closing in. He thought her and did that vid. Yeah, probably. She has even said in countless videos, I'm in Romania and they had to use a pizza box.
Dicks!
Later not, thank you for your 25 biddies. Enjoy your dicks. Man, people really like sporting goods, right? So many folks disappointed, so many looked forward to that game. Yeah, because they missed Dead Space. Tate is a freaking creep. How do people look up to him? Because some people look up to misogyny and sexism. And racism, for that matter. It's really, really fucked up. Really fucked up. Anyways.
I had to find out, as did everyone else, after being hit by it and then doing digging, because anytime there's a policy change, YouTube treats it like a government secret, like the Krabby Patty secret formula. They just refuse to share it. So I had to learn by searching around online, talking to other creators, as well as talking directly to YouTube in order to get answers for what was going on. And even my YouTube contact wasn't aware of this until I brought it up and he did digging on his end. And that is absolutely not any fault of his own. That just goes to show you how split YouTube is internally, where things just aren't communicated effectively, even on the inside. So how the fuck can they possibly manage to inform the community, I guess? It is so laughable. This policy is a game changer for a lot of channels. You have to completely alter your content strategy depending on like what you do. Like if you play like a certain game that could now be deemed a little too violent for ads. Like this is something that changes a lot for many creators. And you have to find out by going through fucking Twitter and then talking to people in whispers on Discord in order to figure out what was happening. That is so pathetic. YouTube's repeated inability to communicate even their biggest changes to the platform just makes no sense. It just can't be that hard to put out clear documents letting people know what's around the corner and an estimated arrival date. I don't see what makes that so difficult and why they struggle so greatly with it. There was one article I found about this in early December, but of course there was no like set time frame for when this would actually launch or if it was even really going to launch for sure.
My interpretation of if your significant other cheats on you, they don't really love you, I disagree. You can love someone and still cheat on them because you're not getting what you need, or because you have very poor self-control. Plus, there's the idea of poly relationships where you're not entirely exclusive to each other, right? So you might just need it and you can't get it, so it just kind of happens. And then the polycule forms, right? So it's not always as black and white as people expect it to be. Just because someone quote unquote cheats on you doesn't mean that they don't love you. You can love someone for a very long time and still cheat on them because of one reason or another. It could be because you're not getting what you need, i.e., sexual gratification or emotional gratification or etc., etc. There's so many different possibilities. And calling it cheating, it always felt weird that it was called cheating to me, because it's not quite the same as like cheating on a game. Like, there's this sort of feeling of betrayal, right? If, say, you're playing a game of poker and you find out that the reason everyone else was losing is because this one guy was cheating, right? That's a definite feeling of betrayal, right? But calling it cheating, I feel like we need a different word for it. Cheating doesn't feel like the right word. Unfaithful also feels like the wrong word. Because in a relationship, it's not about faith, it's about trust. When you get into a relationship with someone, it's not about faith, it's about trust. You trust that person. So I feel like instead of calling it cheating, we should call it like a betrayal or like antitrust or something like that. I don't know. I don't have like proper brain words, okay? But yeah, just saying that it's not always as black and white as people think. I'm not defending cheaters. Don't get me wrong. If they have an agreement with their spouse about that shit, then that's on them. But again, I'm just saying that love is more than just a fart. Yeah. Anyways.
Because all of those things are written so vaguely, you never really know what's going to come to the platform and what's not going to. Like, it's just so frustrating to have them constantly make these awful choices without ever consulting creators or users of the platform, obviously, but also just not telling them either. Unfortunately, it's all just another common YouTube L here. I had to unmask the Scooby-Doo villain, and per usual, it was YouTube. So if you're just now figuring this out and wondering why your channel got demonetized over the last 24 hours, I'm sorry I had to be the one to shit out this bad news onto your plate. Would have been a lot more palatable if it came from YouTube's mouth as opposed to my ass, but is what it is. I am very, very convinced they will never actually communicate policy changes, ever, At least not in any effective manner.
because
So
it's not
you'll just
beneficial
always
to them.
have to wonder when the next big policy change is coming to fuck you in the mouth. So that's a pretty fun thing to think about when making content on
In the
YouTube.
mouth.
And yeah, just wanted to give everyone the little update here since YouTube didn't. That's about it. See ya.
Well, so yeah. That's the update on YouTube policy stuff. Yeah. Cause yeah. The reason why we watched that video in the first place is because I was mentioning like at the beginning of stream that even before my previous VOD from the 27th, my VR chat VOD went like pretty much as soon as I uploaded it, while it was still private, the bots found that there was copyright music in it. And yeah. That's a thing. Need to go back and see the start of that. I will link the video. I can do that. I can do that. Video we just watched is right here. But I'm not gonna link it in VOD. You can just copy it from right there if you really want to watch it. Meow. Can I just say how things were crazy at the beginning of last year, then nothing was as crazy like that again. That's fair. That's fair. Man, if we're talking about crazy beginnings of the year, like I remember some sort of event on a January 6th. Nah, let's not get into that. Let's not get into that. Anyways, uh uh yeah, last year reason it was so crazy is because Square Enix is a bunch of fucking tossers. They are not good people. They are, for whatever reason, obsessed with Bitcoin, or not Bitcoin, NFTs. Like that one head person in Square Enix, just like obsessed with NFTs. Put out that letter at the beginning of the year last year. You know, like, yeah, so we're gonna get into NFTs. 0 people liked that. Even when NFTs were already on the down, like they were still pushing NFTs. Like, bruh. Like, come on. Come on. Stop it with your shit. NFTs and crypto bros, you gotta stop. Stop it with that shit. We had 2 of the biggest court cases of the decade and a fucking war started, all in the first 4 months. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. The whole war of Russia and Ukraine, which is still ongoing, by the way. Unless I missed a memo somewhere. I hate NFTs, that makes 2 of us. NFTs, nasty fucking things. As James Stephanie Sterling would say. Those nasty fucking things. Too much wrong with most of them? Yeah. If they were using NFTs in a reasonable way, and it weren't so bad for the environment, maybe it could have possibly been pushed. But instead, they sold poorly drawn monkeys. Remember? You remember the poorly drawn monkeys NFTs? Yeah. Shame on them. People won't fall for your grift. They won't fall for that shit anymore. This is the information age. You know how easily you can get information now? Bruh. Ain't no one gonna fall for your pyramid scheme shit. It's exactly how crypto is. It's a pyramid scheme. That's what it is. NFTs are crypto. PDM's poorly drawn monkeys. I don't know what PDM stands for. All I know is that the poorly drawn monkeys need to go away. Well, are you heckin' adorable cuties? Howdy, Michelle. Michelle, how you doing? How are you today? Ah, bah, bah, bah. Blah, 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 blah. Just woke up. Fair enough. What games are you enjoying this year? What have I even played this year? Let's see. So this year, I have played 7 Days to Die and Backpack Hero. That's all I've played this year. Granted, it's only the second day of the year, but that's all I've played. Yeah. I played 7 Days to Die like an hour, something like that, last year or yesterday. And I played like a game or two of Backpack Hero. Yeah. By the way, Hito, you are a heckin' mega adorable cutie. Bish, I know. I know. I know already. I know. You ain't gotta tell me that stuff. I already know. It's all good. It's all good. Oh my lord. I will say, it is surprising that I'm actually getting new subscribers on YouTube. Like ever since I started uploading my VODs, I have gained like 4 subscribers. Like in the past month. And that's pretty cool. That was pretty cool. I was not expecting that. If you're curious about my YouTube, you can find it right there. There's a link to my socials, my YouTube, my Twitter, my Discord. Meow. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's about it. My YouTube pretty much only consists of my VODs now. I mean, it's still got the older videos that I made before that. Like, clips from my channel. Yeah. It's got that stuff. Yeah. Anyways, meow. Oh man, I haven't watched any Thrill Seeker stuff in a while. I need to catch up on that. Ah! We should do that. Well, I should do that. Let's see, Thrill Seeker. How many videos have I missed? Oh shit. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 videos. As of yesterday, I have missed so many videos of Thrill Seeker. It's time to get updated on our VR stuff. Ordinary Clover, hello, how you doing? Ah, Trex, how you doing? Not sick anymore. Hell yeah, congrats. Clip playlist? What? Honey? 0 stream delay. No, you're a 0 stream delay. Got him. I am good. How is you? I'm existing. Are you drunk? I am not drunk. I haven't had alcohol in quite a while. Unless you count sugar alcohol, because like that's what they make the zero sugar sweets out of now. Like I've got a bag of Twizzlers. Like these are zero sugar added Twizzlers. Aspartame free. And it uses sugar alcohols instead of like actual sugar. So that's like yeah. I don't think you can actually get like drunk or tipsy off of those. But yeah. Never heard of that? Yeah, yeah. It's a new thing. Well, relatively new. Relatively new. Yeah. Ba 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 ba. Ha ba 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 da da. Oh, you want some more bag ASMR? All right. There you go. I just crinkled it a bit for you. Oh, you want different kind of bag? This is the bag from crackers, like Ritz crackers. You know the little bags that have all the Ritz crackers in them? There you go. Let's see, what else? What else? Sugar alcohol is really, really bad for you? Oh, goody. That's good to know. I mean, to be fair, like, sugar is also very bad for me. Being pre-diabetic, you know. Well, Michelle, why are you so stinky? Or not bad for you? It literally just is meant to pass through you. I don't know. I didn't look that shit up. I'm just enjoying being able to like have sweets that aren't made of like actual sugar that don't give me pain when I eat them. I don't like being in pain. It's not something I'm a fan of. It's the almonds. What? What? Oh, cause you farty. Well, different people get farty from different things, right? For me, usually when I'm like super gassy, it's because I've had a lot of onions. I didn't used to get like super gassy from onions, but like as you age, you'll find you're gonna get a lot gassier. You're gonna get a lot gassier because your body just doesn't break that stuff down as well as it used to. Just a true fact. I'll eat onions raw. Well, that's a bit much for me. Unless like I'll eat raw onions if it's on like a burger or like in salsa, like a nice fresh salsa or pico de gallo. Like that just kind of makes sense, but just like biting into an onion like an apple, nah, nah, fam, that's not kosher for me. What does Hito like to eat? Uh, yes. It's probably easier to like list things that I don't like to eat, which isn't a lot. Like one of the few things I can actually list that I don't like is I don't like chickpeas. It's a texture thing. Uh I don't like salmon. That's just a flavor. I just don't like the flavor of salmon. And what's I think there's one more that I know I don't like. So there's chickpeas, there's salmon. I don't think I've had Brussels sprouts, so I can't really comment on that. As far as I know, Brussels sprouts are basically just like tiny cabbages. And if that's the case, I'll probably like them. Because I do like cabbage. I like coleslaw. I like sauerkraut. I like kimchi. So I'm pretty good with the cabbage. We're good with cabbage. Meow. What else? What else? Shrimp is your fave? Nice. Nice, nice. Don't seem to like fish in general, unless battered and tuna in mayonnaise. Yeah, that's fair. That's generally how I do have my tuna. I make a tuna salad, which is tuna and mayo, usually with a little bit of sweet pickles and some mustard. It sounds weird at first, but you really gotta try it before you knock it. Ever since becoming an adult, I can no longer put excessive mayonnaise on sandwiches. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I can't consume as much mayo as I used to. Cause like I just don't feel good when I have too much mayo. Right? Just something about mayo. I think it's because it's like really rich. Yeah, that sounds about right. When it comes to really rich foods, you can only have so much of them before you're like, nah, nah, I need a break. Need a break. Eh. So yeah. Straight up can't drink milk anymore. Oof. That's sad. Sad. I can drink milk, I just choose not to. Like, in terms of dairy, for the most part, the only dairy I ever consume is like creamer for my coffee or cheese. That's about it. Yeah, that sounds about right. Need vegan milk? You can get almond milk. That's technically vegan. Think I might be mildly lactose intolerant or something? Yeah. That's how it is with most people. As you grow up, as you age and become an adult, uh, for a lot of people, they develop lactose intolerance. Cheese is fine, but I've learned my favorite type of cheese barely has any of the stuff that triggers a stomachache. That's fair. For me, the type of cheese that really bothers me, I I can have some of it, but not a lot of it. Ricotta cheese. Like if I'm having some pasta, like a good lasagna or some manicotti or something, and it's got ricotta cheese. If I have a lot of it, I start feeling sick. I just can't have a lot of ricotta cheese. I think it's either because it's really rich or it's got a really high milk content. I'm not sure. Either way, again, I can't really have a lot of that. I'm good with like one serving, right? But more than that, not so much. I think the reason I don't like pizza anymore is because of the cheese. You can get cheeseless pizzas, you know. You can just ask for no cheese. Yes, I'm aware that it's not the same, but it is a thing. Uh my father's wife, uh she she has like lactose intolerance, like she has it bad. And whenever they ordered pizza, like she would get her own pizza without any cheese. So, yeah, that's why I know about that. I wish all cheese was sharp cheese so I didn't have to worry about it. Yeah, that's fair. That said, like, I can't really imagine a sharp mozzarella. Like, mozzarella is one of those cheeses that's expected to be very light flavor and, you know, it exists. Oh, well, alright. I do quite like cheese. I quite like cheese a lot. But I can't have too much of it. Mostly because it's rich. Mostly because it's rich. Yeah. Get this really good mushroom and spinach pizza, but the cheese is not very much not sharp cheese. I'm pretty sure there's like I think it's called Lactaid, like a pill you can take, like before having a cheese that's high in lactose. My mother's been taking those, and it really helps her digest the dairy stuff. Sharp cheese is aged cheese, yeah. Oh, we get this really, really good, like, I think it's 1000 day Gouda. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it is hella rich. It is so fucking rich. But god damn is it tasty. Oh my goodness. 1000 day aged Gouda. So good. Transgender Garfield. Thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the Cloudscape. Hope you enjoy here. But yeah. 1000 day aged Gouda. So good. So tasty. Hella rich. It's got this sort of like grain to it. And it's so tasty. I like how people can just make their name whatever online. Well, yeah. That's kind of the point. Like, unless it's already taken, like, yeah. That's the point. It's very cool. No, you. Ha! Got him. Got him. I like my name. No, you. Wait. No, you. I'm such a blocker. Yeah. Alright. I need to catch up on, like, videos about VR. I need to catch up on my thrill seeker videos. So, I'm gonna watch a bunch of those. Feel free to join me. Oh my god. So I have 9 videos of Thrill Seeker that I have not yet watched. I've been putting these off. Well, just the watch later list that I have, I've been putting it off in general. Yeah, let's watch these.
Lately, I've been thinking really hard about what I would say if I wrote a letter to Meta and Mark Zuckerberg. What would I say if I could look Mark in the face and tell him how I really felt about Meta, VR, Oculus, and their entire business strategy? And frankly, I have doubts he'll ever see or watch this video. If Mark actually does comment here, no joke, I'd eat a Quest head strap. Seriously? But I think for the rest of us, I'm kinda done pussyfooting around. It's time I really just tell it how it is, because at this point, I'm not just worried for Meta, I'm worried for the entire VR industry. And with Meta recently firing 11,000 employees, losing 70% of their company's value within a year, and with Mark Zuckerberg personally apologizing and acknowledging that he was wrong for the past couple of years, I think now is the perfect time. So, here it is.
Had to cut it short because of technical problems? That's fair.
Dear Meta and Mark Zuckerberg, before I get into the criticism, I'm gonna start with the good stuff. Because back in 2014, you purchased the startup Oculus, a company that pretty much single-handedly revitalized the many times failed virtual reality industry. And I'm not joking when I say many times failed.
Yeah,
For
Meta
the past
is not
century,
a good company.
VR as a concept has popped
It's
up every
Facebook.
20 or 30 years.
It's fucking
all
Facebook.
To die
Stop
out
calling it
every
Meta.
time because people's expectations of virtual reality never quite match up with the reality of virtual reality. But one thing is for sure, people are just fundamentally fascinated with the idea of exploring virtual worlds. And this time around, VR has gotten further than it has ever been, by a long shot. We are now at the point where for $400, you can go to a Target,
what am I,
buy
a
a
string
VR
to
headset,
you?
and get lost
Jeez.
in simulations for days, even weeks, depending on how far you're willing to go. And of course, while there are lots and lots of other contributors, and those are all massive,
Yeah, I
a lot
don't
of
do much
this credit
VR,
is due to
but
the
I do
early work
enjoy
of
VR.
Oculus. And years later, when nobody else has sunk tens of billions of dollars into marketing, research, and development, games, etc. Mark, you've really believed in VR, and as you say, you believe it's the next compute platform that will change the world and how we work and communicate everything. And I believe you. We're all on board too. And you have even put your money where your mouth is and bet the farm on the success of the XR industry. And maybe that's partially because you see the writing on the wall that Facebook itself is sort of a dying platform and you need to pivot anyways. But hey, you're pushing an awesome industry that I care about. And then when investors begged you to stop spending so much on VR and the metaverse, you gave them the bird and said, hold my beer because you ain't seen nothing yet. And we're all thankful for this in some way. Even if you're bitter at Meta for whatever reason, there are hundreds of developers that have made millions off of Quest software, and that's never happened before for VR. And really, VR is one of the coolest technologies to emerge in the past decade, and I know I'm not the only one that thinks that. So, how in the hell did it go so wrong that Meta and Horizon have become the laughingstock of hundreds of videos and publications, and that Quests for the most part are just sitting on shelves collecting dust?
Because it's inferior to VR chat in every way.
Meta, I understand that you are a massive corporation that employs over 80,000 people. On second thought,
Metaverse.
70,000 people, and that running a business like Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Oculus is probably incredibly difficult. But you have somehow managed to turn one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life into one of the lamest jokes in tech. And for all the positive things you've done, there's a giant heap of shitty decisions that's really stinking the place up. And one thing that I notice is that something is fundamentally just off about Reality Labs and Oculus that I can't quite shake. And some of it has to be related to the development approach. You are spending billions on research and development, making some really awesome things, but you're also a gatekeeper of technology. And at this point, it's giving people the wrong impression of what VR is and what it can be. To start, it's not just a Zoom machine. If you want to sell people on VR, this ain't it. But the bigger problem is that you've got a top-heavy development bubble. There's this much you're capable of, and then you siphon it off to this tiny spigot and leave people crumbs to work with, and the painful part is that you're capable of so much more. I could be wrong, but it feels like the sole focus has just been to market the Quest 2 to as many people as possible, which has been great in kickstarting the developer ecosystem, but in the process, you have practically abandoned and forgotten about your core audience. And I know this because I'm one of them. Something internally just changed, and you cared more about getting more people in VR than building the community that you already had. For you, it's quantity versus quality, and it shows. And before you say, yeah, but we sold 15 million Quest 2s unofficially, I'd argue that VR is such a compelling technology that whether some mainstream level headset was sold in 2020 or 2026, those 15 million early adopters would have bought a headset anyways. It's the idea of the technology that's cool, not you. And don't get me wrong, this isn't me ever saying that the Quest 2 is bad, but in the pursuit of numbers, the foundation of Oculus was forgotten about, and the foundation of Oculus is what built up the excitement for the Quest 2 to begin with. And now it feels like VR is this hollow shell of promises and potential, with impressive titles being so far and few that both PC and Quest players flat out run out of things to play. And if it weren't for VR chat, I gotta be real, I don't know if I'd really use VR all that often. And what's painful about it is that you could pioneer for VR enthusiasts. You could bring full body tracking to more people. You could bring eye and face tracking as an industry standard. You could build and push for the highest quality games possible in addition to mobile Quest games. You could make Horizon Worlds the craziest, best, most open and supported social VR app out there, but instead, with 1,900 Horizon employees, you somehow make something that looks worse than the Miiverse from 10 years ago. Instead of all of that, you lie and pre-render legs and act like it's something new for VR. You state full body tracking is too much of a hassle and nobody wants it, while every day tens of thousands of people are strapping on Vive trackers all over their body. Then you buy almost every single successful VR game studio out there, and you don't release any games. Or even worse, you release them as exclusives for only the Quest. In essence, you've abandoned what should be the flagship of your brand, the medium that shows off VR the best Quest and could push VR to the absolute furthest with unlimited graphical fidelity, PC is your PS5. The Quest is your Switch, and instead you turned the entire VR industry into a mobile game platform.
Don't worry, Swag, we'll get to that.
I am not saying the Quest is bad. You should
That's
not
what his
feel
latest
bad for
video's
not having
about.
a PC. But these things can coexist, just like how there are mobile versions of games and there are console versions of games. I don't think it's a crazy thought that watering down the more powerful system to the point of abandonment is a bad idea.
You're right.
What I'm saying is that in
Switch
the
games
pursuit
do look
of
better than
bringing
metaverse
VR
shit.
to everyone, VR doesn't look as appealing to anyone. Shoot, you could have even built a dedicated VR console. You have the capability and then sold the whole package for $1,000. That's just a stupid example. There are just so many better things you could have done than act like PC VR doesn't exist. Because whether you or anybody watching this likes it or not, it has hurt the core. But now we should talk about Oculus as a whole. So, I completely understand changing your company's name from Facebook to Meta. Facebook has been voted quite a few times as the worst large brand in existence, but then
Not wrong.
you probably did one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. After helping build Oculus into the strongest brand in the industry, you for some reason killed it to operate under Meta. And some of you may not realize this, but Oculus has been around for 10 years. In fact, it's such a strong brand that most people don't even
Oculus
call
was
virtual
like
reality
the
headsets
first
virtual
mainstream
reality headsets.
VR
A
headset.
typical conversation usually goes more like this. Mom, I want
Oculus
an Oculus
Rift.
for Christmas. Went to the store and bought an Oculus. Gee whiz, tried out that Oculus thing. And this just makes no sense. Most people didn't even know back then that Oculus was owned by Facebook. It was shocking to most people. And the funny part is that nobody except for people in the know and journalists even really call it the Meta Quest 2. It's an Oculus. I was having a conversation with somebody and I mentioned the Meta Quest 2 and they had no clue what I was talking about until I said Oculus Quest 2. And this is after
Yeah,
you
they
tried so
completely
hard to
got rid
bury
of
the
the
brand. And
brand
maybe you
name.
just tried to bury it because Palmer Luckey, the original founder of Oculus, made the name and you fired him because of a stupid $10,000 Trump donation. And maybe you're scared of getting canceled or backlash for it. But frankly,
I mean,
that dude just posted about a modified Quest Pro
honestly,
that delivers a lethal charge as a joke reference to
if
Sword
he's
Art
donating
Online.
to
And
Trump,
that meme post generated
yeah,
more
fire that
publicity than
fucker.
anything VR related for the past year combined. So I think you're maybe clear. And there's actually way worse repercussions than I even thought because of this whole switcheroo. For one, you haven't even made the Switch. I honestly don't even know what to refer to Oculus or Meta anything as. All of your internal and external development tools are still branded Oculus. You still have the Oculus logo everywhere. And even though you replaced the Oculus logo on the Quest 2, the newest Quest Pro that just launched still has it on the controller. So what is it? Shoot, even though Oculus is a dead brand apparently, the website is still partially Oculus.com and John Carmack still even says he works at Oculus. If you're gonna make the Switch, just make the damn Switch. It's more confusing now than it needs to be. But that's not it. The other repercussions of this Switch are pretty apparent, which is something I'm sure you've noticed in your data and statistics. And it's how bad the retention is of the Quest. I'll just start with
So I feel like this could have been solved very easily, right? You know how Nintendo has all of these different systems, right? We have like the Nintendo Entertainment System, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. We have the Game Boy, right? We have all of these different Nintendo devices, right? But it still has the Nintendo brand name, but like called something else as well, right? Game Boy specifically is like one of the first times that you could say Game Boy without the Nintendo tag, but you still knew it was Nintendo, right? So what they could have very easily done is call it the Meta Oculus Quest 2. They could have just kept the Oculus name, but they just don't think. They just don't think. They don't care. They just want to push their brand name, and that's it. They want to put their brand name out there. Screw any, like, faith they had with, like, the Oculus name. Screw that, right? None of that matters, right? Yeah, clearly. Anyways.
the whole account situation. I'm just gonna give you a quick anecdote. The
Sony,
year the Quest
PlayStation,
launched, I bought all of my
Microsoft,
siblings a Quest
Xbox.
2, and they loved it. We played Rec Room and
it's
Beat
almost
Saber,
like you
and it
can
was all
have
fine. The
your
Facebook
company
account
name
requirement at the time was
with a
annoying
specific
to say the
brand.
least, but there was no other option, so we just dealt with it. Facebook then reverted its original terrible decision to require Facebook accounts in the first place and resorted to a new Meta account, which is good for sure. But ironically, fixing that original terrible decision has probably resulted in hundreds of thousands of quests sitting on shelves to never be touched again. And why do I think that? Because that's exactly what happened to my own siblings. One day they weren't able to log in because they had to migrate their
rich
account.
people
They figured,
completely
I'll
miss
do
the
it later,
point.
we'll play something else. And months later, they just haven't picked up their quest. Then when they finally did migrate their account, their entire library was missing, and it's just too much of a hassle for a non-essential device. It's not like this is your phone or PC requiring some update. This is a play device, and making people jump through hoops just to use it is a good way to lose lots of potentially active users. The only recommendation I have here, really, is stop with this flip-flop. Are you Oculus or are you Meta? It was once promised that we would never ever have to use a Facebook account for Oculus stuff. Then you went back on that and we did have to have a Facebook account. And now we don't, we just have to have a Meta account? Do you see how much of a mess this is? I don't think I've ever seen anything like this, but it's embarrassing, Mark. And maybe this is what it's like when you gobble up talent and hire 15,000 people and then have no clear direction of what you're going to do with that talent and then lay them off just wasting time and money. And I look back to 2017 to 2019 when so many killer VR apps were on their way and the future looked so bright. All of these big, beautiful VR games, Lone Echo, Stormland, Asgard's Wrath, Boneworks, Half-Life Alyx, After the Fall, Saints and Sinners.
In terms of like VR headsets you can get at this moment, even though it's been like 3 years, almost 4 now, since the Valve Index launched, it's still probably the best for like just in general. Like if you don't need a specialist headset that does a very specific thing, the Index is probably the best thing you can get. So that would be about $1,000 US dollars. It's priced at $999.99 for the Valve Index kit. That's the VR headset itself, 2 controllers at your left and right, and the 2 base stations that it senses, as well as all the cords for like charging and shit. Right? $1,000. If you don't intend to use VR all that often, probably not something to spend all that money on, right? But if you intend to socialize quite heavily in like VR chat or play a lot of Beat Saber or just play VR games in general, or even if you just want to like lay down in VR and just watch something, you can do that. You can just do that. You can do that in VR chat. You could do it from your computer even. Like there's so much you can do with VR. But like again, it's quite a price tag to get into it. You ever sleep in VR? I can get drowsy in VR, but I've never been able to actually sleep. It's just not comfortable. I love having 2 screens and 1 stream on each. I mean, with VR, you can have as many screens as you want, technically. Because you can get overlays. Like, there's a program that I use called XS Overlay. And basically, you could just, like, press this little plus button. And it makes a new window. You could have it focused on a specific program or window. Like, say you have Discord, you have your browser, you have a game, or different streams, etc. You can put all of those up at once. Yeah, it's pretty great. Almost forgot. Do I need contacts for some VR? If you need vision correcting in real life, you will still need that in VR. You can get prescription lenses for most of your different VR systems, but yeah, you will need your vision correcting stuff. I have to wear my glasses still when I'm in VR. So, yeah. That's good. No, you're good. Ha! Got him. Hey, got him. But yeah, if you don't plan on using VR all that often, and you don't care about, like, having fun in VR chat, it's okay to get a Quest or Quest 2, only because it's, like, a wireless thing. You can go around your entire house with your Quest 2 on. You could even be walking down the street with a Quest 2 on. Like, it's got front cameras that you can enable, so you still see where you're going, right? You can still do that shit. And you can still be playing games, right? But the biggest reason not to get a Quest 2 or Quest in general is because if you like VR chat and you're going to be hanging out in VR chat a lot, in order to like have access to the majority of the worlds in VR chat, you'll need a link cable, and you'll still have to be tethered to a device. You'll still have to be tethered to your computer to work. Contact lenses okay for VR? Yeah. Like I said before, if you need to wear glasses or contacts in real life, you'll still need to for VR. Because the way the lenses work for their headsets, it's like looking through a window. It's like looking through a window, right? That window being your headset. It's like looking into another reality, a virtual reality, if you will. So your sight still works the same as it did before. A link cable being any USB-C to USB-C cable. Oh. I thought it was something special. Huh. Fair enough. I know I need glasses. It's the same situation as 3D glasses. Oh. If you don't need glasses IRL, then you won't need glasses in VR. Once wore 3D glasses and only saw one side? Oh. Fair. That's a hell of a way to find out you need glasses. Oh man, I remember when, like, 3D movies first became a thing in theaters. God, that was so stupid. Use a $15 USB-C to USB-C cable instead of paying God knows how much for the Oculus cable. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah. That's probably the best you can get for in terms of VR right now. If you can wait a bit, I'm pretty sure HTC is coming out with something new pretty soon. And I know that there's something in the works from Valve, but I'm not entirely sure what. If you hate yourself and want to support people like Meta, you can get the Quest. So, yeah. Anyways, back to Vidges.
And ironically, the only thing we've gotten since is a couple sequels to those games. And I just want to say this, can you imagine what VR would have looked like right now if Oculus even put half as much energy into quote-unquote hardcore VR as they did mainstream VR? or pushed in any way to bring things like full body tracking to more people, even if only 15% of the audience would buy it, or if they didn't buy up all of the studios out there.
To be fair, VR is still considered a very niche thing, which is why they aren't really trying to make competition for low-end stuff. They just went to get, like, all of the high-end stuff, like, make it as immersive as possible, make it as responsive, etc. And that's really the focus. Like, commercializing them and making them, like, affordable to the general public isn't their first priority right now. Yes, they still want to make money, but they're making that money out of the niche audience that just wants VR, right? Somehow I doubt they're responsible for low body. I'd say VR chat alone. What? Meow.
Because you know what studios have to do to pay the bills? Make and sell games. You know what they don't have to do when they get acquired by a $1 trillion company? Well, I'll just say that the priorities get shifted. And you know what we're all missing now is games. We've got plenty of Beat Saber music packs, but maybe that's just because it broadens the mainstream appeal. But where's the substance? So, Mark and Meta. This is just the opinion of a random YouTuber that did something crazy, maybe even stupid, and dedicated everything I have to talk about and share VR. I'm not you, and I obviously don't know everything. But these are the things that I have watched happen and seen, and this video is a culmination of the conversations I've had with VR enthusiasts and newbies alike, with developers around the world and normies that don't even have VR. Believe me when I say this, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you guys standing up and putting everything you have into VR because I truly love VR and its possibilities.
I will say, Swag, even though Meta is expanding their user base, that doesn't mean it's a good user base. Like, consider that, like, probably more than half of Meta's user base for their VR systems now is children because of the Quest. On one hand, having children being your main audience, it severely limits you in many ways, right? Because of the content that you have on your platform and having to regulate it, right? But at the same time, like, those kids that got into VR, like, early on, they're going to most likely enjoy VR, like, even more down the line. They're like the pioneers of this, right? It's the same reason why, like, us millennials, a lot of us grew up with video games, even though it was just, like, a Nintendo or a Sega, right? We had, like, the OG video games. I'm not talking Atari. Atari is shit. No offense, but, like, objectively, it is shit. But, like, once we had actual graphics, like, 8-bit and on, those were the glory days. Those were the pioneering of video games in general. And we ate that shit up. We were the pioneers. And that's why the video game industry grew. It grew to what it is today because of people like us. Or us specifically. And that's how VR is going to grow as well. It needs its pioneers. It's kind of complicated from an adult point of view because, like, as an adult, I don't really want to be interacting with kids on a social platform for several reasons. And, like, but at the same time, like, You know that if they made like a VR SpongeBob game, kids would be all over that shit. Or what other like popular kids shows are there today? What? I don't even know. Fucking Chowder, is that still popular? I don't know. Man, I am so out of touch with that shit. But yeah, if they made a VR version of any real kids game for like kids today, that shit would like be super popular. That's how you increase the numbers. Don't appeal to adults, appeal to children. The children will whine and complain that they don't have it, and then the parents will succumb and be like, all right, you little shit, here you go. Now stop bothering me and play your shit. That's basically how it works. It's how it worked back then, it's how it works now. Alright? Yeah. Alright.
You are not the company that I would have chosen to lead VR, but you're the company that did it.
Meta.
And you're right, this is the next compute platform, and it will change everything. And if anybody doesn't believe that, then I believe they're wrong. But from the same place in my heart, I can watch what you're doing and what you've done
VR
and
is
just
the
be
future.
honest. Because I don't want to have to watch the VR industry stay in this what honestly feels like a recession. And I don't want to watch the VR industry fall and crumble and sink with you. Because
Lesson,
if
you're
you
a
go
legal
down,
adult. Shut up.
where does VR go? And you're also probably not gonna like this, but to be honest, I know exactly where it'll go. It'll go right back to where it started, and it'll come back to the core. It'll go right back to us, the people that will put up with shit, that will troubleshoot all day just to get full body tracking working. To the freaking people that made VR motion
Also, how you
controllers
doing,
out of
Lesson?
Joy-Cons. It'll go back to the core, which is why I'm so disappointed that with every single move you do, you forget about that core.
I'd
And
say currently
I'm here to
most
say it
of
right here, right now,
the
it
VR
doesn't
stuff
have to be that
is
way.
like
I mean, think about it this way.
not available
You
for
just sold
children.
15 million PC
Or not
VR and
suitable for
standalone
children,
headsets.
rather.
They're the same damn thing. So why aren't you bringing value to both? And I don't want to speak
woke
for
up, so I'm
everyone
not sure
here,
yet.
but
Fair.
we're here to support you and
Oh,
the VR
Lesson, you
industry.
just dropped
when
your
I say
pocket.
we are VR, I mean you too. You're included, but it's about time that you include us too. Because even though something as simple as full body tracking isn't ready for the mainstream, believe me, I know this. I promise you, articles about a cool technology that's in millions of people's hands, even if it's not ready for everybody, is a whole lot better than articles about you tanking in value and lying about a pre-rendered leg setup. Because that's not who you are, and that's embarrassing. Not just to you, but to all of us. And also, just bring back Oculus. Like, come on. Okay, well, time to put this back on.
I mean, if you ask me,
I will
Facebook
see you
has
all
no
in my
value.
next video. I'll be back
It's
doing my
literally
normal
cancer.
thing. Hopefully you found something here that we can agree on. I've just had a lot that
That's
I've
just
been
how I
thinking
feel
about,
about it.
so I'm glad it's out there. And also, thank you, Mark and
Next video. Pokemon Go devs just did something massive with Qualcomm. What? I don't know what that Qualcomm is, but I bet it's something. Is there gonna be like a Pokemon Go VR?
And welcome to Thursday News Day.
That'd be pretty cool.
Your number one resource
Oh,
for the
that would
entire week's
definitely
worth of
do it.
VR
You
news.
put
This
Pokemon
one
in
I'm
VR?
actually pretty excited for. New chicks from
Shit. People
Qualcomm.
will
We may finally know what this new HTC
swarm
VR
to
headset
that.
is. Pimax just announced yet another device, probably one of the most interesting and weird VR headsets I have ever seen. One of the biggest MMOs of all time is about to get VR support, and things at Pico may not be going as well as we all thought. All that and so much more. Let's just get right into the news. So I have some pretty concerning
before you die,
news
Jay,
related
folks.
to Pico and the Pico 4. Just about a month ago, it was announced by Pico that their newest headset, the Pico 4, essentially a direct competitor to the Quest 2 and
I will say, I'm still slightly worried about the name Pico. Specifically if it has a Japanese audience, because if they start talking about their VR headset, the Pico, and they're like Boku no Pico, I'm just like, ooh, oof, Oof.
Just about every segment was experiencing, quote, unprecedented global demand, and that between Europe, Japan, and South Korea, pre-orders were so much higher than they expected that there may be some delays in shipping. Mind you, this headset was not released in North America, but everywhere it was sold, it was basically marked as sold out. However, that's not quite the whole story, or maybe even the story at all. According to this report from China, multiple Pico insiders have expressed extremely disappointing sales of their new headset. Their initial goal was to sell 1.8 million headsets within a year, but within the past month and a half since launch, supposedly they have only sold 46,000 headsets, which in context of this article, that's pretty bad. Imagine ordering 2 million units, expecting to sell at least half of them by the end of the year, while still selling all of them at a loss, and not even selling 50,000. And I'm actually pretty disappointed by this report, even just purely for the health of the VR market. I was excited to see a VR headset compete directly with the Quest 2, technically even being a better headset for around the same price, but a few big issues are holding the platform back. For one, I'm sure we all know, but the software catalog just isn't nearly as big as the Quest 2's. So even though it costs around the same and maybe is even a little bit better, it just needs more titles. And this is kind of a bad snowball effect. You attract developers to port to Pico with an active player base, but if you don't have many users, then there's not much of an incentive to bring software to Pico, which again brings even fewer buyers of hardware. And on top of that, supposedly the company has grown from 100 employees to over 2,000 within the past year as a rapid quote-unquote blind expansion. And it's caused a lot of internal strife and disorganization, making it harder to do kind of anything. But I do still think it's way too early for any calls to be made on the Pico 4 and its success or failure. I just really hope that this early L doesn't mean that Pico starts pulling out of the consumer market. And I am still working on a really in-depth review of the Pico 4, still coming out later this week. It just took me a while to get a unit, because I've got a lot to say about this headset for sure. But now we can get into a really weird and interesting week from everyone's favorite VR company, Pimax. Not gonna lie, I have no clue what's happening over there. Part of me wants to be really excited for them and their new products, but my gut is telling me just to be cautious. Let me explain. So over the past year, Pimax has been hinting at and holding press releases regarding 2 new VR headsets. And on paper, these 2 headsets look absolutely insane. The Crystal boasting some of the highest pixels per degree of any headset ever, swappable lenses, standalone and PC VR usage, while the 12K is promising even more than that. Basically, Pimax is promising the widest field of view, highest resolution, and most versatile VR headsets ever made, of course for a price, but we'll get back to those in a moment. The weird thing is that they just announced yet another device before launching or even showing the other 2. And this is the Pimax Portal, probably one of the weirdest VR devices I have ever seen. It's an Android-based Nintendo Switch competitor, I suppose, that functions as a handheld gaming device using the Qualcomm XR2 and a 4K QLED or mini LED display. And it can come apart and be shoved into a controller and headset sleeve to become a fully functioning inside-out tracked VR headset. I mean, it's not that crazy of an idea. You can do a similar thing with Switch for Labo, and it's not that far off from being a cardboard, just with cameras being used on the tablet device for 6DoF tracking. But still, I find this to be a really weird departure for Pimax, a company that is so focused on bringing no compromises VR hardware that focus on resolution, field of view, and experience. Then to make a convertible...
You know what? That's actually not a terrible idea. If you did something like that, plus you made it like the Switch where you can dock it and do it on the big screen. Like, if you could do the portable, the docking, and the VR, holy shit, that'd be amazing. Like, bruh. I feel like that'd be, like, super, super fun. Like, imagine playing a game on, like, Steam, right? Like, if you got a Steam Deck, and then you just, like, you dock it so you could, like, pull out the little controllers on the sides and play that like it's a like a console game or something, just like how you do with the Switch, right? And then being able to, like, put it in a sleeve and make it into VR, that'd be fucking sick. That would be so cool. Man, that would be so cool. That's how I feel anyways.
VR tablet, it's just odd, and I can't tell if it's genius or if it's a really bad idea. And to be fair, this tablet actually looks pretty beefed up. It's got a nice display, high refresh rate, lots of buttons, the same processor as the Quest 2, and it's launching for pretty cheap. $300 for the base Portal and $450 for the Portal with controller and headset sleeve. But here's where my alarm bells start going off. This is launching on Kickstarter, and it's supposed to be shipping in January. And Pimax doesn't exactly have the best reputation with Kickstarter, and on top of all of that, these other headsets they've been talking about for a while promise the world, but we haven't seen any of them yet. And like I said, I'm conflicted because these are really interesting devices for VR enthusiasts, like a headset that has full body tracking, eye tracking, face tracking, all of it built in, but there's a lot of money getting thrown around, and it's a little sketchy, and I haven't seen anything yet. The only thing we have are these kind of awkward press conferences. Although, maybe the wait doesn't have to be all that long. Pimax did just send an email that they're going to be sending a unit, and you all know that I'm excited to see what all this is. And in my opinion, this is Pimax's make or break moment, and it's a chance to fix their reputation and maybe carve out a new one. Really, it's just all been talk regarding the Crystal and 12K and now Portal. And in fact, it's so much talk that I'm concerned until I see something. Plus, it's also weird that they're launching a device using 2 Facebook names. This is the Portal Horizon. I don't know, it's just kind of odd. They did, however, raise the $200,000 they were asking for with 330 backers, so I mean, yeah. I really don't know whether to be excited or terrified. We're either watching something amazing and innovative or watching a terrible, terrible thing happen. I just hope it runs better than their last Kickstarter. I mean, if they can actually manage it, I would also urge you to be very cautious until units are in people's hands. So we've been talking about this new HTC Vive headset for a while, and we've had some idea of maybe a consumer position, sleek and small form factor standalone device, but thanks to Bradley, we may just have the scoop on what this thing is. And luckily, he's updated me on a few corrections from his original big leak. This is essentially exactly what I was hoping for when I first caught wind of it. It's a Vive Flow mixed with the Focus 3, a super tiny and light pancake lens headset with a 1920 by 1920 per eye resolution with full inside-out tracking, a color pass-through camera, depth sensor, and a Snapdragon XR2. Not Gen 2, but likely Gen 1. It will also likely support a face and eye tracking module coming later and will be launching sometime next year. And something cool is that it's more or less modular, allowing you to go from glasses mode to headset mode depending on how you're going to be ingesting content. However, the pricing isn't what I was hoping for. It's looking to be targeting closer to a prosumer audience, which is kind of disappointing. Estimates being around the $1,000 mark. Still though, excited for this. It will be pretty much one of the smallest and lightest headsets out there for standalone and PC VR, so it may have a place for people looking for something like that. It's just not quite the wide appeal I was hoping for. And of course, a quick disclaimer, those are all leaks. None of it could be true or every single bit of it, so take it with a grain of salt. But now it's time for a meme break. Well, sort of. Did I just say that the new HTC Vive was the smallest VR headset out there? Well, I was dead wrong. So we've seen VR headsets for cows, leading to them actually producing more milk and being happier, like this actually happened, and I don't know how you feel about that morally, but I'm here to say that cows are not the only animals that are getting the Matrix treatment. I think this now takes the cake for the smallest VR headset ever made. This is a Raspberry Pi powered VR headset for lab mice, and it actually fits on the head of a mouse, puts them in a simulated environment, and using this, researchers can push neuroscience studies in mice to a new level, simulating cliffs, edges, obstacles, and more, all while the mouse is essentially on an omnidirectional treadmill made of styrofoam. And I honestly can't tell if this is cool or really terrifying. Thinking back to my days of playing Skyrim VR for hours on an omnidirectional treadmill, I really don't see my experiences being all that different than this mouse experiment. But hey, it's still pretty interesting.
Alright, enjoy your rest,
day, but that's kind of a good thing about delaying videos, I guess. But Niantic, developers of Pokemon Go, just announced a partnership with Qualcomm to build a reference design outdoor and indoor use augmented reality headset. Kind of the first of its kind. And with it comes a brand new chip from Qualcomm, the AR2 Gen 1. And this is actually really cool technology once you get into it. And while the demos that were shown in the video don't necessarily look the best or are the most compelling, I mean, it's not even a real game that they're showing, the idea of a good reference AR headset and a well-known augmented reality software company company coming together is super smart. But I want to talk more about the AR2 Gen 1 and its capabilities because that's kind of the more exciting part here. Because of the form factor of glasses or smaller headsets, the chips used for rendering have to be pretty strategically placed. And the AR2 allows for split rendering through chips placed around the headset and also have support for Wi-Fi 7, mainly for split rendering on something like a smartphone or a PC. Also supporting Wi-Fi 7, now allowing for lower than 2 milliseconds of latency, and I really can't wait for Wi-Fi 7 to come to VR as well. Imagine just super low latency streaming for everything. Also, the power usage is insanely low. In general, this is just looking to be a really exciting time for Qualcomm and AR, and the good part is that VR and mixed reality undoubtedly are going to be the stepping stones. But I think we should talk about something a little depressing. It's not that bad, but it's still kind of bad. Just to put it simply, last year, this time, venture capitalists were literally dumping money into anything VR, metaverse, Web3, NFT, crypto, and it all became basically one thing because of that connect. And within the past year, outside investments into the industry have just about completely shriveled up. I'm not saying they're non-existent, but they're practically non-existent. Investment money just isn't flowing into the VR industry like it was. And this isn't necessarily VR's fault, but it's getting lumped into the same metaverse pool that is kind of busting. To give you an idea, investments last year in Q4 were in the high billions. Q4 22, and they're in the low millions. And it kind of all makes sense though. NFTs have become hated and lost most of their value. Crypto has crashed with the recent bankruptcy of FTX making things even worse. Meta's own stocks have crashed, and really this whole bubble labeled metaverse has burst. And I should also say that this isn't just the VR market or Meta, all tech stocks and investments are down, so don't get too worried. And while a lot of metaverse stuff is a good long-term bet, the short-term cash flow has just sort of evaporated, meaning that the next couple years of VR could potentially just be a little rough. But I want to be a little more positive here. I've had to rewrite this whole Tuesday News Day like 8 times because every time it was going down this negative path and I've just totally scrapped it all. But there is actually a lot of good stuff coming in the next few months. And I think it's time that we live in the moment for a second and enjoy VR for what we have, because that is getting better and better. Just one thing though, maybe this deserves a whole video. Can we seriously separate the idea and word of metaverse from VR?
Even more reason to
They're
get
not the
indexed.
same and everyone lumps the two together, and it's actually kind of hurt the market a little bit, so let's just stop doing that. Now is a time where we can talk about some games that are releasing super soon so you have something to play. Veil is finally releasing on early access. It's been a super long road for that team, and it's been really interesting to watch them grow and watch the game change and evolve.
It's always guns,
and even
isn't
see
it?
massive esports tournaments take place. And this is a game that I'm really excited about, and I'm also proud of the team too. They've made right now my favorite VR shooter for when I'm wanting to get sweaty, so definitely check him out on Steam midnight the 17th of November. Walking Dead Saints and Sinners Chapter 2, follow-up to one of my favorite VR games, especially on the Quest, is launching on December 1st. The Saints and Sinners games are probably the biggest and most immersive VR games out there, at least launching soon. So if you've been looking for something to really chew off to play on Steam or Quest, I'd give it a go. Hubris, probably one of the prettiest VR games I've seen in a long time, maybe ever,
what up, Angel? How you
launches on
doing?
Steam on December 7th. I got to play a demo of this quite a while ago, and it's gorgeous and it plays well. I'm just excited to see how it's evolved since I've last played, especially the jumping and gameplay. Espire 2 also releases in just a day, and that's one that I've been pumped to give a go as well. If you're into MMOs, Final Fantasy XIV is about to get a full VR mod on PC that allows you to either play the MMO in first person or third person, and it's a completely playable experience. And honestly, going through Eorzea in first person in VR is just a completely new way to play. Like, this deserves a lot more attention, but it's really awesome, and it's even stated that motion controller support will be added in the future. I think this is a way that a lot of big games are going to go in the future. Huge, massive games launching with VR components and flat screen components.
That's fair.
It just kind of makes sense. But of course, this one's just a mod, but it is within their TOS, so don't worry about that. But now it's time for question of the week from Recoil. How has your experience with VRChat's beta finger tracking been? How does it compare to other finger trackers? And it's actually awesome. Sucks it only works on standalone, but it's probably one of the coolest things to have been added to VRChat in a long time, and I really hope it comes to more platforms or becomes at least easier to do. And while there's lots of other hand tracking stuff you can do with VRChat, this is by far the best that I've seen. It's totally playable and super immersive. And that's question of the week. Make sure to leave your own down below, and I may just answer yours next. I wanted to say thank you to all of my Patreon supporters. I couldn't do any of this without you, and don't forget to like this video if you loved it, subscribe if you want.
Still got so many videos to catch up on. Holy shit. Ugh. Man, I need to, like, watch your videos more often.
Hello and welcome to Tuesday Newsday, your #1 resource for the entire week's worth of VR news. Finally, we have a good, exciting week of VR content. It's been a while. Plus, a Newsday actually on a Tuesday, it doesn't get any better than that. And it's perfect timing because we've got new information on Valve's next headset, Elon Musk's full dive reminiscent Neuralink is about to be shown off, we've got some really good news for Meta actually, and of course, Sony is working with VR chat for cheap and easy full body tracking for everyone, including standalone. And actually, a lot more is coming to VR chat as well. So, all that and so much more, let's just get right into the news. And also, I have a little message at the end for you guys, just from me to you. But let's get into the news. This year, 2022, canonically, is the year that Sword Art Online took place, an anime that is often referenced pretty heavily in VR circles because of its full dive VR premise. And while we're not quite at the point of full dive VR yet, that future may be coming just a little sooner than we thought. Elon Musk recently announced that a demo of Neuralink will be shown to the public tomorrow to showcase the company's latest breakthrough in brain-computer interface
Elon Musk
technology.
is a piece of shit,
and
though.
Neuralink is a really interesting device. It's a chip put in your brain that hypothetically can receive and send information from your brain to the chip and back. And the company's goals are even more interesting, stating that short-term Neuralink can help people with paralysis or other neurological disorders, and long-term Neuralink will, quote, reduce AI risk to humanity, end quote. And I think the fun part here is to imagine what something like this could mean for virtual reality long-term. I still think it's pretty much the end-all be-all solution to the most immersive VR possible. No headset, no treadmills, no haptic suits, just brain stimulation. And of course, while we're still a long way out from ever having a consumer full dive brain chip, it's really fun to watch
the majority of the monkeys that they implanted
on. But now, onto some meta news. So we all know that they've been in quite a bit of trouble the past few months, and well, kind of longer than that, but you get it. It's actually been the topic of most of my past few videos. Just between investors getting angry over excessive spending, Horizon really not panning all that well with critics, this atrocious video that we'll get to later, and the Federal Trade Commission being on Meta's tail, it's just been rough. But there is some light at the end of the tunnel. It seems like the big anti-competition case by the FTC will conclude by the end of this year, this case being a move by the US government to stop Meta's acquisition of the fitness app Supernatural. There has been a pretty recent big development though, as the FTC pulled out detailed internal conversations stating that Meta had planned to pivot Beat Saber entirely to a more dedicated fitness app, but instead just bought Supernatural, which is exactly what the FTC doesn't like. So that may be the nail in this coffin, but I guess we'll see by the end of this year. On the positive side of things though, the rest of the world seems to be giving Meta just a bit of a break. Maybe. Not sure how many of you knew this, but Oculus actually straight up stopped the sales of Quest in Germany about 2 years ago. And this was because of another antitrust suit by the country itself, mostly having to do with the forced Facebook logins. And, well, good news to anyone that lives in Germany because it was announced that this year the self-placed ban will be lifted and Quest 2s and Quest Pros will be back up for sale just in time for the holidays. German officials state, quote, "This is a welcome development, although the process is still not concluded," end quote. At least regarding the multi-year antitrust suit. So hopefully things are looking a little bit better, possibly. But now we can talk about the fun stuff. Starting off, some really exciting features are coming to VR chat. Let's get through the less flashy part first, but still equally exciting. One of the biggest complaints I've heard people talk about regarding VR chat is that the onboarding experience is pretty rough. And on top of that, actually finding the group or people you want to play with can sometimes be daunting or impossible. Right now, you either got to spend a lot of time within VR chat to find friends, or just get lucky or use something like Discord. But something called Groups is on its way, and it's working to fix all of that. And it's something you're probably about to hear a lot more about. To put simply, soon enough, you're going to be able to join and form groups within VR chat. Say you're into music production or dancing or AI, and you want to meet some friends that are also into that stuff.
Groups is basically a fancy way of saying a guild.
And if there isn't, then you can make one. Also, probably the best onboarding possible for a VR app like VR chat is to just have someone there helping you firsthand. And there are also going to be groups for new users, made so that existing people can show new people the ropes. And I'm sure you can see that this basic feature will probably help a lot in bringing people together easier than ever before. And it's hopefully releasing as a beta update before the end of the year according to the most recent developer update. And you guys also know that we're definitely having a Thrill Seeker VR chat group. But that wasn't the really big thing. I think you all know that I've been a champion of full body tracking for a long time. It's something I just really love, but it's expensive and absolutely requires a PC and can be a little janky sometimes. However, full body tracking is about to become a whole lot cheaper and way more accessible for everyone. And I've literally been waiting for this for years, but it's now official. VR Chat standalone, so the Quest version of the game, now supports full body tracking through OSC. So now you can connect all sorts of full body tracking devices to a Quest directly. Could be slimes, which I still need to do an updated video on. Maybe this is the perfect time to do it. Could be a mocap suit, Xbox Kinect, almost anything, which is incredibly exciting. It's not exactly the easiest thing in the world to set up, but it's possible now, which was not the case just a bit ago. But it gets even better for people wanting to get into full body tracking and VR. This next thing is kind of a dream come true for VR in general. Sony just announced that they will be building and releasing their own full body trackers, and that VR Chat similarly is working with them to bring support
nothing
to
wrong with
VR
furries,
Chat, both for PC VR and standalone usage. This is Mokopi, a set of 6 trackers that are part of a mobile motion capture setup. The fun thing here is that these not only work for VR and VR Chat, but they're also just a super affordable motion capture system in general. The advertisement showing someone walking through a city being tracked by an avatar for the entire time. And this is huge. This could potentially mean full body tracking for the PSVR 2, AR, standalone VR headsets, so much. It just opens up so many possibilities.
It's just
I've been waiting for
it's
something
just
like
over
this. Plus, they look
$300
incredibly
for
small and light, although not everything is so perfect yet. Unfortunately, for now, these are only being released in Japan, and they're going for around 50,000 yen or around $360. But Sony is well aware of the demand in Europe and the Americas. Another sort of downside is that these do require a connection to a smartphone and a VR headset, or a PC and a VR headset. But if you're able to get your hands on these, whether you live in Japan or you find a way to get them, or you just wait for them to be released worldwide, then you're looking at probably one of the cheapest and most streamlined full body tracking setups ever made. And I'm pretty confident that these will eventually start shipping west. I will say though, if you're waiting for this and you have some time and dedication, Slime VR does work right now with Quest, and I can imagine that these are both using similar IMU technologies, except Slime is a lot cheaper and, well, you can buy it now. But for those that aren't willing to mess around with setup, definitely keep Mokopi on your radar. It's more just incredibly exciting that a company as massive as Sony is pushing for full body tracking or anything like this at all. But now it's time for a meme break. So Meta posted a video on Twitter showcasing a new Horizon event that was taking place, essentially Godzilla attacking Horizon and a Wendyverse store, which doesn't sound that bad on paper, right? Well,
Godzilla has escaped the movies. As you can see, no one is inside because everybody's trying to take a cover of this madness. We still have the fries and we still have the burger.
Yeah, they ended up just deleting it out of embarrassment, and I don't blame them. Watching this video, it's probably one of the most cringe compilations I've ever seen. Like, it actually feels like
Holy
virtual
shit,
reality
cringe.
purgatory. It's pretty sad. But hey, maybe they learned their lesson after this
kidding.
one. I doubt it, but still, back to the news. A bunch of new information has popped up regarding Valve's next VR headset, the one that we've been talking about for almost 2 years now. The maybe, hopefully, possibly Valve Deckard. But a few new exciting things have surfaced recently, and while I know it's a little exhausting to constantly be chasing Deckard rumors and leaks, it is pretty much confirmed that Valve is still working on something related to VR. To start out, Valve put up a job listing looking for a machine vision software engineer that is able to, quote, take the next steps in VR and reach millions of customers worldwide, end quote. And the fun part about this listing is that a machine learning programmer likely means that Valve is working on some sort of camera-based something, likely inside out slam tracking like we have on the Quest and Quest 2. But that's not the only thing. According to this new Valve patent, inside out tracking may not be the only thing that this headset is capable of. These are the most recent patents discovered for the new Deckard's controllers, offering a lot of the same features as the current knuckle controllers like finger tracking, the hand strap, and more, but also being dual tracking compatible. So you can use cameras on the headset for tracking like most devices that we have now, in addition to base station tracking. And of course, all of this is still up in the air. We're talking about patent patents and leaks and job listings, so I wouldn't get too excited just yet, but as someone that still uses my Valve Index years after its release, I am eagerly anticipating whatever the Deckard has to offer. I am curious though. I know what my dream Deckard would look like, but what about yours? At least in terms of specs. I agree,
Banjo.
So the creator of
but
Super
then we have
Smash
targets
Brothers,
of people
Masahiro
to
Sakurai,
hate,
stated
like
recently in his new game
Zuckerberg
development video series
and
some
Musk.
pretty interesting and kind words about VR. While he points out that some things in VR simply aren't the best right now, like resolution and draw distances and control methods, he also calls for everyone to at least try it, especially VR racing simulators. And I think we all know that somewhere within Nintendo they're working on VR in some way, shape, or form, and whether that work sees the light of day in a year or in 10 years, Nintendo has had its eyes on the VR industry for a long time. And it's just nice to hear Sakurai himself talk positively on the technology rather than the opposite. Although I do wonder what a world with Nintendo leading the VR industry would look like, if that ever happens. So if you're looking for a VR headset, Black Friday and Cyber Monday deals are still going on, and a lot of VR-related stuff is quite a bit cheaper than usual. If you're wanting to get into simming or high-quality PC VR, the HP Reverb G2 is quite literally half off right now, from $600 to $300, making it probably one of, if not the cheapest new VR headsets you can buy right now. And I can certainly say that if it's what you're looking for, then the G2 is definitely a good headset. And I have quite a few reviews on them in case you want to check those out. Meanwhile, if you're wanting to get into the Quest ecosystem, the Quest 2 is currently back on sale to $350 for the 128GB model and $430 for the 256GB
and it comes with 2 games.
Model. The bundle also includes Beat Saber and Resident Evil 4, so it's probably going to be one of the best deals that we see for the Quest 2 for a long time, and that's definitely the best price that the G2's ever going to be. And I can say pretty confidently that both headsets will certainly be relevant for the next year or two. You'll definitely get your money's worth. But now I have a little something that I want to talk to you all about. So I know things have been pretty dry lately in the VR scene. In fact, so dry that I ended up taking a much needed week away from YouTube, and I feel way better now. I think I kind of needed that after the Dear Meta video. It sucked a lot out of me. But really, I just want to say thank you all for being so patient and for being here at all. Taking time away from YouTube is probably one of the scariest things in the world. It feels constantly like everything I've worked for is just gonna disappear. And I mean, staring at stats and analytics surely doesn't help, especially when it's been more than a week since my last video. But I am really excited to be trying out some new content soon that hopefully will inject just a little more fun and excitement into VR, especially if you love it like I do. News videos are great and they're not going anywhere, but I felt like my channel's always been something more than that. And when there's no news, it's kind of hard to make videos, right? So expect more of my fun content. But again, I just want to say thank you for being here, and I really, really appreciate you. And I'm going to be trying my hardest to do more fun, cool stuff in VR, and to be as positive as I possibly can. But for now, make sure to leave your question of the week down below, and I will answer one of them next. And I also wanted to bring up a few things. One, Fia and I are hosting a massive Christmas party in VR chat taking place in December, so join up in my Discord for more information on that. Also, the scam bot thing is still a problem. I will never contact you through...
Oh, still got 6 videos to catch up on. What the heck? Let's go.
Recently, I had the opportunity to travel to Japan to make a mini docuseries on Japan's VR culture. Is it different from Europe and the Americas? Is it bigger or way better? Is it 5 years in the future, or is it stuck in the past? And throughout this series, we'll answer all of that. But for this first episode, we're traveling to Tokyo, the largest megacity in the world and capital of Japan, which is also the home of Thirdverse, a company that has established itself as definitively the largest VR-only game publisher in the country. And the interesting thing is that even though Thirdverse is a relatively new company, just founded 2 years ago, they have already published multiple smaller VR games to test the market and to learn how VR games work, utilizing a publishing strategy that is pretty different from anyone else in the VR industry. And it's something that we'll definitely get into later. We'll also get to see for the very first time their newest project, a hero shooter built from the ground up for Quest and Steam VR. But Thirdverse didn't just pop up out of nowhere making games. And it all starts with someone that has spent their entire life becoming successful in the game industry, only to step away from it to focus entirely on virtual reality. Meet Hiro Kunimitsu.
Hi, my name is Hiro Kunimitsu. I'm founder and CEO of Thirdverse, next generation of game developer and publisher, and then now we are making 3 VR game titles. So before the third verse, I was founder and CEO of Gumi, and Gumi is one of the leading mobile gaming company in Japan. I found Gumi 2007 and listed at Tokyo Stock Exchange 2014, and then last year I stepped down Gumi CEO position and then started third verse, and then focusing on making regular VR game.
And he's not joking about Gumi being a successful company. Japan's game industry works in a pretty interesting way. Intellectual property is everything. If you're looking for international success, it's a proven formula for established Japanese studios to build games under larger companies that have established global IPs, eventually leading Gumi to develop Final Fantasy Exvius, an entirely standalone mobile title that received over 60 million downloads, which makes Third Verse an interesting case study. After such success and such large numbers, why leave an industry that is less than 1% of the mobile world? And I think the answer will be pretty familiar to a lot of you.
Now mobile game is...
The other voice is Trex.
So I found it in 2007, right? And then I keep making mobile game more than 10 years.
I am not. You are.
Before, right?
I'm gonna exit
I
out
want
that.
to start something new. And what VR excited me about is gamer. They want to have wow or this kind of experience, right? So even back 2016,
Trex is a cute nerd.
like,
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
is still not mature,
What?
really
No.
early stage.
Lies, slanders.
Wow, this kind of the experience is,
You little nerd.
tons of that kind of the experience provide, right?
No.
Yeah, so
Aw,
that
he's so
makes
heckin'
me
adorable.
decide this is, future of the game, or this is future of the entertainment. So that's why I quit and I start that first.
So we're about to head to the Third Verse office to get the first ever studio tour, show off their newest game, and talk to the developers. But first, I figured I'd give a random Japan fact. There are lots of great ways to travel in Japan. The Shinkansen or bullet train is one of them, traveling at up to 200 miles an hour. It'll get you anywhere you want fast, but taxis are also everywhere. And in every single taxi throughout Japan, the seats are covered with a pristine white linen with lace fringe. I asked the locals why, and the answer was honestly, don't know, just always been that way. Oh, also, every taxi has an automatically opening door. If you open or close the door manually, it's seen as disrespectful, so if you ever go to Japan, learn from my mistakes and don't touch the door. But we've now finally made it to the Third Verse studio.
Gotta check out Third Verse, let's go.
Fair enough.
Hello!
Welcome.
Hi.
This is a gift for you.
Oh!
Ooh,
amazing.
Cool.
So, I mentioned before that Third Verse has a very
no,
interesting
you.
development cycle, and I have a feeling
No, you.
that it comes from their mobile development background, but it's worth investigating. The idea is make a game that is feature complete and polished and release it for a pretty cheap price that is fair for what you get, but they're not quite at the point of spending multiple years developing one massive title, and that kind of makes sense. I mean, if you spend 4 years right now making one massive game for the Quest 2, well, we'll probably be at the Quest 3 or 4 by then. And who knows if VR itself will just be an entirely different market by the time the game is finished development. So, Third Verse focuses on fast iteration and experimentation with VR gameplay, with a pretty simple formula and belief. Hiro now says he plays a lot of VR chat and believes it's successful because of its entirely social nature, but also looks at games like Bone Lab and loves that it's an experience that you can only have in VR. And he says that bringing VR experiences that can only be experienced in VR while bringing people together with multiplayer to have an experience together is Third Verse's bread and butter, which has led to a game like Altair Breaker, a title that allows you to fly around and jump up in the air and slash opponents with a combo, all together co-op with friends. And And while their release strategy doesn't necessarily put out 40-hour campaigns, it allows them to experiment and see what works in VR and what doesn't. In fact, their company motto is first to try, first to fail, first to recover. To take on challenges faster than anyone else.
Yes,
fail
very
faster
true.
than anyone else, and recover faster than anyone else. And I can respect that, especially because there is no shortage of talent at Thirdverse. And I was admittedly pretty shocked to realize that I was talking to and giving interviews to leads that had worked at Sony for years and had worked on Astrobot, Demon Souls, and Bloodborne. And I asked every person I interviewed the same thing: why in the world are you making VR games when you have this sort of background? I mean, you can literally work anywhere in the world on any video game project you'd want, but I got the same answer every single time.
遊ぶっていう感情体験の方がより面白いものが作れると思ったので、まあそのために VR にもっと注力しようと思ってサーバーに入ったという感じですね。
あとはそのVR 空間の中で物を触れて掴めるっていうところがすごくやっぱり新鮮で、これまでのゲームコントローラーとボタンを押すと剣を振るとかだったんですけれど、ちゃんと自分で掴んで剣を掴んでおいて振るっていうところ、これを実際にこれまでずっとボタンを押しながら頭の中だけでそれを想像していたのが、実際にそれを自分の手でできるところに感じる。
It's a passion for virtual reality and its possibilities.
Ooh, those are
and
some
you
cool
don't
costumes.
go from being world-class console and mobile developers to an industry that is a minuscule fraction of the size.
I'm not cool.
Passion. It's all about making people say, wow. But where are they right now? Well, we get to see the very first gameplay of Thirdverse's upcoming hero shooter X8, a game that is still in alpha, as you can probably tell, but the bones are still there, and the bones are pretty darn good. Essentially a Valorant of VR with gesture-based hero abilities, different heroes, weapon purchases, bomb plants. I got about 2 hours to play the game with developers, and while the game certainly needs some work and polish, I had an absolute blast, especially considering Overwatch and Valorant are some of my favorite games of all time. I've always dreamed of playing those style of games in VR, and this is really hitting that for me. And I'll talk about how you can get access to play X8 in just a moment, but I think it's time we actually go full circle with this video. I am honestly not sure if Thirdverse's development cycle and strategy is the best out there. And as much fun as I had with X8, there's still a lot of work to do. And I don't know if it'll be the most successful hero shooter in VR ever, or if it'll fizzle out like a lot of other multiplayer-only games do in VR. But I do know that Thirdverse is something pretty special, especially to be coming out of Japan. It is not the normal thing in Japan to break the mold and to leave something comfortable like Sony and PlayStation or extremely successful mobile development to pursue an industry that is new and tiny and unproven. But they're doing it, literally dropping everything to try and push the industry as far as possible and to be a part of its success, even if that means failing at a few things before finding what works. But if there's one thing that I took away from my time in Tokyo with Thirdverse, it's that they honestly can't do it alone, and they know it. And it's not all about sales and money, because if it was, they certainly would not be here doing what they're doing. They've all had sales and money. It's about legitimately wanting to make something that people enjoy. And I will say that companies like Thirdverse help me see the VR industry just a little differently, and I'm hoping it does the same for you. We're kind of in a very legitimate content drought situation with VR right now. There just isn't that much on the radar. But the part that I love about the VR industry so much, besides it just being an awesome technology, is that everyone has an impact right now. Whether you're a big or small studio, or a game, or the community behind it, or you're a player just giving feedback, every single one of your voices has an immense impact. It's not like mobile or console gaming where everything is so data-driven. And from talking to Thirdverse, the industry honestly needs your help. And I'm not gonna lie, this was not the conclusion I thought this video was going to come to when I hopped on a plane to Japan, but I'm thinking it's a pretty good one. Thirdverse, just like any company out there doing VR stuff, needs your help. Not necessarily in buying their games or giving their money, of course that helps too, but in giving real, honest feedback. So one of the main things they kept asking me over and over again to include in this video is to ask the VR community to help in just that, in feedback, legitimate good feedback. And X8, that hero shooter that I was just talking about, is actually entering a free closed beta next month. And you can sign up with a link down below in the description, and I'd urge, if you're interested in a VR hero shooter, to sign up and just be real and honest and give good feedback, because from what they've told me, there's nothing more valuable, legitimately. So go sign up and help them out and keep X8 on your radar. But this also extends to all other VR stuff you ever try out. Give real and honest feedback, not toxically positive and not toxically negative. Just imagine you made the game. How would you want someone to tell you what they liked and didn't like from their experience of your game?
Swag,
and I think that perspective shift is one of the coolest and most powerful things that I took away from visiting Tokyo and talking to Thirdverse, is just how massively important all of our voices are, and how constructive feedback is more important than making a sale even. And I really hope that sharing Thirdverse and their story and what they're working on and their values gives you a positive perspective shift on the VR industry as well. Swag. This technology is so cool, and we're just figuring it out. But the cool part is that we're actually figuring it out together. So if you enjoyed this video, then I've actually got some really good news for you. I didn't just visit one studio in Tokyo, I visited half a dozen from all over Japan. From games you may not have heard of but need to check out, to stories of developers, to trying out headsets and gloves. This was just episode 1 of the Japan VR mini-series. So if you liked this, then give it a little love with the buttons and leave a comment. And if you didn't, well, tell me how I can make the next one better, because that's all I want to do. I also want to say thank you to Val Esports, an awesome VR esports company that made this video possible and connected me with all of these developers. But I also wanted to say thank you to all of my Patreon supporters. You guys literally bought Fia and I.
On to the next video. Oh, this is gonna be later. VR chat's predator problem exposed. It's almost like that's recent news or something, huh? It's almost like there was an actual abduction of someone. Because
this
of
is
VR
actually
chat.
news to me. This is actually new.
Oh, you don't know about that?
No.
What do you think? Should we just skip straight to that one and then watch the rest later? Like after it? Or should we just go down the line like I was doing?
Go down the line.
What do you think, chat?
I say big finale.
Fair. I was shocked when I saw it on Twitter. I mean, anytime I see an Amber Alert of any kind, or any abductions or whatever, I'm not surprised. I'm never surprised about it because I know that there's a lot of human garbage out there. Yeah, it sucks when it happens, but I've become numb to it. Even the VRC corpos can't ignore the negative PR from having an actual abduction be directly tied to your platform and having it be described as a burner option for it to occur. Yeah, that's pretty fucked.
Wow.
Go down the line? Yeah. Alright. We shall go down the line.
Exactly 69 days ago, probably one of the most hyped VR games of all time, Bone Lab had finally launched, breaking the all-time record for the fastest selling VR game of all time on Quest. But that's not where our story ends. Turns out that Bone Lab has also turned into probably one of the most divisive VR games of all time, with one crowd claiming that this is the future of VR and others fueling probably one of the biggest hate trains that I've ever seen for a VR game, something that we'll definitely get into. So, 69 days later, I think it's time we really look at Bone Lab retrospectively, take off the rosy tinted glasses, and take a look at the community's reaction to the game, where the mods have gone since launch, the latest string of updates, and answer a simple question. Was Bone Lab grossly overhyped? Because I think even my own thoughts have evolved quite a bit since launch.
My brain
I
hurts
want to talk
looking at
about
that.
the original hype for Bone Lab for just a moment, because I think it's a really important piece of context to the entire situation. Bone Lab is essentially Stress Level Zero's fourth VR game, from Hover Junkers way back to Duck Season, then of course Boneworks in 2019. And Boneworks itself is a pretty interesting title, the reception almost as divisive as Bone Lab, but of course to a much smaller audience since the game was launched on PC VR only. However, the game still garnered quite a sizable following going because Boneworks just felt so different than anything else out there.
Boneworks?
It's entirely
I sure hope
physics-based,
it
you got a
does.
full body rather than floating hands, you can play as fast as you want or
Where's
as
the
literally
spray bottle
slow as
at?
you want. And as any Boneworks or Bone Lab fan can agree to, once you get good at the game, it feels really rewarding to use that physics, and it's turned into without a doubt my favorite VR game yet. Boneworks is legit up there on my brain shelf of favorite games right next to Halo 3 and Final Fantasy 7, and it made me fall in love with VR games all over
Halo
again, which is
Reach.
pretty special. However, of course,
Yeah,
it
that's a
had
bit
its
of a reach.
drawbacks. The campaign was disjointed, the physics systems can at times
it?
feel janky, and of course,
Yes.
it was PC only, so the majority of VR users couldn't even play it. So, when Stress Level Zero announced their fourth game, Bone Lab, essentially a Boneworks 2, but for Quest and PC, and with official mod support, I think a lot of people, including myself, got really excited. The hope that maybe Bone Lab will take the physics systems of Boneworks but make it better and bring it to millions more people and improve on the storyline with grander set pieces, with dedicated mod support, it all sounds like a dream come true, but looking back, things ended up just a little less than ideal. And I can basically answer the question now, was Bone Lab overhyped? And the short answer is yes, but the long answer is sorta, not really, depending on what you're looking for. But I want to dive pretty deep into it.
shit's
So
overhyped
first,
all the
I want
time.
to talk about the campaign. There are only a few games ever that I've played a campaign of more than once, let alone like 10 times. But I did just that for Boneworks, and every single time I really enjoyed it. And at least for the first few playthroughs before you learn all the tricks, Boneworks campaign can last a solid 8, maybe even 9 hours, which is part of the reason why I was so excited for Bone Lab's campaign. And on my first playthrough of Bone Lab, I really did enjoy it. It felt more straightforward than Boneworks and it was fun. It took me around 7.5 hours or so to complete. It wasn't the best and I was hoping for more, but I was more or less somewhat satisfied. But it just really hasn't held up for me the same way the past couple months, the way that Boneworks did over 3 years. I don't really look back fondly on it, and I
3
couldn't really figure out
years?
why,
Wow.
so I replayed the entire campaign over again for just this video, and I think after delving into it deeper, I now know exactly why. And I think the first flag is that while my very first playthrough lasted more than 7.5 hours, just playing normally through Bone Lab this time, I blew through the campaign in under 2 hours. And don't get me wrong here, there are some really good parts. The first few and last few missions of Bone Lab feel great. It's like the Boneworks 2 that we all imagined. It's just what's crammed in the middle that throws the entire game off track, and it starts with the hub. You get this crazy cool buildup like you're about to set up on this mysterious epic journey, then you just get thrown into a hub to complete mini games for the next hour, and it completely kills the pace. And honestly, I thought it was just me being dumb the first time, but to my surprise, I wasn't the only one that got to the hub and had no clue what to do next. I just ran around climbing everything looking for clues. And in retrospect, this was a pretty terrible way to introduce the story. And while it does get back on track with Minecart, I actually really like that level, this is not my only qualm. New to Bone Lab is a mechanic that allows you to swap avatars with specs to match the avatar's characteristics, which is awesome. It's probably one of the coolest parts of the game, and I wish more games had something like this. But it was executed so poorly story and pacing wise. Essentially, once again, as soon as the game's story is picking up, you are forced to play through a sequence of mini games just to unlock each avatar. And that's not saying it's all bad. Street Puncher, the first of these levels, is probably one of my favorite Bone levels ever. It's fun, fast, the music hits, but this section of the game also holds two of the worst levels Stress Level Zero has ever made by popular vote. Moonbase, where you just have no clue where to go, and the incredibly frustrating pillar climb. And then after all of this, when you finally get all the avatars, when you've slogged past playing 2 sets of mini games for the storyline, when it feels like the game is just starting, the game ends. And yes, the last couple of levels are fun, and yeah, technically, if you took your time, the campaign can last 7 or 8 hours the first time, but more than half of that 8 hours is spent playing minigames and getting lost on Moonbase. And when you remove the mysterious getting lost part of the game, the playtime and discovery and pacing just evaporates. And this time, the gameplay just doesn't make up for the lack of direct storyline and storytelling and all the breaks in pacing. And I think for the first playthrough, it's still really fun, but after you go through through the gimmick of not knowing what to do, well, there's not really a challenge. And now, looking back, if you were buying Bone Lab for just the campaign, as a lot of people did, I can totally understand why this game has gotten so much backlash, especially from people that loved Boneworks and its campaign. Gameplay-wise, it is an improvement, and the missions themselves leaning on that gameplay are a lot of fun, but story and pacing-wise, what felt like a step forward at first is closer to a step back or maybe just standing still. And I'm sure that a lot of this has to do with time crunch and having to optimize everything for the Quest 2. You just can't do what you're capable of on a PC with a 2-year-old phone processor, but that still doesn't change the fact that the campaign does suffer. Did I enjoy it? Yeah, of course, and I stand by that. But do I still enjoy it 2 months later, replaying it post-launch hype for the 4th time? Yeah, but its flaws are a lot more apparent. And I'm left a little sad that every time the game's pace picks up, it's dropped. And then just as soon as the game feels like it's coming together with all the avatars and the set pieces, it's just over. But of course, the other biggest criticism I've seen a lot regarding Bone Lab happens to be its other huge selling point, mods. And I can definitely admit that I let mods as a feature and the kind of open-ended possibility of it overshadow my thoughts on the campaign originally, because at the end of the day, the campaign was just a setup for mod support. Like, that's literally what the lore was. So all that being said, how have the mods held up? Do they carry Bone Lab? Do they do what we all hoped and make the game into essentially a Gary's Mod of VR? And well, that's a weird one. I tried out just about every top downloaded mod available for both PC and Quest, and while there are a lot of really cool things to check out, and there's hours and hours of free content to be enjoyed, I mean, it's pretty freaking fun to drive a Warthog as Master Chief on Rainbow Road running over null bodies, and it's finally happened to some extent at least. Someone has modded 2 levels of Boneworks into Bone Lab, and you can play them on Quest for free. I mean, that's nuts. Yeah, the frame rate chugs sometimes and the visuals suffer harshly, but the fact that this works at all is insane. But I'm also just gonna be real. The mod tools and SDK are still pretty darn limited right now. Way more limited than I thought they were going to be. The furthest you can go without getting really technical is modding weapons, avatars, maps, and vehicles. And frankly, most of those things already existed as mods for Boneworks. It was just significantly harder to do before. So really, all we've gotten so far is an easier way to add and make mods, which is awesome, don't get me wrong, and having mods on the Quest is even cooler, but it's just not quite at the level of what I and I think a lot of others were hoping for. And by this point, it may sound like I now think Bone Lab was a disappointment in retrospect, but that's not quite it at all. The real problem here is that Bone Lab launched with the pedestal of Boneworks behind it, and with a campaign that doesn't hold up as well, especially a few months later to its predecessor. And the mod tools it did launch with don't quite make up for that fact, at least not yet. And on top of that, I can't ignore this, the PC version of the game had quite a few issues for a lot of users, from performance to knuckles not working properly to weird bugs popping up, but things are looking a lot better. Stress Level Zero are working on making all of this better, and this is where some of the excitement does come back in, so let's talk about the updates. Because if they're anything to go off of, I think SLZ has acknowledged that some of the game needs some pretty serious work, and we're now starting to see that. To start, a lot of the PC-related issues have been fixed or improved upon, and while it's still not a total redo, things are getting better. Performance has been increased, the physics are constantly improving with updates, making rifles and guns feel better, more controllers are now supported, and index support is fixed as well. New avatars and guns have been added, and most importantly, almost every single level has gotten tweaks of some sort, and there's even been a total rework. Like, Sprint Bridge's entire level pacing was improved and redone completely. On top of that, new secret...
This is just like further proof that you should never buy a game at launch.
Yeah.
You should always wait like a while. At least a few months. Always. Because it's not going to be perfect. Long gone are the days where you would buy a game at launch and it was the best fucking thing ever. They can't do that anymore. They can't do that anymore. There's too many bugs. Too much shit that they couldn't test. Like, it's not like back in the day, back in like the day of cartridge games and like early
Arcade.
PlayStation and all that, where we didn't have the option of getting patches for games. So everything had to be perfect. Everything had to be like as good as they could possibly make it at launch. That's just how it was. And the moment that that was no longer an option, or like it was expected that everything wouldn't be perfect at launch, that's when gaming started suffering more and more. And you just see it so much these days. Look at how much of a piece of shit Pokemon Scarlet and Violet was on launch.
Yeah.
Extremely bug-riddled, as though they never even tested it.
Yeah.
Like, did they even have QA testers? Did they? And if they did, like, why is it that companies seem to think that it's totally okay to decide on a date for something to launch and just push it? Just push it, push it, push it. Gotta push out this game for exactly this day. And they don't have any, like, they never delay it. They need to delay that shit. No more crunch. Stop that shit. Your quality is suffering. Your workers are suffering. Everyone is suffering because of you dumb shits. Stop that. Starmus got to drive now. Alright. Enjoy your drive. Be safe, my dude. Don't forget to fill up on gas. Alright? Make sure your tank is full. Or at least you got plenty to go there and back. And stay awesome, my dude.
Areas are available on every map now. What I'm trying to say is that the game is getting better and it is receiving updates. It's been 2 months and that's quite a bit to add. But still, I think the most important updates are yet to come. Right now, the mod SDK is still in pretty early stages. Basically, just avatars, simple levels, guns, and spawnables. But this is due to change, as this was only the first few revisions of the SDK, and it has been stated quite a few times that we're going to get a lot more in the future. And I know that the end goal is for people to be able to make full games within Bone Lab using Marrow, but we're just not there yet. We may get there in a few months, maybe in a year, maybe never. But I think from this whole super hype experience, the VR community has learned a lot, and I know I certainly have. So I think it's time to address that elephant in the room. Boneworks is still my favorite VR game, and I do still really enjoy Bone Lab a lot. I even make mods for it every now and then. And I do still really believe in the game. The SDK will continue getting updates. Hopefully the campaign's reworks continue to make a better experience, or maybe it's even expanded. And I still really do believe that physics-based games like Bone Lab and the interactions that are made possible because of Marrow, the underlying interaction engine developed by the studio, are the future of immersive VR games.
What I will say about Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is the amount of double standarding it received. Like, it was, in my opinion, pretty fucked up. By that, I mean, like, a year before it, or 2 years, I don't fucking remember. But when Cyberpunk came out, everyone was up in arms about that shit. Everyone. And instead of people being up in arms about Pokemon, they just see it as charming, silly bugs. Like, that's really fucked up in my opinion. Love Jim's video on that? Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Granted, in both cases, these corpos, they need to do better. Do better.
When I said Bone Lab will change VR forever, I meant it and I stand by it. Believe me, other studios are looking at Bone Lab and Stress Level Zero selling $1 million on the Quest store in an hour, and they're taking notes. This game is going to have much longer and deeper impacts than just the typical VR game. And in terms of that idea, I don't think Marrow was overhyped at all. The interactions function exactly like I'd hoped and talked about, plus the fact that Bone Lab and Boneworks levels within Bone Lab run on Quest 2 at all is insane. But I also want to be honest, in terms of Bone Lab itself, it's pretty much community consensus that it was a little overhyped. And my videos certainly helped fuel that. It was never my intention to overhype anything. From my point of view, it just feels like everyone's just as excited about a game as I am, which further makes everyone even more hyped. It's like a snowball. Plus, mix that with very few VR games having been released in the past year in general, and you've got a perfect storm for an overhyped game that disappoints people when it isn't objectively the best thing to have ever been made. And looking retrospectively post Bone Lab launch, yes, it was overhyped. Yes, it has its issues, and it is not perfect. The campaign and story doesn't quite hold up as well as I hoped like its last game did. But looking at recent updates and looking at the current roadmap, it's looking like there's going to be a lot more in the future, and I'm really hoping that that comes true. But there's two things that I really know from this experience. One, I'm going to be a lot more careful about hyping stuff up. Even if I'm super excited, I'm probably going to tamper it down just a little bit. Two, I'm also sticking to my guns. I still love the game, and I would still review it positively 100%, but not without more caveats than I had originally stated. And I think that's pretty fair. Plus, we can't really expect a better game from Stress Level Zero if we don't give honest feedback. So, here's mine. But what about you? 69 days later, post-hype, post-launch, what do you think? Overhyped, or did Bone Lab meet your expectations? And I really hope that you enjoyed my little Bone Lab retrospective. I felt like it was hyper necessary given the community's response to Bone Lab as well as my own videos on the game. Believe me, I'm listening to all the feedback and I'm just trying my absolute best out here. And I'm learning all the time how to do this YouTube thing.
Next video.
Blah blah.
So, the Quest 2 has now been out for more than 2 years, which is kind of crazy to think about, but it's still a really good VR headset, and it keeps getting better all the time. In fact, it just got an update that I've been really excited about, V47, which we'll glance over everything else it brings, but this update is special, bringing something really exciting to Quest 2 owners, the ability to pair the significantly improved brand new Quest Pro controllers to a Quest 2, something you can buy all on their own without the $1,500 Quest Pro. And it takes the Quest 2 to a whole new level of usability. And looking around, there really aren't many guides or opinions on it yet, so today I'm going to show you how to pair them up, try them out, and give some opinions on it before you spend double the price on your headset for a controller upgrade. So let's see if it's really worth it. So just real quick, I want to run through V47 because there's kind of a lot of small things here, but pretty exciting stuff. The Quest phone app got a big user interface update, which was much appreciated, along with the new media sync feature, so any video or photo captures you take from the headset will go straight to your app as well. We also get the ability to capture those photos and videos from a controller shortcut, which is nice. You don't have to go through menus anymore. You can also now pin and unpin frequently used apps to the home, and Meta is now getting on the VR chat mirror train and has added mirrors and avatar customization to the home environment. The Quest Pro also got 2 specific new features, bringing background audio playback so you can listen to music while you play games, and a full mixed reality capture setting, which is awesome, but now we're going to talk about the big one. Quest 2 receiving official support for the Quest Pro controllers, which is probably one of the biggest upgrades we've seen for the Quest 2 yet, and maybe the biggest hardware upgrade we'll ever see for it. And this is kind of a big deal because while there are a ton of accessories that you can pimp out your Quest with, this one upgrade totally changes some of the capabilities of the Quest. The Pro controllers ditching the tracking ring that has been on Oculus controllers since the Rift to instead use camera-based slam tracking. It's the same idea as the cameras on the headset itself. Using 3 cameras on each controller and a dedicated processor, they track entirely independently from the headset, meaning that you should be able to put the controllers behind your back, over your head, close to the headset, really anywhere. It's just a significantly better way to track in general. And the Pro controllers also come with a slew of pretty big upgrades from the traditional controllers as well, which we'll get into during my impressions. And I should also state, since I've seen this brought up in videos prior to this, if before V47 you had tried to pair your Pro controllers to a Quest 2, it either wouldn't pair at all or you'd have completely unusable latency. So if people are saying they're having a terrible experience, they're probably just not on the correct software yet. But now we can get into the setup. Pairing the Pro controllers to the Quest 2 is surprisingly easy, like just a few steps and you're in. First, make sure your headset is on the latest update, of course, open up the Meta Quest phone app, connect to your Quest 2, and select the controller pairing options. You'll then have the option to pair the left or right Pro controllers to the Quest 2 individually. So select one of them, and on the Pro controller, enter pairing mode by holding down the menu or Oculus button and the Y button together. The controller status light will flash purple and green, and a few seconds later you will be paired, and you'll even get the option to unpair your old Quest 2 controller, which you can then use as a cat toy or just keep them as backup. Now repeat that process for the other controller, and that's it. That's all you gotta do. Throw on your Quest, grab your Pro controllers, and after a few seconds of wake up time, everything should be working as intended. And I was pretty surprised by this. It seems like I normally have to go through hours of troubleshooting with almost anything new in VR, but not this time. But now onto impressions, and just to put it out there before getting into specifics, just about everything is improved on the Quest Pro controllers compared to the Quest controllers, except for one big thing, and that's battery life. The Quest 2's controllers last for an ungodly amount of time, sometimes weeks or even months, and due to the onboard processor on the Pro and the new features, the battery life on the Pros are cut down to around 8 hours. But this hasn't been a problem for me personally, and that's because the Pro controllers also come bundled with the compact charging dock, something you normally would have to purchase separately. I know I did. So when you're done playing, just throw it back on the dock. And an added bonus is that the USB-C cable off the dock also works to discharge your Quest. So that's pretty nice. And we'll get to the tracking quality and whether or not there's any latency introduced because of these controllers. But first, I want to reiterate my impressions from the Quest Pro review that I did a while ago. The Pro controller has a completely new haptic system called True Touch, and this is probably one of my favorite new features from this thing in general. From Beat Saber to Pavlov to even menu navigation, the haptics feel way tighter and way more precise. It feels less like a generic controller rumble you'd expect from, well, a controller, and much more like, well, if I could put it into words, it feels more like everything you interact with is on a tight string that's getting plucked. If that makes any sense, it's hard to describe haptic feedback. But for larger interactions like slicing blocks in Beat Saber, it feels really nice and sharp. It's a very noticeable difference from Quest 2 to Quest Pro. On top of that, there's also new localized finger and thumb sensors, which is always a nice addition. But now we can finally get into tracking quality, and right away I'll say that the tracking is, in my opinion, improved in every single way. From everyday movements you do playing something like Beat Saber to playing shooters in your hand occluding one of the controllers, something that has been a bane for anybody that plays enough Pavlov or Contractors, the tracking with the Pros will almost never fail. And I actually got a high score playing Ghost Voices with these controllers. It could be a coincidence, but they may have actually made me slightly better via better tracking. But the place where the Quest Pro controllers really shine are in the situations where your controllers are outside the view of your headset. The Quest 2 is usually pretty good at estimating where your controllers are when they're out of view, whether that be pulling back a bow or grabbing something with an offhand, or just resting your hands by your side. But if you've used a Quest 2 for long enough, I'm sure that you've also lost tracking many times. And the Pro controllers completely solve that issue. And it's not just tracking performance. One situation I've seen this make a game way more immersive and actually make the game better was Iron Man VR. Being able to put my hands literally behind my back and fly around as Iron Man is something that really only works with either lighthouse tracking or with these. And the use cases just keep piling up. I noticed I was shooting better, and because my tracking ring was gone, I didn't smack my headset or the other controller. I was able to put my arms out, way behind me, out to my sides without any issue. In general, using the Pro controllers is a pretty great experience. And I guess there's really only two big downsides. One is the weight. The Pro controllers are about 8% heavier than the Quest 2s, but I usually have grips on my Quest 2 controllers anyways, so the weight's more or less the same. The other downside, which is the bigger one, is the price. And that will get us into our next section. Would I really recommend this to anyone, considering the Pro controllers cost $300, almost doubling the initial investment of the Quest 2 in general for a slightly better experience? This is totally up to a few factors, and I think the best way to do this is to break this up by proposing prospective Quest users, and you can see which one you closest identify with to make a decision. If you're someone that uses the Quest 2 every single day, like you're a power user either playing Beat Saber or doing art or in VR chat or playing shooters, and you're looking for something that will make your every single day use better, then I would absolutely recommend the Quest Pro controllers. You'll more than get your $300 worth. It'll make every single time you pick up the headset just a little better. If you're someone that uses the Quest 2 occasionally, like maybe every now and then, well, in this case, it all comes down to your budget and whether or not better haptics and slightly better tracking quality is really something that'll make you use the headset more. If you're on a tight budget and don't have $300 to throw around, then do not buy the Pro controllers. The tracking on the Quest 2 is perfectly fine as is, and while these do improve tracking all around, it's mostly noticeable in those 5% of times when tracking does fail, mostly because you're out of line of sight of the headset. What I'm trying to say is that these won't instantly turn you into a Beat Saber or Pavlov guy. However, if you do have $300
right,
just sitting around and these sorts of things are important to you, then I'd say go for it. You know what you're getting yourself into after watching this video, and I think you'll absolutely love them. And the same pretty much goes to people that just flat out don't use their headset. If you think you'll use it more with better controllers and you got the dough, then go for it. Otherwise, just pass. I would say another interesting case though is for people that don't even have a Quest 2 yet. If you're looking to get into VR, I think buying a Quest 2 with the Pro controllers for $700 still buys you one of the best headsets in that price range, and it's made even better with these upgrades. And I can say pretty confidently that if you're looking for a standalone headset that can do PC VR well in that range, the Quest 2 Plus Pros will certainly last you another year, maybe even longer, while being relevant and being a good headset.
Tell her I'm
and
not
there's
a
actually
nerd.
two pretty huge things that I really
Everyone
want to
here
talk
is a
about
nerd.
before we finish this video, because I think they're two of the most important and interesting things here, especially considering that this is a pretty good
what's a
chunk of
job?
change to be thrown around. I'll start with something entirely prospective. I did find it interesting that you could keep both sets
Legal
of controllers,
slavery.
Even though they're the
standard
ones
Quest
that
2
ruined the
and
economy.
Quest Pro controllers paired to the Quest at the same time. And this got me thinking
Or a
of all
nerd.
sorts of possible use
That's what
cases
it
in the
is.
future. That is, if people can figure that out. Like strapping a
There are a
Quest Pro
few people
controller
that I
to your
know that are
body
not
and using
nerds.
it as leg tracking. I mean, why not? It's just slam tracking. It would be super accurate without ever having to use base stations, which also makes me really want Meta to just make
did they
tracker
just
versions
strap
of these. It's like my
controllers
only
to their
Christmas wish,
feet?
Mark. Please do that. But the
Oh my
other
God.
thing is that we really don't know
Also,
what the
ew,
Quest 3 is
wearing
going to be yet.
shoes?
I mean, we do through leaks, but those are just leaks. And we don't know if the Quest 3 is going to use
shoes when I'm
controllers
playing
like
VR.
this
I wanna
or
be
like the
comfy.
Quest
Especially on
2s. So
hours
it's something to keep in mind
or
if you're planning on
reasons.
upgrading next year or whenever the Quest 3 is released. If they use tracking ring style controllers, well, you'll already have these awesome Pro controllers as an upgrade if you get these now. But on the other side, if the Quest 3 uses slam-based controllers like the Pros, well, you'll have two sets of these. So that whole situation is just something to think about. And now that that's all out of the way, the Pro controllers all in all are something I'd highly recommend. It's one of the best features of Meta's $1,500 Quest Pro at a fifth of the price, and it just happens to work flawlessly with the Quest 2, actually making the Quest 2 quite a bit better than it already was. And of course, $300 is still a lot to throw at a peripheral. If this was $100, I'd tell everyone to go out there and buy a set, but it's just not. And the best way I can
Howdy,
compare this
Firehead,
is
how you
it's
doing?
sort of like an
Howdy,
Xbox
how.
Elite controller. It's premium, has a few extra features, costs a lot more, but all in all, it is a better controller. But the thing with VR is that it just so happens that controllers matter a whole lot more than a console's controller. And these ones offer a lot more. I mean, they literally track themselves. So
never would've
hopefully,
guessed.
based on this video, you'll either make the decision that best suits you, or at the very least be way more informed about what these things are all about. Because I love these things, and they've probably turned into my favorite controller, even though I'm still using the Knuckles most of the time. And if you plan on picking some up, or you already got some, let me know down below. But I also wanted to mention that I partnered up with the VR Club Tube yet again, as well as Rise Above the Disorder, a non-profit charity with a mission to bring mental health care to people in need around the world. All to give away a Quest 2 this Christmas.
CTO Oculus, John Carmack.
This is going to be amazingly
The
cool.
current
Fire,
era?
Chief of Oculus, Palmer Lucky.
Our company is now
They really haven't been satisfied with the pace of progress that we've been making.
intros is the only time makes me think coffee looks good.
Tuesday, your number one resource for the entire week's worth of VR news. Okay, so this is going to be an interesting news day, and I'll be honest, this one's been a long time coming. Of course, we've got some fun stuff to talk about. Quest 3 talks, consumer haptic gloves are on their way, HTC's new headset, a really good-looking VR game was announced, but something way bigger has recently happened to Meta and Oculus and Reality Labs. And I think it's pretty safe to say that the current era of VR has come to a close. And I'd be lying if I didn't say that this is a bit of a scary moment for the entire industry. So let me explain what's going on and what it means for all of us and what it's likely going to mean for the future of VR. And then we'll talk about some of the other fun stuff that happened. We've got a lot to talk about, so let's just get right into the news. You probably are aware of one of the biggest jokes in the entire VR industry. And in case you're not, let me just fill you in. For around the past 30 years or so, VR as a technology has had these massive waves of public excitement as promises of exploring virtual worlds are made by companies that are passionate about the medium. And just about every single time when that wave of excitement inevitably crashes, the same 3 words are constantly thrown around as the punchline. And you may recognize them: VR is dead. And right now, VR is experiencing a pretty significant decline in general consumer interest. It's not up for debate, it's just happening right now. And we can talk about exactly why at a later point, but if there's any time recently that general people are saying that VR is dead, now is that time. But we've been here before, and I think a way better way to talk about all of this is to introduce a concept that is very well known, especially in the technology industry. And it explains all of these hype cycles, and it explains the ups and downs of every industry and what we're feeling right now. And it's called the Gartner hype cycle. For some of you, this will be a brand new revelation level of information, like everything will just make sense. And for the rest of you, you already know this cycle very well. But it's really worth talking about, especially with the news that I'm about to drop. And I think it's also important to recognize that VR itself is just such an interesting technology that truly is capable of changing so many industries, that because of that potential, VR itself has gone through these massive hype cycles more than almost anything else out there. It's a constant cycle of birth and death and rebirth. And when it's said that VR is dead, it really just usually means that we're in one of these oscillations of the hype cycle, that we're in something that's usually called a trough of disillusionment. So let me just very quickly sum up the past decade of the VR industry using this Gartner hype cycle as a guide. There are 5 basic phases of hype for everything. The innovation trigger is the first one, which can easily be equated to the Oculus Kickstarter about 10 years ago. VR was now possible with current technology, leading to a peak of inflated expectations. That being the HTC Vive and Oculus Rift hype cycle that made people really excited for VR around 2015 to 2016. And then, as you may remember, the subsequent trough of disillusionment following headsets being really expensive, requiring a PC and the software being extremely limited. If you remember, everyone was saying VR was dead in 2017. This was that phenomenon. And after that comes what's called a slope of enlightenment, a period of exploration, more realistic expectations, and a time of innovation usually, then finally ending in a plateau of productivity, something that I'm sure that you'd recognize. And you could say that the next VR hype cycle started in 2020 and then just repeated this whole thing. The innovation trigger being the Quest and Quest 2 being standalone VR headsets, solving all the issues. No PC requirement while also a global pandemic was locking everybody into their homes. Meta and kind of everyone got way too excited about the metaverse, driving inflated expectations through the roof. And now, post all that hype, we're almost certainly in another trough of disillusionment. The general tech market is down, the metaverse is decades away, not months away, the Quest 2 is okay. People expected grand worlds, not PlayStation 2 Horizon worlds. But we're now on our way towards a slope of enlightenment, and I expect that the Quest 3 and PSVR 2 and Deckard and all the titles coming in 2023 will bring a pretty true plateau of productivity. So why am I even saying this or explaining all of this? Well, we've just experienced and gotten out of an awesome hype period in VR. Things have been great. Millions of headsets sold, billions of dollars of software sold, lots of excitement. But right now, the entire VR industry is admittedly in a pretty scary spot. Sales are down, meta is way down, and the excitement that was fueling this exponential growth curve has slowed down quite a bit. It's noticeable.
Yes.
And because of all of this, there have
Just
already
focus
been
on
and there will be
research.
lots more claims that VR is dead or lame or didn't follow through with the expectations. And rather than just shunning everything away, I think it's way easier to digest when you have a better understanding of how these markets usually work. And that this is all normal. It's okay. And as scary of a time as this may feel like, it's also one of the most exciting times to be in the VR industry. And I'll explain why in a second.
The only reason we're in a global financial crisis is because people are hoarding the money. The reason we even have billionaires, or rather the fact that we even have billionaires, is a failure of the economy. That's a failure. We live in a society, yes, that's a fact. But society doesn't need billionaires. Hell, society doesn't even need millionaires. You could be perfectly well off with like $100,000 every year. We don't even get that much. We don't even get close to that much. We probably get close to like 20K, if that. And we're doing just fucking fine. Sure, we don't have enough money to like buy stuff that we want, but we have enough to buy what we need. Why do you think that we're in such a global financial crisis? Is it because of COVID? Yeah, that's part of it. But the biggest problem of all is big corpo. They raising the prices. They just hoarding the money. All these rich bigwigs give zero shits about the people that buy their stuff. They just want more money. No, they just want all the money. They want all the money all the time. And everyone suffers for it.
I wonder when we're gonna get a revolution here.
Eat the rich. And if you're not going to eat them, tax the fuck out of them.
Yeah, tax the rich.
If you make more than $1 million, no, more than, if you make like 6 figures or more, you should have exponentially more tax to the government.
Yeah. Should this be that way? Like, tax
God, we do
richer
need a
people.
revolution.
Yes.
This shit ain't gonna continue forever. They're enjoying it while it still lasts. That's for damn sure.
Hi there.
Hi, Aegis.
Bah.
How you doing, Aegis? We were just talking about eating the rich.
Nah, they won't taste too good. Think of all the fat.
Why are you always quiet? Jeez. I have you on 200%.
I'm sitting further away from my mic because I'm eating at the moment, that's why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just finishing off my chicken.
Did you say chicken?
Yes, eating
Chicken.
my chicken.
Fried chicken? Fair enough.
Yes.
All our food keeps exploding.
Billionaires have lost blood privileges? I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to billionaires being like bled dry.
What they do in Finland.
Excuse me?
Aegis is right, probably about eating Musk or Zuck. Probably get a brain disease. Good point. Good point.
Yeah. There's a speeding ticket game where the speeders get taxed more for their bills to pay them off.
Right.
And it just gets all put into a safety. Like it's some random person like once every couple of months wins the pot if they behave. And it's mostly rich people getting clapped.
Fair. What is exploding? Did I miss something? Where Revolution versus the rich. Do not fuck the rich. We need a Robin Hood. We need a Robin Hood. Steal from the
Robin
rich,
Hood.
give to the poor.
Give to the poor.
Don't stick your dick in crazy.
Hey, yo, what?
Billionaires are crazy.
Yes, they are.
If I was a billionaire, I'd legit just make my money, make me more money, and then have a steady flow to my favorite charities. It's not even difficult to abuse the economy, so I could probably do it. Yeah, probably.
Yes.
Like, the economy has so many exploitable aspects, it's ridiculous. Yeah, pretty much. And I wouldn't even know what to do with the money. Like, I don't make much money as is. Like, and even then, I still struggle to, like, think of stuff to do with it. Mostly because I never know if I'm going to actually need it for something. Because the money that I make off of Twitch, it's like, one, it's not much, and two, it's effectively like spending money, right? Because even if I wasn't making money, this household would still be doing fine. But I struggle to figure out what to do with it. And because I grew up frugally, like trying to save money wherever possible, I'm extremely reluctant ever to buy anything. Like, unless I absolutely need it. So I feel guilty anytime that I buy a new game. Or even if a game is on sale, it has to be like extremely discounted. Otherwise, I feel guilty about it.
Yeah. Relatable.
I'm the same way. If I see a game on discount and I want it, I go for it at full price. Fuck no.
Anyway, back to the video.
But now it's time for the big news and why people are kind of freaking out. John Carmack, the consulting CTO of Oculus and also the co-founder of id Games behind Wolfenstein and Doom and Quake, has announced that after an 8-year stint of working with Oculus and Meta on VR, that his decade in VR has concluded and that he is leaving the company to focus on other endeavors.
Amazing.
But he didn't just leave. Instead, dropping an internal memo that's now leaked, sharing his dissatisfaction with Meta and the VR industry and how they've shaped up. And some of his quotes from that internal memo are particularly harsh and revealing and concerning, saying that Meta and Oculus are operating at, quote, half of the effectiveness, and has a ridiculous amount of people and resources, but we constantly are self-sabotaging and squandering effort, end quote. And while I personally and many other VR-interested people haven't always agreed with everything John Carmack says, he's not a god of VR, he has been known to be a strong internal voice at Meta that challenges the yes man internal structure. The internal structure that led to the $700 million value loss at Meta and resulted in 11,000 people being laid off recently. So, seeing Carmack leave, while not the end of the world, is a very troubling and concerning thing for the company and future of Oculus and Meta and inherently VR itself. And Andrew Bosworth, the current CTO of Meta, responded in a public memo titled "Why We Still Believe in the Future." And sorry to be comical here, but I'd really hope that you'd still believe in the future. But anyways, the memo is basically a reflection of the past year, acknowledging that 2022 was probably the hardest year for Meta yet, which I'd agree with, and explains that they're not necessarily going to be cutting back, instead finding ways to be more efficient in the future. Bosworth also mentioning that half of the Reality Labs spending is going towards AR, with a big push for mixed reality in the future. And of course, it was also mentioned that Quest 3 or some sort of follow-up to Quest 2 is on its way and sometime soon, but we kind of already knew that. And as honestly unsubstantial as this memo was, there is one set of lines that I really like, and it has to do with VR being in kind of a bad spot right now. But it's also an incredibly exciting spot. Quote, VR is at a very special moment. Fundamental new pieces of the hardware and technology stack are hitting the market for the first time, and a community of developers and users is unlocking its potential in new ways, end quote. And that to me, while I don't necessarily agree with Boz on many things, is a pretty good way to put it. A lot of people thought that this most recent wave of hype was going to propel VR way up here in the stars, but instead, we're somewhere around here. And growth was stunted not by any other reason than the fact that VR needs more experimentation, it needs more organic growth, it needs more developers, and it needs more development, and it needs the people that are passionate enough to learn, build, and be okay with failing before you succeed. And VR doesn't need to be this hyper super mainstream thing to be a healthy industry. And now we're truly on our way towards a slope of enlightenment. We've never had good VR hardware this cheap, with so many competitors on the way and with this many studios working on games. And I'm excited to see where this will all land us. Now is a time to experiment and build. And this won't be the last time that we're here in this trough of disillusionment.
To be fair, Clover, basically, I've read a lot about, antique stuff. You can do exactly that in the antique circuit. You buy stuff for low and sell for high because you find out the true value of stuff. Because you learn, the history behind the items. And that's how a lot of people make money. Well, I say a lot of people, but, it's not actually that much. There's not a lot of people that are really interested in antiques because no one gives a shit about history. That's how it is these days. No one gives a shit. They just want, whatever's going on in the present and in the future. That's all they care about. The present and the future. Because the past doesn't matter to them. They just want it now. They want everything right now. You know why that is? It's because no one wants to think. No one wants to think. They don't want to think about anything going on. Yes, Seja, I know that you love history. No offense, but you're in the low percentage of people that enjoy history. There's a very, very small portion of people that actually like history, like learning about it, like enjoying it, right? And let's be honest, the main reason you even enjoy learning about history is because of dinosaurs. Let's be honest.
That hit me.
Well, Sadra is a Spino, right?
Excuse
me. And you love T-Rexes, so...
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not like T-Rex lover is your name or something, huh? Right?
Yeah.
Huh. Huh.
Adorable noises.
No.
That was fucking cute. What the fuck was that?
I don't know.
Oh, jeez.
Stop bullying me.
You're adorable.
Fucking cute. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Something doomed to repeat it? Yeah. I think it was it Confucius that said those who do not remember history are condemned to repeat it?
Those who do not remember the past are doomed to repeat it.
That's what it was.
Something
like that, yeah.
Sound about right.
Yo, what up, elevator doors? How you doing?
Elevator doors?
Ian Stimkey. Yeah, elevator's been here since the beginning ish.
Can I ride elevator?
Oh,
I mean, I'm pretty sure
I want to hear their elevator noises. I know the gutters.
Like I said earlier, VR is a crazy enough technology that no matter what, the pursuit and passion to create crazy virtual worlds and experiences, and not to reject reality, but to instead explore virtual imagination is so strong that VR will never die. We are just in a constant rebirth cycle that gets better every time. And as the saying goes, VR is dead, and long live VR. Because
Apparently
as
VR is
anybody will
dead.
say, whether you've
So,
been in VR for a long time, or you're brand new here, or you're an engineer working on VR, we've still got a long way to go and a lot to learn. But what we have right now is still pretty freaking cool. And no matter what, I'll still be here sharing that really cool part. But now it's time for a meme break! The next quest killer is going to work out. Honest. Rest in peace, Pico 4. But
What the heck is
also,
Pico?
not really. Meta is legitimately
It's,
like the 90% market
headset.
leader, so even if Pico only takes off 1 or 2% as a dent in their market share,
Oh,
it's
I thought it
still a
was a
big
game.
deal. And taking
Basically-
away market share
basically a
from a massive
knockoff
market
class.
leader takes time. Just because a headset doesn't
I
sell
wouldn't
20
say
million
knockoff.
units right away in
It's
a
inspired by
downturn
the
and
Quest,
beat the
yes,
Quest 2
but
doesn't mean
not
it's
really
not
a
worth being
knockoff.
excited about. But this is still pretty funny.
Like, to be
and,
honest,
something I'm a
there's
little
only
guilty
so
of.
much you can do to
But
make like a
now,
VR
back to the
headset look
news.
different
And
from one
contrary to
another.
the negative first part of this video, we have some really fun stuff to go over. The
Imagine having
VR
money for
community
VR.
erupted into
I didn't.
backlash after Virtual Desktop, one
saved
of the
up
most
for that
widely
shit.
used
Took me,
applications
like,
on the Quest 2, announced a
a
pretty
long
huge
time.
update bringing a 20%
me over a
increase
year.
in PC VR performance, with an equally huge caveat. The update adds a requirement for
months,
a constant
how
internet
much
connection
of
to
that
use the
90%
software,
still
with
play
Gee's
with their
reason
headset?
being, quote, "This is unfortunate, but piracy has become a real problem.
I recently
and this is the
started
only way I
playing
can
with
keep
my
bringing you
headset
free
again.
updates for life," end quote. And the community using Virtual Desktop subsequently review bombed and lashed out against Gee, which is understandable. It's never a good precedent to make your entire user base suffer because of the action of the few or a few pirates. So Gee actually reverted that decision to instead only require an internet connection at the time of each update to check the license is
Also,
legit.
Nate,
And while
my
any
voice is not
DRM of
cute.
any kind really sucks, this is a way better situation
Lies
now.
and slanders.
But I also wanted to
Bex, you're
mention
adorable.
very seriously, please do not pirate VR stuff in general.
No,
This is a
it's
very
so
small
cute.
industry and every single sale matters
God
immensely to
fucking-
developers. But at the same
I'm
time,
like,
please developers don't
cutie.
start adding
I'm
this
fucking
online-only DRM
Thunder
that's
Junior
toxic.
right
It
now.
not only doesn't even fix the real
Aw,
problem,
such a
just makes the
big ol'
entire
heckin'
experience for everybody
cutie.
worse.
Shut
So like, let's just be
up.
nice to each other and save up for
No.
games and stuff. But anyways, the problem is
Who's
more or
your
less
good boy?
solved if you have legit license,
Who's your
and you'll
good boy?
get to enjoy that 20% performance improvement.
Jack's
But
a
seriously,
good boy.
good job community on saying this wasn't cool, and good job on Gee for rolling it out. Skydance Interactive, the studio behind the Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, have showcased a teaser for their newest VR game in a brand new VR IP, Behemoth. And while this
you
is
find
only a
these
cinematic
subby
trailer,
wubbies?
this
VR
is
chat.
not gameplay. It's looking to be really, really cool. And I'm
Oh,
getting some
God.
Skyrim vibes
not
that
even
are
wrong.
releasing for all
Yeah, it's
platforms
true.
next year. So for years now, I've been looking for a decent way to kick controllers to the side for VR, at least for some experiences like VR chat.
Oh,
But
I
there are
forgot
some
about that.
inherent big
Those, like,
challenges to
complex-looking
making hand tracking or
hands.
gloves
Yeah,
viable, like
haptics.
locomotion or buttons or tracking.
looks
But
so
Tokyo-based
cool.
Diver X, the pioneers behind the previously kind of weird but ambitious and never launched Half Dive, have announced a Kickstarter for a set of Steam VR tracked gloves
I
called the
want full
Contact
dive.
Glove. And I
I
actually
need
had the
full dive. I
opportunity
just
to
never
try an
want to
early
wake
version
up.
of these in Japan
never
on
wanna
my trip,
get up
and
or
I'll
wake
post
up.
that video at
Just
some
No,
point. I really
no.
enjoyed
Virtual
using them for things
world.
like VR chat. The Pro model even
Eat
features
up!
a
Order
back on
online.
fingertips, using a Tundra tracker for base station tracking, and are able to move around
just
using a
noticed
button
you changed
emulation
my
on the
name.
fingers
God damn
themselves.
it.
It's really interesting. And while it did take me a minute to get used
It's
to,
true,
they're
though.
probably some of the best gloves that I've used so far for this. But definitely
It was
hold up for a
changed.
moment before hitting up that Kickstarter, because I do have a pair of
I
gloves
am not
on
a
the way
cutie.
to make a full video,
A
and they should
baka,
be
yes,
arriving in
but
the next
not a-
couple weeks. So if you're
I
interested in
legit-
using gloves in VR
I
rather than
legit
controllers,
fucking
definitely
bought
keep
them.
on the lookout for that video. HTC Vive recently properly showed off their newest VR headset, and it seems to be exactly what we were expecting after Bradley's leaks. An extremely light and small Vive Flow style headset with full 6-off tracking and a depth sensor. We still don't know much on price or any other specifics, but HTC did say that they will be announcing and
I will
giving demos
squirt
of
you
the
with the
headset
squirt
at this
bottle.
year's CES, an event that I do plan on attending.
Yes, I will.
So keep on the lookout for that at the beginning of the year. And something interesting
You know
is
what?
that
No,
pretty much
squirt
everyone
bottle
is
ain't
saying
enough.
that
I'm
this
using
is
the
going to be
freaking
a Quest
hose.
competitor, but I have a feeling that the price is going to be quite a bit more than the Quest. So I guess we'll just have to
toaster
see in
ate my
January.
family.
And it's been a hot minute since there's been
And
good
now I'm
VR
sad.
news worth making a whole video on. So there's no
Lesson
question of the week, but you
shut.
can still ask me
Shut.
anything down below and I'll answer one of them next week. But I did want to mention something I'm really excited about. Virtually
Lesson,
Odd
you will
will
be
be making
next.
a comeback next year, as I've been getting my hands on a lot of really exciting VR hardware. And believe me, some of the stuff is truly odd. So I'm excited to go back to the grassroots for a little bit and make some fun hardware videos. And
I
let me know
don't know what
anything in
HUZZAH or
particular that you'd like to
HUZZAH
see,
is.
'cause I'll find it and I'll get my hands on it and I'll make a video. And I hope you enjoyed this week of VR news. Lots of interesting stuff, and we've got a pretty interesting future industry ahead of us. And I'm curious to see how Meta operates without someone like John Carmack at one of the helm.
Yeah, sorry, Prigs, I don't get it.
Who knows? But I did want to say thank you to all my Patreon supporters. I couldn't do any of this without you.
So what you're saying is that that joke was spitting fire?
I'm done.
Hi, done.
I'm Hito. Before you watch this one, Meme Comp just came out not too long ago. If you want to take a quick break from this.
What?
Unusual memes came out. If you want to take a break.
What do you think, guys? Do you wanna have a meme break?
Memes.
Yeah, I think meme breaks would be a good idea. Especially with the last video that we'll be watching on here.
Fair.
Oh yeah, that's a very fair point.
All right, we can have a meme break.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's in your feed or not, so.
There it is. An hour ago.
Yeah, the title's already good.
What, Chainsaw Man? Ooh.
Yeah, I have that on my watch later list. Honey Toast from Chainsaw Man.
That Dancing Bacon one is impressive.
Dancing Bacon?
He's a food reviewer.
Is that a fucking cookie?
Yeah. You can guess what happens.
Oh.
Before.
No, not the hamster. Hamster. Oh. What the fuck?
Oh shit. Oh.
That was. Oh.
Look, alright. I was comfy.
What?
You dumb bitch!
Green casserole.
Oh no! No!
Hito.
I don't lick fans.
You're a cat though, it means you do dumb things from time to time.
Yeah, but like, fans are dirty. No offense, guys, but like, you're kind of dirty.
Oh,
Mirka.
no. That's Cheez-Its.
Why?
I will still eat it.
Wait for it.
I hate it when people do that shit. Stop wasting food. Stop wasting drink. Stop breaking shit
Grandpa!
for the sake of breaking shit. Internet, thank you for the 25 biddies. Enjoy your dicks.
What?
That was a hospital.
Oh.
Oh.
You dumb bitch. What the fuck?
All the information. Want some treats?
Good job, Dum Dum.
Get fucked. Oh.
Damn,
Oh
boys.
shit.
Those are some hot dogs.
Holy shit.
Oh.
Bruh.
His quarters. Oh.
What the fuck?
Totally normal build there. Removing the much from the wall.
Oh.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
Yep.
What? Why?
I hate people doing this shit. Stop it.
Oh,
You got this,
the
boy.
dog. It's a smart doggo.
Go so fast, as fast as you can. Like run, and then stand up.
Oh!
What a fucking idiot.
Gas.
What the
What?
Jenny Zuba is here! It's Jenny Zuba! Jenny!
No.
Jenny the Uber!
Uber is a taxi.
Oh, hi, Slate.
Right there.
How you doing, Slate?
Oh,
Santa, no. always seen this one.
Bruh.
He's so happy that
No,
he's so
not the
happy.
cheese.
Uh-oh.
Nothing could possibly go wrong here, right?
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
Oh, wait.
No.
Not the puppy! Not the puppy!
Yeah, fuck that dog. Not literally, but like...
You need some help?
No. Stupid girl.
Is that a rat?
Yep, bye-bye.
Damn, that pocket looks a bit full, mate.
Why are people so afraid of rats? Stop being afraid of rats. Rats are cute.
I hate people that do this.
This is so fucking stupid.
Look how the ball it is. It's a ball house.
I fucking hate people. Bruh.
That's wrong.
Oh, that dude is jacked.
It's weird. I thought maybe I was shadow banned for some reason, but
what the
some people are getting notifications, some people aren't, and I'm still getting viewers, so.
Word.
What will crack first? The glass or the ice? Oh my god, guys. Right.
Well, alright.
Oh.
Well, alright.
I know I'm not fucking that high. Look at this shit. These two motherfucking dogs look like that. What the?
The boys. Oh.
It's gonna be right there.
What?
Saves it.
That was a sick save.
Good save.
Oh, Australian Shepherds.
What?
Funny about it's wasted food.
Oh, the little Joey's too big.
His silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no.
Yay.
Here you go. Oh no, May. Optimus.
Bruh,
Optimus.
drunk as fuck.
3, 2, 1. Happy New Year.
Why?
Oppressing.
Oh, this is just turning, man.
Oh my goodness.
Aw, little owl.
Little burb. Mud burb.
It is so tiny.
That's what she said.
Chat, this is what it's like having a parent on Discord is.
God, I hope I'm never a parent.
You already pretty much are with all the dad jokes you make.
I refuse to raise you. I am not your mother.
Who said you were
out
like
my food? What? You spit out your food? Oh.
Who says you're my mom? You can be just my aunt.
I was gonna say something there,
How
but
about
I'd rather
no?
not.
Like, bruh, I'm not even an insect. What the fuck?
Not A-N-T-A-U-N-T.
C-U-N-T? Yeah, sure.
You're my aunt.
Questions.
Hello and and welcome to
Pry, I am not cute. Shut it.
Tuesday, your #1 resource for the entire week's worth of VR news. From completely new Ready Player
Why am I
One-esque
so
VR
weak?
shoes aiming to kill the
Aw,
omnidirectional
Trexie's a big
treadmill
ol'
to a
heckin'
brand new
cutie.
feature-packed open source VR headset that's on the way
he's so
to one of the biggest
cute.
performance
I
quest
need
2
to
updates we've
stop.
seen yet. I hope
fucking
that everyone
adorable.
had an
I
amazing
need to
Christmas
stop
and holiday, but
self-sabotaging
VR is
myself.
now in season and we've got a lot to
I know
cover
one thing
today.
that can
So
stop,
let's
but I
just
won't do
get
it.
right into the news. Let's start this one off
Please
with something that I've
help
been really
me.
excited about. Last year, I talked about a brand new VR headset that was
Why
announced.
can't I call
the
you for
Somnium
short?
One. At the time, announced to be
Okay,
some sort of
dumbass.
open source device releasing at some
They're
point.
gonna call you
But after
Potato.
the initial announcement, everything went pretty much
don't
dark
give a
on the Somnium.
am-
That is until now. And from the information that we just got, I'm not only a little excited about this headset, but depending on a few
I'm just
factors,
gonna watch
this
the
could
video.
be my next main headset, at least
It
for
looks like
PC
a
view.
how many
But
people
let's get into
do you
the
make
specs
blush
first. The
just by
Somnium
saying
One
they are
is set to
cute
have
or
two
good
2880 by 2880 fast
I
LCD
feel like
panels,
it's probably a
so
large
the
amount.
same resolution as the Vario Aero, but with
Either
a
calling him a good boy
120
or a
degree
good
field of
girl,
view,
or
which is around
you're
the
just
same as
calling
the
him
Valve
cute.
Index. Also with built-in ultra leap hand tracking, eye tracking, native Steam VR tracking, all of
just have
that's
that
looking
effect on
awesome,
some
but
people.
here's where it gets really cool. This headset will also feature direct mixed reality pass-through, have the option for both typical lossless wired mode like we've always seen, and a wireless Wi-Fi 6 PC VR streaming mode, meaning you can just drop the wire. The really cool part about the Somnium One is it's completely open source
but it's
and
not
modular
Wi-Fi
nature,
7.
featuring 3 USB 3.2 Gen 2
I don't know the
Type-C
difference.
ports for pretty much any accessory
do
you can
I,
think
but,
of, like face
apparently
tracking or
Wi-Fi 7
DCI,
has,
or
like,
having the ability to
better
add
latency.
different modules or make entirely new modules or even change
Okay.
head straps. Really, anything you need for any purpose, you or anyone else can just make it. The only problem is that I haven't seen this headset in person or working at all yet, so I kind of need to see it to believe it. But turns out, in just a couple weeks, they will be showing the Somnium VR1 at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. And I will be
like
attending,
this
so
week.
I'll be able to give you guys the full
Yeah.
scoop on it in person very soon. And to give a little credence to the project, Somnium has partnered with VR engineers for this project, and that's the same company that makes the truly insane X-Tall that the Air Force uses, for example.
on.
And that's
It's like a fucking Call of Duty.
I-
There's goggle set up.
I would just like to point out, no one is going to say VR engineers. They're going to say Virgineers.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely.
Virgineers.
They are going to 100% call that Virgineers.
Virgineers, that's perfect.
Virgin is quality craft makers of.
Am I
VR
wrong?
headsets for the loneliness.
No,
Am I
you're
wrong,
completely
chat?
right.
Am I wrong?
No.
When I see that, I don't read it as VR engineers. I read it as Virgineers because that's how my brain works.
I was gonna call it Vinegarneers.
But Argineers in the
What the fuck?
freaking subtitles.
That doesn't even have an N in that part.
I don't know, my brain does thought vinegar when I saw it.
Maybe you just
Association.
have a craving for sour stuff right now.
I don't. I like eggnog more.
Oh, great. Break out the vodka, got it.
No. This vodka, not vodka, eggnog stays
Cedra
child
is a
friendly.
heckin' cutie, not to be confused with Sadra. Sadra's a Spino, Cedra's a dragon.
the same company that makes the
something
truly
else. We have
insane
Spinos
X-Tall
and
that
dragons
the
in
Air
this
Force
server?
uses, for example.
See you
So
later,
it'll definitely
Slater.
be interesting to see. And
See you
speaking
later.
of CES, you'll definitely
Later,
want to be on
Slater.
the lookout on this channel around that
It
time,
looks like
because
a
not
pair
only is
of
this
old
headset going to be
90s
there, but so is
creative
HTC with their new
PC
headset,
speakers.
Pimax with all of
It
their
looked like
new
Wally's
stuff, and supposedly some
eyes.
PSVR 2 stuff, and then some also unannounced
Wally.
VR stuff. And I will be covering all of it in
Wally.
person, so hit the
Waluigi.
subscribe button and the notification bell if you want to get the
Waluigi
full
time.
scoop as it's happening. But now let's talk about some
Penis.
meta news and this pretty massive update for the Quest. And well,
Okay,
Meta
where's the
just
squirt
announced
bottle?
that
I'm
you can
done.
make up to
Jeez.
$45,000
I
by
say
hacking
penis
the
and you
Quest,
immediately go to
Quest Pro,
squirting? What the
and
fuck?
the Pro controllers.
Oh my
So Meta has
fucking
always
God.
had a
Jeez,
bug hunter
Trex,
system
what the
where if
hell?
you find an exploit
Shut
on any of
up!
their devices
Dirty.
and report it to them, so
No.
they can
Why are you so
fix the problem,
dirty, Trex?
you'll
What the
likely
fuck?
get
Chad,
paid.
do not
For
believe her.
smaller
I am
exploits and
wholesome.
bugs, like for example
Wholesome
sneaking an app
my
around user
ass.
permissions, you can get paid
You
anywhere
don't know
from
anything
$500 to
about me,
$3,000
Potato.
as long
Quiet.
as the exploit is
I know
qualified.
you're
But
a
to hit
heckin'
cash
dumb,
outs like the
cute
$45,000 that I talked about, you'd probably need to figure out a major exploit like
Still can
remote
barely
play
hear
execution.
Aegis,
And
whatever.
Meta just added new guidelines as they're trying to figure out if there's any security flaws with specifically their Pro
Why am I
controllers and the
attacked
Quest
left
Pro,
and right?
since they're two new devices entirely. And these payouts have actually been pretty substantial. Meta
Because
having paid out
Trex,
around
you're
$2
cute.
million to hackers this year. And out of the 10,000
I am
reports,
not
750 of them have
quiet.
qualified for a payout. And this whole thing makes sense. It's pretty normal for the industry in general. Because really, bug catcher systems like this end up being a whole lot cheaper than a $1 billion lawsuit because someone figured out how to turn a Quest 2 into a spy cam. So
Help
hack
me.
away
Aw,
and
you're
get
so
paid
cute.
45 grand is on the table. But now finally onto the Quest stuff. So
Aw,
honestly,
so
I've been
cute.
pretty surprised and impressed with the Quest 2 and how much
so
Meta has been able to
heckin'
squeeze out
cute.
of it. Since launch, it's gotten
Check your
so many
little
updates from
heckin' cutie.
AirLink to hand tracking
Yes,
to
yes.
fixed foveated rendering. The device for the most part has just gotten better and better, I guess besides for the few updates that break things. But this most
I'm
recent
not
update
cute.
adds quite a bit, even
you
though
a
it
good
feels like
boy?
it's kind of just a little something something to cushion
Oh,
the blow of John
no,
Carmack leaving the company.
why?
But that's besides
All
the
right,
point,
time
because
to
the Quest
server
2
mute
just got a
Aegis.
7% total performance upgrade, done completely
What?
by a software update. And this update increases the GPU's clock from 490 megahertz to 525 megahertz.
Aegis,
And while that may
no.
seem like a small clock
Unmute
upgrade,
him.
7% is quite a bit, and it will be
Or
noticeable
them.
on both the development side
Unmute
of
them,
things
come
and the typical
on.
usage
Yeah,
for just about
nerd.
everything. And when you're
Can do it
working with a mobile
myself.
processor, literally every smidgen of power
Fine,
can
I'll
and
do it
be
myself.
used, and this is substantial. And for every
It's
single
like
app
really
that
ever-
may currently
I
struggle
thought that was
or
Kasuna
occasionally
just
drop a
then.
few frames here and there, that 7%
your
boost
face.
means overall better performance.
Golf is
when
a
you
little
need it
annoying
most.
to play in
And for
VR,
newer
Jack.
titles or for any current
most
title really,
definitely.
if a developer wants to take the time, they can now either increase the base resolution or add a little flair, or what I think we'll see most of is increased
Wait, who
texture
can see?
resolution.
Nate, are you talking
Just
about me?
In general, Quest 2 games will and should look and perform just a little better. A particular case where this would be really noticeable in the future is something like Bone Lab, where the foveated rendering can get really egregious on the standalone version. And this extra headroom is specifically for that, allowing the automatic foveation to be turned down just a little bit. Although I should say that this isn't a totally integrated solution yet. I mean, there's nothing developers or yourself need to tick in settings for this to work, and it should be working for pretty much any Quest 2 on V47 or later. And by that, I mean it just uses the extra headroom automatically when it needs it. But currently, you can only activate the setting by opening the app and then either taking
gonna
off the
headbutt ya.
headset
I'm
and
gonna
turning it back
headbutt ya.
on, or by performing
I'm gonna
a
butt
sleep
head ya.
cycle, i.e. pressing the power button once to
fucking
go to
excuse
sleep
me?
and then pressing it again to wake it up. And I'm not sure why you gotta do this,
trying to
but
butt
Meta
head
just
ya.
said this is what you gotta do to make that extra power available. However, after V49, whenever that comes, this will be completely unnecessary as this feature will always be available and
Peter, you
turned on.
crazy.
And I feel like I should
No, I'm
also
cringe.
mention
It's
that while this clock update is awesome,
ass
the
nay,
Pico
nay,
4
baby.
actually has the
Boomer.
exact same GPU, but still runs at a higher clock even, at 587 megahertz, leading to games like Red Matter having a visibly higher resolution and games looking
Ooh,
better
that's
in general.
cool.
And I'm still
Your
working
face
on
has
that
a higher
headset review, by the way.
resolution.
It's going to be a good one.
Got
But
'em.
this means that it's pretty plausible that we
No.
may be getting
That's
more performance
objectively
updates
true.
like this in the future. It's clear that there is more headroom. It maybe can
Shit.
be pushed even further. The Pico 4 being a clear example. It's just a matter of Meta actually doing it or whether or not the Quest 2's cooling can even handle it. Which makes me think maybe I should release that unreleased video of me doing water cooling on the Quest 2 again. I
What
wonder
the
how far we
fuck?
could actually push this thing if we could overclock it. But now
No.
it's time for a meme break! So, looks like the Quest 2 has been selling extremely well this Christmas. The Quest
right.
app is on top of the App Store, and so many people are going to be getting into VR. This is so great. I just can't wait.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
And now, back to the news. So I've been incredibly
I'd
interested
rather
in omnidirectional
die.
treadmills and alternative forms of locomotion for VR for a long
Oh,
time.
fuck.
From the
Not
catwalk
even
to
wrong.
big Ready Player One setups.
Great, now we got
I just kinda
Zen Zs
don't
in
like
this
having
place.
to always use the thumbsticks for VR. They are an easy solution and they do work, but after feeling how immersive walking and running in a virtual world
I don't know,
is,
what do you
I
call
just
this
know that
generation?
there's going to be a better way to
Or
do this
those-
in the long term. And recently, I've seen a brand
the
new company
generation of
pop up showing off
disappointment.
something that actually looks pretty
That
darn
works.
impressive. These are the Free Aim VR shoes. a set of supposedly lightweight shoes with rollers on the bottom that provide foot tracking, haptic feedback, kinetic feedback, and allow you to walk somewhat naturally in VR by just walking. The demo showing someone walking in Skyrim with a pretty normal looking walking gait, but the technology they're using is a little more complex than it seems at a glance. These aren't just roller skates that you strap on your feet blindfolded. Instead, each shoe is essentially what they call an intelligent autonomous robotic vehicle miniaturized into a shoe, using omnidirectional wheelbases and motors to 1, keep you in the center of your play space no matter what, and 2, keep you from slipping. And from the demos, it actually looks pretty darn good. Maybe a little clunky, but this is a prototype that's still in development. And I think some of the most impressive parts that I'm seeing from the free aim shoes are the fact that the developers state that this will be a much cheaper solution to something like the Catwalk slide mill. And obviously it doesn't take up quite the size of the slide mill and certainly weighs less.
Yeah.
Plus this has something called kinetic feedback, a feature that I've never seen before, but it looks really interesting. The example that they gave us is, say a building explodes in front of you in VR. The shoes will move you back just a little bit, which that combined with the audio and visual and haptics apparently make a really immersive experience, but I'd have to try it out for myself. One thing I did notice, however, is that they didn't show or recommend running, which is one thing I do like about the Catwalk. Instead, only recommending fast walking. And really, these things just take a lot of money and time to manufacture and bring to a mass market, and the company is stating that they're looking for investment to bring these to mass market, but this is right up my alley, and it's something that I will definitely be testing as soon as I can get my hands, or I guess feet, on a unit. Like I said, I've always been really into this sort of thing, and I'd be interested in comparing its usability and prospective price directly against the newest Catwalk. Valve recently made some pretty big changes to the Steam store regarding all VR content. They say as a change to, quote, keep up with the growing VR market, end quote. And a lot of people got into a tizzy last week about it when they saw the VR support section was removed from games on the Steam store. At the time, only leaving a tracked motion controller support icon. But Valve said that they did not remove the VR support tag from the Steam store, instead they just moved around things and streamlined the experience. So now, VR supported apps just look a little bit different. Now, all games that have VR support will either have VR only or VR supported next to the game with flags for those two sections, as well as a tracked motion controller support flag. And it's kind of a weird change. I didn't really see any particular reason to change it, but it's done, so here it is. But I do gotta wonder, why even change this now? So one of my favorite VR games of all time, actually one that goes really under the radar most of the time, is about to get its long-awaited sequel. Vertigo, actually one of the original 2016 classic VR games, later getting a sizable update in the form of Vertigo Remastered, bringing its 2016 mechanics into the modern age, has had its sequel, Vertigo 2, announced for March 30th, 2023. And something that's pretty interesting is that you can go and play Vertigo 2 demo right now for free and get a feel for it. And now's a really good time to do it whether you've played it or not, because the entire demo has been overhauled to reflect the state of the full sequel. So go ahead and download it and give it a go, it's free. Vertigo Remastered has long lived in my mind as just a great VR game with an entertaining and fun story and some good mechanics, so
look at them.
This game is coming next after years of waiting. But now it's time for question of the week. And this week we have a good one.
To say, look at that.
How do you feel about location-based VR?
The giant
now
enemy
defined
star.
Void Star Wars experience? And I actually answered this in the comments, but I thought it was such a good question that I'd answer it here
Hello,
too.
Gear.
And I think location-based VR can be really cool, but at least from the locations I've been to, I don't think nowadays in 2023 they offer anything significantly better than off-the-shelf solutions. And in many situations, they're pretty outdated and offer worse experience than just buying a Quest 2 or having a PC VR setup. And the only way that I could see location-based VR working really well, at least now in the era where you can buy it cheap.
Did you know that, like, over at Gearhead's place, he can do commissions for you? He can do commissions of 3D printed stuff.
It will?
Yeah, you could go over to Gearhead's channel, do !COMMS comms for commissions. He's taking commissions for 3D printed stuff. So go over there, and if you want something 3D printed, he can do that. I think he's also messing around with stickers. So yeah. Go over there, commission him, give him money. Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Also, Trex is cute.
No.
That was the least convincing no I've ever heard.
No.
Cutie.
Most definitely a cutie.
VR headset is to bring truly next level insane VR experiences. Something that you can't really do at home. And not just because they won't let you download the games at home, but to make the hardware and software and environment something totally new and cool and different. But this sounds pretty expensive and also sounds like it would require a pretty crazy marketing push, so I'm not sure if we'll see that anytime super soon. But that was question of the week, so make sure to leave your own down below and I may just answer yours next. And I want to say thank you to all of my Patreon supporters, especially my Omegas. I couldn't do any of this without you. And don't forget to like this video if you loved it, subscribe if you want more of this, and
all right, here's the video we've been waiting for. VR chat criminals.
All right, let's do this.
A
Time to be
36-year-old man
informed
was
with the
arrested
drama.
after having lived in a 15-year-old girl's closet for more than a month. 2022, a 25-year-old Florida man arrested after kidnapping a 13-year-old girl in Utah. 3 days ago, a 26-year-old man arrested after abducting a 13-year-old boy after stating he's going to spend the rest of his life with him. These are all different scenarios, but there is one thing that every single one of these cases has in common. They all met in VR chat.
Parents, what are you doing, man?
It's a block away.
Everybody lies about their age on everything.
Look into what their kids are doing.
And communicate using an Oculus device or a virtual reality headset.
This is just stranger dangers pretty much whenever it comes to kids.
So, this is the last video on my channel for the year of 2022, but it's probably one of the most important videos of the year and in the coming years. With yet another Christmas and another few million VR headsets sold and another round of a few million children entering VR for the first time, I think we're caught in the middle of a significant problem that is only going to continue to grow. And while there have always been these sorts of problems, social VR kind of changes everything. And regarding social VR, we'll be talking about VR chat in particular. It's currently the most active and fastest growing VR-centric social platform on the planet, opening the floodgates to bring people together from around the world of all sorts of backgrounds, locations, genders, and of course, ages. And for all the good that can bring, it can also bring just as much potential for the most terrible of situations to occur. Situations like we just talked about and that we'll investigate more just a little later. And while this is not a new issue for the internet, the issues themselves have evolved because of the nature of virtual reality. And the core of the problem is that the mass majority of people just don't get it. Mainstream news doesn't get it, parents don't understand it, and children, quite frankly, don't understand it either. And unless you've spent hundreds of hours within VR chat and delved into the depths of what it really is, you probably don't understand it either. And in order to understand how this is happening, I think we need a better understanding of social VR in general. So, what is VR chat really? VR chat is not a game. It's not a chat room. It's not a World of Warcraft-esque massively online multiplayer title, and it's not a social media website. VR chat is a 3D virtual reality compatible online platform that allows its users to quite literally create anything they want. You're not restricted to a character creator or specific models made by developers, and if you have the know-how, which is really just a basic knowledge of any 3D modeling software and VR chat's game engine, you can import whatever you'd want. And since it's online, you can share your creations with tens of thousands of other users instantly. To put it in one sentence, within VR chat, you can be anything, be anywhere, and do it with anyone. And this sort of thing has existed before. Second Life is probably the closest thing to it. But there is a massive fundamental difference between VR chat and literally anything that came before it. And from an outside perspective, it just looks like a game with a bunch of anime girls and furries running around. But I argue that this assessment and assumption is
really
both
not
dangerous
wrong.
and naive. So, a better way to put it, imagine total creative freedom to not only create anything, but to be in the virtual space. When you load up VR chat and put on a headset, you are wearing new virtual skin. You're not looking at a game map anymore. You are in the virtual world. And this is part of why people are quite literally addicted to it. Some spending more time in VR chat than in their physical lives. And it makes sense. In one night, I can go from playing a DJ set live for 1,000 dancing people to exploring exploring beautiful, impossible spaces, to then watching a movie with a group of friends together on a couch talking about our days and lives. VR chat isn't a game, it's a new class of thing, and the best way I could explain it is it's a place, or more properly, unlimited places. And in those places, anything can happen. And as beautiful and amazing
It's pretty
as
much just
those
the
places and experiences and interactions can be,
who would've guessed?
when there's this much
Pretty much
freedom
just the
and
virtual
this much immersion,
multiverse,
enough
pretty
to make
much.
people prefer their virtual lives over physical, there's also the potential
I guess you could
for
call it
terrible
a
things to happen.
Meta.
And I want to take this moment to talk about VR chat's current culture and climate, because this is a
No,
very
stop.
important
This is
part of
making
the
too
whole
much sense.
equation.
Stop.
To say VR chat is just full of
No.
beautiful
It's pretty meta,
creativity
isn't
and
it?
wholesome communities
No.
would be
No.
terribly wrong. But also, to say VR chat is just full of degenerate creeps and harassful, not safe for work environments would also be very wrong. Here, everything you can imagine exists. For every fun, harmless game or beautiful world, there's a strip club. For every meme or wholesome avatar,
okay.
there's a lewd, not safe for work one that can strip naked. And just because of how the community has grown since its launch in 2017, a lot of things generally slant towards
2017,
bias. Drinking, lewd avatars, stripper poles, partying, flirting, or open talks about ERP, which is basically just virtual. And for an adult user, this isn't really a problem. It's really not all that different from going out on a Friday night. Plus, this is only a fraction of VR chat. There's so much more to explore, and you can completely avoid most adult content. But at some point, you will be exposed to it. The way VR chat is set up, there's very little moderation or separation between these lines.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
the problem starts when
yeah.
VR chat becomes a melting pot of people from all ages. You've got kids screaming and meme avatars right next to half-naked adults drinking and talking about their relationships. And in some cases, it's a very weird and inappropriate mixture. And we're kind of in this weird situation where VR chat leans towards a mature audience while the largest influx of new users is significantly younger. And with VR chat's age requirement only being 13 years or older, some of the most common public areas sort of turn into a place that would never exist in a real-life scenario.
I think it should
where
boot up to be
playgrounds are
15,
right
to be
next door
honest.
to strip clubs, except there's no teachers
Should
or
be 18
bouncers
plus.
keeping everything in check. But I'd argue that's not even the biggest problem.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about age requirements later because that's a hotly debated subject. But when you really break it down, VR chat is just a reflection of real life. And that's where the real problem lies. Media obviously doesn't know or understand what this VR thing is, and parents certainly don't either. Hypothetical Timmy gets a VR headset for Christmas. The parents expect it to just be a game console like a Switch, but instead of Beat Saber and Mario, they end up spending most of their time in free applications like VR chat, something that Timmy's parents don't know even exist or can't even fathom its existence because they've never even seen anything like it before. The real problem here is a lack of real knowledge. Parents
Why
being
you're Sonic the Hedgehog?
tools and devices that they don't even know what it's capable of. And unfortunately, this exact situation just 3 days ago led to Aaron Zeman, a 26-year-old man forming an online relationship with a 13-year-old boy, initially on Roblox. But after the parents caught wind of the relationship and the extremely disturbing messages, the parents took away internet privileges and turned the phone into the police. They did the right thing. Except they didn't know a thing about VR chat or the online capabilities of a Quest. And through this loophole and through the privacy of a VR headset, a relationship persisted between the boy and Hunter Fox, as Aaron called himself online. Them hanging out multiple times in VR chat and Aaron posting about these encounters on Twitter, very disgustingly might I add, until he arranged to pick up the boy, which he nicknamed his lamb, for a camping trip, driving all the way from Utah to Nebraska before luckily getting caught and called in by a gas station clerk. Aaron, or Hunter Fox, was then arrested and charged with kidnapping and resisting arrest. The 13-year-old boy luckily ended up safe and back in his family's arms later that day, 800 miles away from home, coerced, manipulated, and taken advantage of by an actual self-proclaimed VR chat. And this most recent case isn't the first, and it won't be the last. I asked on Twitter if anyone has stories of anything similar so I can bring this to light, and I was expecting a few replies, and instead, I got hundreds. We have a problem. Something has to change about this mixing
There's a
pot
problem.
because it's actually creating an unsafe environment not only for VR chat and its users, but for social VR in general. And the problem isn't going away. In fact, it's only going to get bigger. And here is how we can maybe stop cases like this before they even start.
I'm not gonna say who, but I recently had a chat with a friend, and they were talking about how they had to like go and talk to someone that was like catching feels for a friend that happened to be 14 years old, and the person in question was like, I think they were like 25 or something, 25, 26, something like that. Oh, it was 28. It was 28. They were 28. And like they had to go and talk to that person and be like, "Yo, this person is 14. This person is 14. You got to stop. You got to stop." Yeah.
Gotta get some good old slap across the face.
Yeah. Again, I'm not saying who it was. But yeah, that I don't know like when exactly it happened, but fuck.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
Going to take more than just better parenting
There's a
or
lot of
reporting or
predators.
changing age restrictions. This is a whole community-wide effort to not only protect the thing and place that we care about, but also to protect the people within it. And this may not and likely is not an end-all solution, but it's something. So, parents, this all starts with you.
Yeah,
the
parents.
internet isn't what the internet was.
Fix your shit.
And VR
Start caring
isn't
about
what
what
the
your
internet
kids
is.
do.
Think of VR,
Or
especially
they
social
become more
VR, not as
victims.
games, but instead places. If you are giving your child open access to virtual reality, you're allowing them to go anywhere and do anything and do it with anyone. And just like how the internet is not a safe space, neither is VR. Sorry. And there are lots of amazing parental tools on the Quest 2. Utilize them. I have all the links down below on how. You can block apps,
Good call.
see what's going on, and do whatever you need to do to monitor your child and keep them safe. But also understand that a VR headset is not a babysitter.
Yeah, exactly.
Because what you're actually doing by using a VR headset as a babysitter is asking random people to watch over your kid. And obviously, not everyone is a good person, and the interactions you have in VR are not only realistic, but can be very impactful. So, be in the know. Maybe actually spend time with them in VR. See for yourself where you're sending your kid and with what kind of people they're hanging out with. And if they don't want you to do that, then well, I think you get my point. But at the same time, VR and social VR can be this amazing and beautiful place of creativity and expression and friendship. But I strongly urge you to be a part of the process. You wouldn't drop off your kid at a random club with 22-year-old strangers, would you? Well, it's not all that different in VR. And I don't think completely shutting out things is smart either, but instead educating much better on internet safety. And before you do that, you need to take the initiative to educate yourself first, to see what kind of spaces you're allowing your kid to be in. And I will say this again, if you think something like VR chat is just a game, you're being dangerously naive. And I don't know who needs to hear that, but if you know someone who bought their 13-year-old a Quest 2 in the past couple years, you might want to send them this video because it just might actually save them. And to the community, I think we all need to take child safety a lot more seriously. Most of you know what VR is all about, and you've seen some weird things happen. Well, just like if you were to see some sus things happening with a creep on a playground, intervene, report. The crazy part about VR is if you see something happening, you can literally get in the middle of it and shut it down. And within your friend circles, make it a point that harassment, weird activity, grooming, underage anything is not okay, and it never will be, and it never should be. Zero tolerance. And in terms of things that VR chat itself can do, it's hotly debated whether VR chat should even be listed as a 13 years or older application, or if it should be raised to 16 or 18 plus. And honestly, I don't think the age requirement is going to change anytime soon unless there's pressure from some larger entity. Plus, even if it was increased, if that age requirement is just behind a tick mark that you press, it's going to be circumvented anyways. And also, for all of the adult content that there is in VR chat, there's the majority of content that just isn't 18+. Personally, I think a great addition would be what IMVU did years ago, adding an opt-in government ID third-party age verification icon. This way, you know for a fact that if your world has 18+ content, only 18+ verified users will be allowed in. And this will not stop public world harassment and grooming situations, but this offers a specific place and separation for adult content that shouldn't be accessible or public to everyone anyways. And this alone would have stopped that BBC situation just a few months ago where a reporter posed as a 13-year-old and went to an actual strip club and was harassed terribly. There is a lack of lines and borders and boundaries between 18+ and non-18+ content in VR chat, and it is becoming a problem. It is a problem. But beyond that, the only thing we really can do now is be serious about making VR chat a safer place, making sure that you report as much as possible when things are going bad. And in turn, we need to expect those reports and moderation to be taken very seriously.
Monkey.
Now, look. This video is not out to bash VR chat and its user base. I know for a fact that someone out there will take this completely out of context and ignore the actual message that I have here. And it's that VR chat and all social VR, Neos, Chill Out VR, Rec Room, and Horizon, I guess, even Gorilla Tag, PokerStars, all of them. I only focus on VR chat because it's the biggest and it's where this actually happened. All of these things are amazing. The possibilities are mind-boggling. I can make friends with people across the world and create and share and build like never before, and throw events for hundreds of people. It's crazy. And in case people are wondering why I even like VR chat, it's because it can be a beautiful and amazing and inspiring place where I have met true friends. For something so virtual, it offers real value to my real life. But
I can't imagine that at all.
Inherently dangerous place. It's a cross-section of the internet.
Who are you people? How did I get in here?
Cross-section includes all the good and all the bad. And it's time that we start being
Barney
serious
is a
about
dinosaur
educating
from
parents,
our
kids,
imagination.
about
Hello.
privacy, so that we can stop as
I
many
take
of these
it they're
situations
talking
as
about what
possible.
happened
And I'm not saying I know the best way to do it. The fact is that we have a choice
I
to
just got
let
back
it
and I just
happen
heard
or to do something,
just enough
anything.
to know
And
is
I guess my
gotcha.
role here is to just bring attention to it and try and educate the best I can about the strengths and the weaknesses and the dangers of social VR, and to talk about what VR chat really is before something like this happens again. We need better parenting and stronger
Everything has pros
communities
and
regarding
cons.
VR everything. We need better parenting, better education, and stronger communities regarding VR everything. It's a new
I mean,
frontier, and we
honestly,
as
we
a
hope we
community
don't
can
have
help
cons,
spread that
'cause
message
with
better than
cons,
any
that means
news
like we have bad
platform
people
or
who want
article. So, for the sake of this place that we love, and for the sake of everyone's safety, let's do it.
I have
Anyways,
accepted
let me know
defeat
down
at this
below
point.
what you thought. I hope everyone has
Good,
an
'cause you're
amazing new
cute.
year. And let's make 2023 the best year yet, not just for this channel, but
Where's
for
the
VR
eggnog?
as a whole. And let's work
What's wrong,
towards
cutie?
a safer community as well. I'll link some
Not
good
Christmas
resources in the
anymore.
description
No
for you to
eggnog.
check out. Stay safe out there.
Shut up,
and
eggnog.
share this around as much
Eggnog
as
is
you can.
good.
Until next year,
The
much
kid-friendly
love,
kind.
and thrill out.
All you're allowed to have now is smegnog.
Please don't
Excuse
say
me.
that ever
What is
again.
that?
Please don't say that again, Hito.
What?
Smegnog? What is smegnog?
You don't want to know.
You really don't want to know.
You really
Chad,
don't want to
what
know.
is it? Chad, what is it?
No, that's forbidden.
I want to know.
Oh man.
You don't. Oh, did you ever watch that Yakuza video?
Gonna watch it now.
There are spoilers in this video. Yakuza 0 is a groundbreaking business
All right, if anyone doesn't want Yakuza 0 spoilers, now is the time to mute for like the next 20 minutes. All right?
I don't care.
This is brilliant. I
You
love
don't
this
want
video
spoilers
so much.
for Yakuza 0. You probably want to leave for a little bit.
Even the
All right.
subtitle says there are spoilers in this video.
Caution.
Yes.
There are spoilers in this video.
Caution,
Also,
you are
Trex
a
is cute.
weeb.
Oh, he's so cute.
Would Chex be a marketable plushie?
It's
Probably.
fucking what?
Marketable plushie.
Okay, which Which version though? Are we talking about Wendigo? Are we talking about Monkey? Are we talking about Skeleton? Or are we talking about normal me?
T-Rex plushie.
And I'm asking you which version because there's like 3 different versions of myself.
Rex, every version of you is cute.
God damn it.
And everything.
It's
and
almost
everything
like it's because
comes
of
in a
your
free pack.
personality being so fucking adorable. He just can't handle it.
Not gonna lie, that
Aw.
sounds exactly like Cal when he makes noises. That was fucking
What an
scary.
adorable boy. Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, he's a good boy.
Oh.
Now we just sound like a
Aw.
cracked up toad.
Little boy, she Twix. Aww.
Why?
Because it's fun.
God
you're adorable.
damn it.
Those are like the 2 best reasons. 1, it's fun, and 2, you're adorable.
Nate. Shut up.
Yeah. All right. Again, there are spoilers in this video. Let's go.
There are spoilers in this video. Yakuza 0 is a groundbreaking business management and unhinged violence simulator where the player is tasked with the thorough exploration of people's faces using your fists. In this Oriental-inspired entertainment product, it's up to you to beat dastardly criminals
disagree on
nearly
calling
to
it
death,
Oriental.
manage the economy, manage women as a pimp, do the yoinky-squonky, grant pizza to the illiterate, and so much more. In the backdrop of a murder mystery crime drama incited by rampant real estate speculation, we play as the hard-boiled Yakuza, Kiryusa Bumafu, and Goro Meningitis as they prowl the streets of that weird city from Persona 5. Along the way, doing an excess of justified self-defense mugging
I don't
to
know,
spend
Sager,
their
that sounds like
ill-gotten
effort.
gains on increasingly odd behavior, all in an effort to untangle a sinister power struggle taking place within the Silly Spaghetti People Club.
What is
with such
HH?
esteemed members as the entire
the
cast
Hanover
of
server.
Goodfellas and a Sundowner from the
What?
Metal Goose series.
It's
Of course,
like a
innocents
community
will be
server.
caught in the crossfire. It's an inclusive game.
like
What is
Whether
it?
I was on the stage, getting invested
A
in the
bunch
plot,
of,
performing
our
gentrification,
streaming
or just
communities,
watching
like,
literal in-game
combined.
pornography, I was always held at the edge of my seat, wondering what could possibly
like
come
friends
next.
in
So
general.
despite the darkness and absolute certain murder, it maintains a tonal dissonance I can only describe as neck-shattering in a way that is always a breath of fresh air. With all this said and done, I invite you to enjoy
If my
the
sound is gonna be
bizarre world
recorded,
of
I'm gonna-
Yakuza 0
I
and
want
the
money.
thrilling experience of
I want
its
pay.
conventional karaoke.
I don't even get paid. What the fuck?
I love you. That's where it came from?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Legendary Sun series.
I'm one voice to sing.
Better place to start than with the various methods we employ to atomize people into their base particles. With 2 playable characters and 8 unique fighting styles, there is always variation. And for the blind people in my audience, Yakuza is a beat-em-up in the most literal sense possible, matching the player against absolute Mongolian hordes of strange characters such as goons,
Wait, hold up. Didn't I
bikers,
watch you
your
do a
own
Let's
Yakuza,
like
Men in Black, and
stream
Chinese
this?
men. Don't worry, these delicate hands would never kill anyone unless they don't subscribe. Ring that like button, smash the bell. We attack using a
Smash
flurry
the
of different, intricate combos to build our primordial rage meter, which we use to cause the real damage in the form of hundreds of completely
it's
absurd
nonstop
animations
chaos.
ranging from light jabs to permanent injury and certain death. The beauty in all of this is that, like the beautiful and respectable
Very good
sounding
editing in
Japanese
this
language,
video.
expulsion of our death resource is context sensitive, with possibly hundreds of different, entirely unique animations, all dedicated
Yeah,
to
no one
Kiryu's
dies.
never-ending war on bones.
Kiryu has
Are you
never
carrying a
killed
giant
anyone.
cone? That's an animation. Are you near a ledge on this one level? Well, not to worry. Or maybe you just have a box. Serve that shit up faster than FedEx. Every single takedown is this gratuitously violent. But don't worry, neither of our characters canonically kill anyone. We just give them lifelong disabilities that
Wait,
are
what?
worse than death. Since I'm feeling generous, let's talk about
Wait, no, so it's
exactly
canon
how
that the
playing as
guys that
Kiryu
they quote, unquote,
Kazu, our fighting
kill don't
styles
actually
consist
die?
of the Brawler, a classic, fast-moving fighting style focused on
Oh.
replicating the police experience. Rush Hour, a quick-attacking and dodge-heavy
So I guess it
moveset
does get
well-suited
knocked
to
out
cowards. And
in
Monkey
canon.
Mode, which instantly adds several hundred pounds of muscle mass that you then have to
You could
drag
give
around.
someone
It's not
28
very
stab
good.
wounds,
Switching to our
and
next
they'll be
character,
fine.
Pirate Captain Goro Majima gives us the funky styles. As a thug, we have a wide range of generic moves and the fucking neck snapping power. I don't think they're going to get back up. As a breakdancer, yes, a breakdancer, we sacrifice takedowns for style in the most absurd and flashy way possible. And as a slugger, we cheat by pulling out the fucking baseball bat and wield it like nunchucks, letting us hit quite hard and exploit every boss in the game.
I want to wield a baseball bat like a nunchuck.
On top of this, there are two secret fighting styles normally completely inaccessible to the player, and unfortunately the process for acquisition is very interesting. One might say physically painful. As early as Chapter 7, you're given the business opportunity of establishing a whore monopoly, and Majima takes it with great enthusiasm. To unlock the final fighting style, we will have to run our cabaret club well enough to unseat the 5 prostitution daimyo of Japan. It'll be a fun side quest, I told myself, just like Oblivion. That's a fun game. There are many ways to run a high society cabaret club, like abuse, but a true manager of a great establishment has many factors to consider. Contrary to popular belief, all women are different, but like the caste system, all people can be classified. Our objective is to keep the customer as happy as possible by balancing our women's specializations. Some girls are cute, others are great at conversation, and some are skilled. Akina has a degree in biomedical engineering. Poor patrons, like me, have very low expectations and can be pleased with rubbing rocks together, while wealthy patrons have refined tastes like physical and mental abuse. Every employee has their limits, and it's up to you to stretch them as far as possible. Truly, we are the Bezos of cabaret. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be attending the poor people hunt. Of course, as a proper host, it's up to you to attend to every customer, whereupon things go from relaxing to batshit. Every time you wait a table, you'll receive a cryptic hand signal from the girl, which tells you what the customer desires. And if you want to please them, you better remember all of them. What the fuck are you trying to say? I don't, I'll be back with a gun. And just in case this wasn't painful, every time you go to a new table, the game will throw a fucking flashbang. So over the course of a never-ending grind, I was given the most painful migraine I will ever get in my life. This screen and this music inspire my killing urges. By the way, this game is a beat-em-up, so to conclude our cabaret adventure, our reward is the Mad Dog style, which allows you to wield a knife and sprint at fucking breakneck velocity, striking your foes like a cracked-up Doberman.
He has activated gremlin mode.
Kill people. Oh fuck, that looks pretty sharp. Anyways, good luck. Playing with the knife style is absolutely an experience, one that I would never repeat ever again. So when I heard that unlocking the other secret style involved 8 hours of the real estate quest, I promptly had a PTSD attack. Kiryu is going to have to do without the poopy farto style. I have a fucking fish to feed. Take my advice. Yakuza 0 has a lot of side content, and if you happen to be a completionist, stay away, or you might just be locked in the Facebook game for 3 days. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be spending the rest of my day betting on domestic violence. You know, when I first played this game, I expected brutal combat. I expected silly takedowns, but what I didn't expect was the hour I spent with the claw machine.
What the fuck?
The claw machine.
I'm having a fucking blast.
I don't think I need to play pool for 3 hours, but they just put it in. And let me tell you, nothing sells the fictional world of Japan better than a good night on the town. So at this point, I started wondering what kind of game I was actually playing. It turns out that Yakuza 0 is a lot like reality. You always need more money, mostly for upgrades where you inject money directly into your arms and collect every vaccine. But secondarily, healthcare never comes free. So every time you take damage, you're gonna have to consume to fill the void inside, or alternatively carry thousands of dollars in medicine. There is no limit to juicing. It's no exaggeration to say that Yakuza's difficulty depends entirely on how much of a Sigma male you are. Kiryu might not get any pussy, but he is getting paid. You might think that beating up the homeless is the way to go, but that is for babies. If you want to make the real dough, you'll have to risk it all on gambling. More specifically, betting on scantily clad women beating each other half to death. And because of the copyright music and interesting visuals, putting this in my video represents me betting my real income. Majima, however, never has money problems because his cabaret pays him several billion yen. The entire plot of the game happens because we're fighting over 1/10 of that, so it's a shame that I lost all of it. Yes, all 10 billion of it, because I was robbed by a man with fucking orangutan strength. This is Mr. Shakedown,
for a moment, I thought that was a buff woman.
It doesn't matter how much you have. It doesn't matter how long you've spent getting it. If you lose to Mr. Shakedown, he will take all 10 billion of it and then disappear to somewhere. So if you want a scent of that back,
Damn.
you better go find him eventually. That's pretty bad. But like all human suffering, this can become a business opportunity. You see, Mr. Shakedown is actually a form of banking. Whatever amount he robs from you, the game will add 15% more, meaning if you're up for the challenge of defeating Harambe, the returns are worth it. At least with this method, your money doesn't vanish into the void. Of course, that isn't always a bad thing. There's a lot of places to spend our money, and most of them are fun. A little too fun, actually. I don't want to have to read the fucking phone book to play some goddamn Chinese solitaire. Tabletop Simulator, never heard of it. The only game I play is Eels and Escalators. What I'm trying to say is, this is a rabbit hole. A good one. My personal favorite was getting addicted to the bowling minigame and then winning the chicken, who doubles as a financial advisor. Yakuza is not meant to be questioned, and that isn't even the wackiest game. That honor goes to the phone dating, which takes the form of a shooter. Yes, like Call of Duty. To win a date with the girl of our dreams, we are going to have to pick the right responses from a wide variety of options, most of which are insane, like inviting a girl to fight a marsupial. For some reason, women don't like that. But the best possible outings lean heavily on this game's amazing soundtrack, which features a number of beautiful karaoke themes, stylish disco tracks, and stellar emotional ballads. I am, of course, talking about the karaoke and the dancing, which are both incredible in their style and creativity. They are so out there, so truthful, and sound so good that I just couldn't get enough of it. In short, they're everything a dance should be. This scene tells me more about Majima than an entire Hideo Kojima script. Kiryu has never killed anyone, but let me tell you, this man knows how to murder a dance floor. And yet, that's not even half the fun, because Yakuza 0 contains an array of interesting, meaningful, and necessary side quests, which allow the player to engage in a variety of small stories, ranging from pizza delivery to replacing a phone battery. That one's a little boring. You can even roleplay as a Persona fan by following a child around the city. Often, these quests will have entirely unique fights and challenges, accompanied by complex moral judgment and logic puzzles. In one instance, I was given the task of infiltrating the cult of Munan Chohepto Nas, whereupon I had to learn the practice of Shurapipi, the acquisition of Kulipas, and the greeting of Munancho, at which point the game tested me on their exact definitions. I promptly beat their leader to death. In another instance, Kiryu teams up with the famous movie director Steven Spinning, known for his hit film Indian Jeans, to complete a music video with famous international pop star Miracle Johnson. I was hired to beat the extras to death. Now that I think about it, every side quest ends with a trip to the hospital, except for the pizza one. That ends in love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno. This stands in stark contrast to the actual plot of the game, which is played completely straight. Taking everything I've said before into account, you might think this is weird, and sometimes it is. One day, you might be saving a helpless blind woman, and the next, abandoning her so you can play Idolmaster for several days. I'm sure that she'll be just fine. But funny anecdotes aside, there is an abundance of real drama and emotion here. Of all the things I expected this game to be, sad was not one of them. Neither did I expect a believable love story or the murder mystery. This game is downright determined to constantly surprise you, even if it has to stop making sense. In Majima's story, we are sent to kill a buff Chinese man before fighting him, teaming up with him to save the innocent, and then fighting him again, but I changed my mind. This exact arc happens with 3 separate characters, and that's just Majima's story. In fact, despite the game being called Yakuza 0, Kiryu leaves the family in Chapter 1. Then he fucking rejoins it. Every antagonist has so much goddamn personality that you just don't know when you're gonna be friends with them. Every man is vying for power and control, but each does it for their own distinct reasons. Wano is a Genshin Impact player who only desires money and women. Kuze is a boxer who wants to fight a lot. Shibusawa is obsessed with power, and Nishitani is the Joker. Enemies become friends, friends become enemies, and Kuze will not leave me alone. The only character who's actually not interesting is essentially Chinese Spider-Man. Holy Holy shit, whose defining feature is that he's ugly. Unless you played the Chinese
Mr.
version of the
Jiggle,
game,
how
then
you
he's
doing?
weirdly handsome and also on the cover. But even when playing in the most serious of circumstances, the game still catches you off guard. A tense deal with a Yakuza boss can change seemingly at random into a ridiculous combat encounter fighting 90 enraged apes. Or in the case of Majima, a visit to the CIA becoming a fever dream in which you have to fight the buff cross-dressers. The game cares more about good
Ayo, what
gameplay
the?
and fun story than actually making sense. It's quite refreshing. When Yakuza gets serious, it really means something, and when it's being silly, it's absolutely cathartic. Everything has impact, unless it's a gun. We haven't killed anyone, by the way. All in all,
I was going to
Yakuza
say,
is
unless
more
it's
true to
Genshin.
life than any other game I've ever played. Not by
try this
making
game
sense or
sometime.
being realistic, but
It is
emotionally.
amazing.
At the beginning of this game,
See,
Kiryu
yes,
is just
you-
kind of a cool
you
buff
yourself
guy,
don't-
but
they
after
don't kill
exploring
them,
his
but that
friendships,
doesn't mean they
seeing
don't
him
die
have
at some
fun
point in
and
time.
just
not
interacting
about
with
you.
people, I realized that this is much more. So when things take a bad turn and we're at our lowest point, you really feel it, more than almost any other game. Yakuza is about life, with all the beautiful ecstasy, awful tragedy, and everything in between. Fights are never just fun in Yakuza. They can be comedic, cathartic, or just really goddamn cool. Activities make you feel like a part of the world, and every cutscene is filled with emotion and personality. When I first played, I thought that Yakuza was all over the place, that it was somehow messy. But now I realize that life is fucking messy, and that's okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
I want to thank all of the Yakuza
God
bosses
damn, that
who are
went from
using my
funny
channel
to
to launder
fucking
money,
serious
kind of
quick.
like a pizza joint in
Yeah.
New York City.
Yes.
If you want to contribute towards the channel and
Still
facilitate...
a great video, though.
Yes.
Hello folks, today is Friday, December 2nd, 2022. As usual, my name is Jake Baldino, here to talk about all the video game news that has been going on this week. It's quite a bit of stuff, so let's just get right into it. The first big thing is we finally have something about Elder Scrolls 6. Todd Howard has spoken, sort of, kind of.
It's real. Shut up. Leave me alone.
It is still officially real, yes. So Todd Howard did a long-form podcast interview, something called the Lex Friedman podcast, where he spoke at length about a lot of projects like Starfield and stuff like that. But he did talk about one of his biggest regrets, and it's with the Elder Scrolls 6 and seemingly how long it's taking to make, which doesn't really sound like a lot, but when he was asked about like when Elder Scrolls 6 is coming out, he said, and I quote, "I have a vague idea of when it's coming out. I wish it was soon. We want it out too, and I wish they didn't take as long as they did, but they do. And look, I mean, if I could go back in time, it would have never been my plan to wait as long as it's taken for it. We're going to make sure we do it right for everybody. People are playing our games for a long time. You know, Skyrim is 11 years old and still probably our most played game." He also went in depth talking about how
Because
they
he
know
re-released
that
it on,
with
like,
the legs that
3
Skyrim
generations
had, their
of
next
systems.
game is also going to be one that's played by people for probably like a decade or so. So I assume there's a lot of pressure that comes with that. So it's an interesting conversation, not a ton of new information or anything like that, but just a little perspective. Breaking news, guy who is making product wants to put that product out as soon as possible. I will say, like, I still get why they announced Elder Scrolls 6 so early to be like, and they've said this, they put it out to be like, yes, we're making it, leave us alone. But also, then you have Todd Howard saying something like this where, oh, I wish we could put it out sooner. I wish it wasn't taking so long. Well, just button that up, keep it quiet. And then for you, it'll feel like a long time, but at least for us, the audience, maybe it won't. I don't know. Another little note in terms of Bethesda news, if you saw this, there's the whole thing going on still with Xbox and the regulatory bodies throughout the world doing hearings and interviews and stuff about their Activision Blizzard purchase. And in all those documents, a bunch of things come out about what they're working on. And like we've covered these headlines before, but the newest one in some UK documentation just describing their business and stuff like that, they listed Bethesda games like Starfield and the next Elder Scroll as like mid-tier games, which sounds really funny because you think they're like the biggest thing in the world. So a lot of people were laughing about that, but it is in the context of them as a business. Like, their real heavy hitters are those big games that people buy every year, the Call of Duties, the sports games and stuff like that. So those are top tier. And then the middle of the road are like the Bethesda RPGs and stuff, games that are going to be bought and played by a ton of people, but still not as mainstream as some of those top heavy hitters like Fortnite and Call of Duty. That being said, it's got to come pretty close. I mean, in terms of like RPGs, I think Skyrim was probably one of the most accessible and most like I knew some very casual gamers who know what Skyrim is. So curious to see if that can punch up to the top spot with the next game. We've talked a lot about Elder Scrolls 6, considering there's not a lot of new stuff. So let's move on. Beyond Good and Evil 2 is still coming.
Yeah, Sony has
apparently.
been really
this
shit
is
about
according.
it.
Why are you laughing? Don't laugh. They're working on it. Okay, leave them alone. Yeah, no. Insider Gaming is reporting that they have seen images of the game in progress, and it is still very much a thing. It's probably still going to be a long time, and the report actually suggested that it may have been, and we've heard this a little bit in the past, that it may have been kind of soft rebooted. They said that there's still like big stuff, big worlds, less detailed, but still like the same types of spaceships and stuff. Really not too much to go on, but other than just like a glimmer, and it is of course a rumor. You know, it is insider sources, so take it with a grain of salt, but hey, it's still out there, and apparently Ubisoft is still working on it and spending money on it, so I'm really curious to see what it could become. Now, when there were talks of it kind of being rebooted, like development or whatever, I was hoping they just went back to like making a traditional ass follow-up to the original game instead of this big, highbrow, weird, ongoing experience, but maybe that's what they're still working on. Either way, it's going to be a long time. What's going on with Ubisoft, man? I mean, I know they have a lot of things going on legally and like all those things, but...
Ubisoft. Oh boy. It's not like there's like some really bad sexual abuse allegations over there and the corporates just not firing or like doing anything about those people.
What's going on with their games? It was the same thing with Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones like disappeared forever.
Oh,
it took so long to make.
Ubisoft.
They've dumped tons of money into it, I would assume.
I mean,
we have Beyond Good and Evil, the same thing. Prince of Persia remake. A lot of things really falling to the
Dinky
wayside
sauce.
while other developers are getting out games and, you know, some pretty quality games in a shorter period of time. Hey, next up, this episode is brought to you by Raycon. These are the go-to wireless earbuds. For 30-year comfortable.
Raycon used to be sunglasses. Why is it earbuds now? What the fuck?
Wait, seriously?
No, that was Ray-Bans,
we know that
not
the
Raycons.
sequel to Cyberpunk
Oh, I don't
2077
fucking know the
is
difference. I'm American.
not being worked on yet. Apparently,
Yeah, 'cause all your
according to
shit's
this,
made in
and I will
China.
link the source, the GameSpot article, and everything I talk about in the description down below, 2023 is when they're going to start pre-production. As of right now, they're still working on that DLC. Apparently, there is a big team on it for that Cyberpunk 2077 DLC. That releases in 2023, and then apparently
Let's hope
after
it's
that,
not
they're
riddled
going
with
to move on
bugs
to
this time.
pre-production for the Cyberpunk sequel. Now, pre-production, it's a very early phase. It's like the coming up with stuff phase, so it's not like active, crazy development where all of a sudden they're building stuff. So it's still going to be a very long time, but that's what we know now. Obviously, there's still a lot of focus on the Witcher games. CD Projekt Red did reveal this week that the remake of The Witcher 1, which I'm very excited for, is going to be an open world thing. So it's going to be more like something I guess you'd expect with like The Witcher 3. That being said, personal, not to get weird, but I thought like The Witcher 2 was like this happy medium between open and very linear. I thought they did a really good job. I thought they could have just done that. But hey, they're going full open world because that's what sells. So we'll just have to wait and see how that turns out. Next up, a bunch of stuff I want to link in the description down below. A lot of games coming out worth highlighting. The first is it's now out. Reviews are dropping for the Callisto Protocol. I have played through the entire game. Reviews are very much all over the place. I'd say consult multiple reviews. I think it's okay. I don't think it's that terrible. A lot of people really don't like it. I think it's okay. I don't think necessarily run out and buy it now.
Notice he didn't say it's a good game.
Also, be
He's being
aware
nice.
the PC version is apparently screwed right now. Can I say that? Do we still curse on the show? I don't know. Yeah, PC version for a lot of folks seems to be in a very unacceptable state right now. So there's that. Keep in mind that. But the before you buy should be dropping. It should be out before this video, so I will link that. Keep your eyes peeled on that. Also, Marvel's Midnight Suns is out. I played through that. I'm surprised how much I actually like it. It's weird. It's not what you'd expect.
That's actually
and it's
a
for
legit
very
good game.
specific types of audiences. I'm talking like social
It's
simulator,
basically
Persona
XCOM
fans, and
with
also
Marvel,
card
but it's
strategy
like
simulator
card-based.
fans. It's weird. It's hard to explain. So check out
Yeah,
that video.
it's like
Also
a
out this week, they kind of
XCOM
just dropped it, and
style
Royal Street is it's actually decent. Need for Speed Unbound.
building-ish
We're
type of
working on a video for that. I'm not on that
strategy
one. Falcon and Eric are
tactics
working on
game.
that, but as the person who has played every single goddamn Need for Speed game, and people are saying with this one that Need for Speed is bad.
I'm probably never gonna play
Where
it.
were you
but
for Need for Speed Heat and Need for Speed
because
2016?
it's like
I said those games were good. No one wanted to listen to me.
reasons.
Here we are. Anyway, rant
play
over.
your
One
favorite
interesting thing that popped
superheroes.
up is a trailer for
Ish.
Amnesia:
Some
The
of them.
Bunker. This is a new Amnesia game. We got a brief teaser of it. It's coming March 2023, and it's Amnesia with a gun. Finally,
The
you
one
can shoot
bullet
those
is
gross
probably
things,
for yourself.
I assume.
Calling it now.
Not too much to go on other than that it is the same developers who I think after the original Amnesia, their track record is kind of
I've never played any
okay, but they've never done
Amnesia
anything
games,
as
so
crazy and
the Amnesia
groundbreaking
games
as that
are
original
basically
Amnesia.
like,
So I'm still looking forward to seeing how this one goes down. Also, just
walking
wanted to link something
sims
fun and
with,
stupid. The
like,
latest from Eli
horror
Handel B on
elements.
YouTube, who
Yeah,
we
it's
wait
like
with
an
bated
adventure
breath
game,
for
I
every one
guess.
of their uploads. This one is they put Ace Ventura, Pet Detective into The Witcher 3. These are funny. These are technically impressive with how they do it, and I just love to see it stuff. I subscribe. Yeah. I'm excited. I love every single video, and this is just another killer one. So I think this is a good example to show if you guys haven't seen
like
their
scary
work
games?
yet. Good shit. Also,
Not
mark
really.
your calendars. Next week, of course, December 8th is the
Play
Game
Five Nights at
Awards.
Freddy's.
I'm
okay
the
with, like,
awards, whatever people like to argue about them,
people
but
play them
gaming news. That's what I'm here to talk
sometimes,
about, and we're probably
just
going
find
to get some
scary
new game
games
reveals and
boring
stuff
as
like that.
fuck.
So keep your eyes peeled. We'll be covering that.
Explain.
I'll also be there. But also, it is
I'm
worth noting
curious
that we
now.
got some previews already. We know what's coming. 505.
The gameplay
publishers
is
are
not
teasing a new
engaging for
game.
me.
They put out a pretty cool image. Some people are
Most of
throwing
the
out,
time
is this
it's
like
just
sleeping
like
dogs, that
walking
game? I think
around
it's too early to
waiting for
tell,
the spook to
but that could
happen.
be potentially something.
And then
Also, Final
it
Fantasy
usually gets to the
16,
point
it
where
seems
it's
like
just
we're going
like
to be getting
a
some
repetitive
news,
chase
with
scene.
some of the developers showing up there. But as of right now, that's all we know. But usually the
that's just
days
boring.
leading up, we get more trickles of like what's going to be seen. Lots of rumors, lots of crazy stuff flying around out there. But
that makes sense.
hopefully we get some good stuff. I could definitely eat. Also, one interesting thing I wanted to link in the comments, something to read. I always say we got to read up on video games more. We talk so much about them. We should do our homework. This is a pretty good article, a pretty good look into development at From Software and how it all works. With
this video
obviously
just keeps going
crunch
on and on.
being a thing so much in game
Yes,
development,
crunch is
but
bad.
also the work
Let's get rid of
culture
crunch.
Japan. This
Fucking
kind of
stop.
takes some people,
What's
anonymous
crunch?
people, because they can't comment
Crunch
publicly,
is
but
when
people who
they
apparently
pretty much
work at From
force their
Software
workers
and just,
to like
how it all
stay
goes
at
down,
the
how
office
development
for
goes down,
absurdly
and,
long
it's
hours.
pretty interesting.
where
Also,
they
no confirmation in
basically
this
just
article
sleep
whether or not
in
they're working on a
office.
follow-up to Sekiro.
And,
I have seen that rumor floating
like,
around.
They're
Could be crazy.
crunching
We'll just have to wait
those
and see.
last
also,
hours
in other news,
to get the game out on time
Christmas
instead of
has
just
come early for some
delaying it
people.
until
Google
it's done.
Stadia is now officially
Gotcha.
processing
Okay.
refunds. As you guys remember, we talked about it like a month or so ago. Google Stadia
The
is
fact
no
that
more.
Google
but
thought
along
that
with
the
that,
Stadia
they're
would do well
refunding
is
all of your
bizarre
purchases.
to me.
Is
Just
that Google
mind-boggling.
just trying to keep the goodwill of the gamers? Do they not want to piss off us, the gamers, TM? I don't know. But now we've got reports that those refunds are starting to roll out, and I am very excited. I could definitely use a couple bucks for Christmas, you know what I'm saying?
But
I
you
just think it's
spent money on
pretty
your Stadia?
crazy and
What the fuck?
unprecedented that we're getting refunds for the hardware and the games we bought. I paid out the ass for that stuff, but I'm looking forward to seeing how this rolls out. Hopefully it's all
My
clean and
dude, I'm
smooth,
sorry.
and I get money back in my bank account, but yeah, just wanted to spread that little holiday cheer with you guys. But that's it. We got to go back to work, finish up some videos about Callisto Protocol and stuff. So that's the video game news.
I will
for
say,
this week,
good
the
on
stuff we
Google
thought was
for actually
interesting.
refunding people.
So let me know in the comments what you think about
Most other
everything. From
companies,
Callisto
they
Protocol,
would have
we
just
jumped
kept
in
that money.
immediately to the other games dropping this week, Midnight Suns, Need for Speed Unbound, stuff like that. How long are you willing to wait for the Elder Scrolls 6? I can wait forever. There are so many other games.
Elder
Take your
Scrolls,
time, guys.
so
I think that should be
I
the
can
case
wait
for every
forever.
game. But yeah, what are you looking forward to? Do you have any dream announcements or world premieres from the
I can
Game
wait
Awards? Are
as
there
long
any
as it
rumors that
takes.
have really caught your eye?
Unless I die.
About stuff
If
possibly
I
getting
die
revealed?
before then,
Let's talk.
oh well.
Let's talk about all this stuff down in the comments. Definitely hit me up. If you like what we do here, we're here every single Friday.
Maybe I'll
Never
reincarnate
really
in
miss
time
one.
for Elder
Clicking the like
Scrolls
button helps us out.
35.
Very much appreciate that. You know where you can find me on my other YouTube channel, Jake Baldino. Just type in my name. Also Twitter and Instagram and all that. But
why not
thank you
you
guys
just
for
move
being
it
here.
up to
Hope you have a very
36?
nice
Nah,
weekend.
it'll
Be
still be
safe, be
Skyrim,
well.
let's be honest.
See you next time. Pizza's on me.
100 years down the line, still going to be Skyrim.
Over the last few years, my cooking practice has changed pretty dramatically. To be honest, cooking used to be a lot more fun because I had time to just experiment in the kitchen and try new things and just mess around. Whereas now, cooking is much more survivalistic, putting food on the table for myself and my family. But the truth is, that's what being a pro-home cook is all about. It's the consistency. It's showing up day after day, no matter what the circumstances are, to really connect to the food that you are consuming. And this week I wanted to try something a little bit different, which is take you behind the scenes on what a week in my life actually looks like. These are not recipes or meals that I've been planning out or testing to be in a video. I'm gonna be showing you a week in my life as I cook every single meal completely from scratch for my entire family. So my cooking journey started last Sunday, right after Thanksgiving, which was a nice time to just cleanse things up a little bit and challenge myself. And when I say challenge, I mean just upping the stakes a little bit, because in my normal life, my normal cooking practice, I'm making around 90 to 95% of the meals completely from scratch. My wife will cook some meals. We'll get takeout 1 to 2 times a week. But this week I'm going all in, 100% of the meals, everyone's accounted for with these hands right here. So Sunday morning, right when I woke up, I made a quick oatmeal for breakfast, which everyone in my family likes. And just a quick note, I have an 8-month-old baby and a 2.5-year-old toddler. You'll see their meals sprinkled in throughout the week, but I can tell you one thing, that everything they're eating is still gonna be made from scratch in my kitchen. So back to the oatmeal. This is actually a water-based oatmeal that you dress up afterwards. So it's just a 2-to-1 ratio of oats to water, and I'll cook that down until it's thick. And then basically I just chopped up whatever remaining fruit I had in the house. And the idea is that with all that sugar in the fruit, it kind of carries through the oatmeal and you don't need additional sugar. And I just topped that with some coconut flakes as well for a little bit of texture, which is just a nice quick hack. And for the little one, I took the oatmeal and I actually mashed in some raspberries, and she gets a side of kiwi, which she literally just inhaled straight to the face. And my 2-year-old, she actually got some Dutch baby leftovers that I had in the fridge with a side little fruit cup. And when everyone is accounted for and fed in the morning, my wife and I will generally have some type of caffeine. And it switches between tea, matcha, or coffee. In this case, we had some nice matchas. And once we enjoyed those, it was cleanup. And this is the aftermath of when a baby eats. We use a technique called baby-led weaning, where the baby feeds themselves. It looks like a straight-up food fight every single time they eat a meal. And since Sunday's the big meal prep day, I like to make a list with all the things that I want to make, because I like the action of making them and then checking them off the list. Things were kind of low at this point in the pantry and the fridge, so I headed out on a little shopping journey with my daughter. And first we hit the garden at the studio, which is basically at its very end of the season. Things are starting to frost up, but I was able to get a nice harvest of a bunch of greens and root veggies for the week. And then we went on to the local market, which I picked up some pantry items and then some other proteins to kind of fill in the gaps. When I got home, I whipped up a little lunch/brunch, you could call it. I fried up some greens from the garden with some garlic. Then I fried up some eggs with a little bit of fresh chev that I had. I was so hungry and kind of rushing, so this is a lazy scramble right here. I just whisk all of the ingredients up in the pan while it's frying. Then to bring it together, I served a little bit of sauerkraut, some toasted sourdough slices, and it needed some more flavor. So I actually had some pesto that I made from the week before that had a bunch of parsley in it, a few different types of nuts, some spicy peppers, and I just popped that on the plate, and that worked out really well.
So,
now,
I'm
after
sorry.
I digested and hung out a little bit, back to the meal prep. I chopped up some sweet potatoes, coated them in oil, and air fried them for about 15 minutes. Both of my kids love sweet potato fries, just straight up, but I can also throw these in various dishes throughout the week for the adults. Next for the prep was the protein. I had a few chicken breasts that I sliced up into pieces, and I'm turning half of them into chicken fingers for my daughter, and the other half, I had a little bit of that tandoori chicken marinade.
Thank you for your 30 months.
Oh.
Motherfucker.
Do one thing I forgot.
Oh my word.
Do that.
At least it's not a
Tarak!
sound.
Thank you for your 30 months, my dude. How you doing?
Air horn noises. Bow, 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 bow.
Trek's cute. What?
Rex, you're an adorable nerd.
No.
Hope you had a good
Slade.
New Year's and Christmas. Hell yeah.
Why did I hear my name?
Slade, back me up here. Tell them I'm not cute.
Back you up and telling them that you're not cute. But the thing is, Trex, you don't seem like a jerk or anything like that, so you're cute.
Yeah, Trex, why would you want him to lie?
Slade, can you just sacrifice me right now?
No.
God damn it.
Who's your little cutie?
We have to do something on Monday, but it's
This
virtual
Trex a little
Monday.
cutie.
Today
Aw.
is Monday.
But we can't do anything. Today's virtual Monday. We have to do a ritual.
Trex is cute.
Oven video that I just released. Just a little bit extra of that I threw into the chicken and
No,
I just let
there
that marinate
isn't.
overnight with the goal of turning that into a meal for the next day. And here are those chicken
Well, I mean,
fingers
there-
that I made with cornflakes.
I don't
and once
know.
that prep was done, I started wrapping my head around dinner and I decided I was going to make
Well, now I demand
noodle
head
soup,
pats.
which to be honest is probably like 50% of my dinners, especially when it starts getting cold. And I had bought a block of tofu
my
at the
finger
market
slipped.
earlier, so I figured I would cube it up and air fry it for the soup. But also
Yep,
I would
there
have
it
these
is.
crispy tofu pieces to use in different meals throughout the week.
To
Now,
be
here's
honest,
where
I haven't
things took a
streamed
little
in,
bit of a
like, a
turn. I had some
good
fresh
full
turmeric
year
from the
now, I
farmer's
think.
market, so instantly a Japanese
Oh, this
ramen
could be your
was
year.
out of the picture.
You
So
haven't
I shifted
streamed
more
since
towards the Southeast
2022?
Asian direction. So I chopped up some turmeric with some scallions and some garlic
Shut
and
up.
fried that up in some beef fat that I had to build a nice aromatic base. Then I added
Yeah,
some
this
chicken
is also
stock,
my
some
first
coconut
stream in a
milk,
year.
and some water. And I had some shiitake mushrooms that are a bit dried up in the fridge, so I sliced them up,
Yo, what
added
up,
them to the
Alicorn?
soup
How
to
you
hydrate
doing?
and really add a nice umami
Hey.
flavor bomb to the broth. And I let that simmer for about 5 minutes. And at this point, I was in a nice cooking flow, so I was
You
just
doing
pulling
well.
things out of the fridge to use up. And I had some brown rice, so I added some of that coconut milk and a little maple syrup and just made a nice little coconut rice pudding for dessert. And once the soup was where I wanted it, I chopped up some bok choy from the garden and
Trex
added that
is
in there,
heckin'
cooked
cute.
it for another
It's a
minute,
redeem
poured it
this
over
time.
some rice noodles,
Heckin'
Wait.
added crispy
adorbs.
tofu. I had
No,
some turmeric
no,
flavored
no,
pepper radish
no.
actually in the kitchen. That
Who's
was
your
a
little
nice addition.
cutie?
And then some fresh
Who's
scallions.
your
And
little
my kids are not
cutie?
on this level yet, so
Stop.
they were on their own with their meals for dinner. And then after we put the kids to sleep, I was back
gonna go
at
hide
it
in
with
my
more
hoodie
meal
now.
prep. And for me,
Aw,
anytime
that's
I have a baked
adorable.
good for the week, I'm always going to be in better shape. 'Cause everyone likes that in my family. So I whipped up some gluten-free banana batter,
Cute little
roughly
Twix.
guided by a recipe I found on the internet. And then I added some zucchini and
Why are you
walnuts
such
and
a
baked
tease?
those off. And that came out
Because
great.
I'm me.
And I was super pumped to
Who am
wake
I
up
with?
to these fresh muffins in the
The
morning.
cute blushy
All right,
one
so
that keeps
mornings for me
protesting is
during the
Trex.
weekdays are generally a bit insane because I've got like 30 to
The
45
purple one
minutes
is
to make
Aegis.
food for the whole day while getting my kids
And-
ready.
Don't worry about me.
The horny one
feeding
in the
them.
corner
It's
there.
just
That's
pure
like,
insanity, but I've learned to work with
wait,
it.
there's
So
two
first I made
different
a
corners.
smoothie with some
The
greens,
green
a little
horny
frozen
one in the
fruit, some
corner.
milk tequila, like I mentioned, and a little bit of almond milk.
Green
And I
horny one in the
immediately started
corner.
frying up the chicken that I marinated
Oh
the
my
day
God.
before. And while that was frying, I prepared a salad base to go with the chicken, which was some assorted greens from the
Buffoon.
garden, some daikon and carrot from the garden, and a little bit of cheese. Then I chopped up this leftover flatbread that I had in the fridge to turn into croutons, and you can see this
do you
chicken
call a
is
shadow
looking
government ran
fantastic.
by
So when I took that
furries?
out, I added the
The
bread and just
Illuminati.
fried that up in the residual
Nice.
flavor until it was crispy.
I like
I
it.
chopped
really
up a
good.
few of those chicken pieces, and I actually had some
will.
left over for the following day, which is always nice. And I added that with the croutons to
Also,
the
you could have just
salad.
called it
And
the
I had
government.
a little vinaigrette from last
You know how many
week,
furries
just
are in the
about
government?
one
Like, holy
dose
shit.
of this. And
Wait,
I
for
poured that
real?
over the salad and mixed that
Name
up
them
and
now.
packaged that up for the
Tarak?
day. And finally, after a little intensive morning there, I went straight into
Excuse me,
coffee.
Tarak
is a
And
government
I would say
official?
my number one drink of choice.
Well,
is
not
Military.
when
a
it's
government
colder, is an
official, but
Americano
he's,
with
Oh.
steamed
he's
milk.
in
So
the
we had a
Navy.
nice coffee time with those muffins from the day
Damn.
before.
It is the Navy, right?
Now, when I got to the
Marines?
studio for the day,
Maybe.
I took a little rummage
Yeah.
through the freezer because I knew I needed some more protein for the week, and I
There
found
are a
this
lot
nice
of
skirt steak
furries
from Porter
in the-
Road.
in
So I
the
enjoyed that
government,
salad for lunch, and when
like,
I got home,
Army, the
I whipped
Navy,
up a quick pasta, just
etc.
using up random things I had in my fridge. I first added
I
some
know.
onions and bell peppers, and I sauteed them
Funny
in the
enough,
pan.
like,
When my
the-
water was simmering, I blanched some kale in there
Ignorant
from the
furries
garden.
are,
Took that
like,
out after
IT
just about a
people.
minute. And when the
Oh,
onions
yeah.
and peppers were perfect, I
Lots
added a
of
little bit of
IT
red
people.
wine that I had left over in the fridge from the weekend, some chicken stock, and I just let that simmer and reduce. Then I got the noodles going in the
I don't
same
know why that
pot that I had the
voice
kale
seems
in.
so cute, Trex. I think. Not
my-
as much as some, but still nice.
Free
I know,
noodles
right?
here. And once the noodles were
my
done,
God.
I added
He's
some to a
adorable.
separate pot to make the girls just a more plain pasta.
Hey, we
and the
have
rest
one of
I
those
popped
little
into the
basket
sauce.
thingies.
And just to finish everything
Got one of
off, I
those.
used that same pesto I had from the day
Why
before
do I have-
to
what
hit
do I
it
have
with
to
some
do to
extra
convince y'all I'm
flavor.
not
And
cute?
I chopped up that blanched kale, added that,
Literally
and cooked all of
impossible.
that pasta into the sauce to really thicken it up.
Well,
And
you
finally
know
hit it
my
with some grated
qualifications of what cute
pecorino,
is,
and I mean
so.
a flavor-packed veggie
What do you get when you
pasta
cross a
is just
dinosaur
always
with a
gonna do the
pig?
trick for me.
Jurassic Park.
And I don't think we had
Fair.
any left
That's
over
good.
there. I think we ate all
Yeah,
of that.
you are.
And for
I
anyone who
agree.
feels a little overwhelmed by freestyle cooking like this, I created the Prom Cook's Ultimate Veggie Guide to
What?
be a companion to help you put your veggies to
So
use. So if you
cute.
want a free PDF download of this, just click the link below in the description. So we're on to Tuesday morning, and the first thing I did when I woke up was work on that skirt steak because
As
I
I
was
walk
thinking
through the
about
valley
it
of the
and was
shadow of
staring
death,
me in
I
the
remind
face when I
myself
opened
that
the
you
fridge.
can't
So I first
trust
cut it
Google
in
Maps.
half. I dried it off with some paper towels, and I had this harissa spice that my parents actually
Yeah,
got
you gotta
me
use
from
MapQuest.
recent travels. So I added that
Oh,
spice
fucking
mix along with
MapQuest.
salt on both sides, and then I just sliced off that
Oh,
little
man.
end piece right there so it could fit on a plate. And
Fair
I
enough.
let that sit in the fridge overnight to just get a slight cure and marinate with all those
There's
spices.
so many
And once
fucking
that was
books in
done,
the
I
school,
moved on
Jesus
to
Christ.
lunch,
You're a
which was
book,
basically the
'cause
same
I can
exact
read you
salad that I
pretty
had the day
easily.
before since I already had the leftover chicken. So you don't really need to know all the details here. Honestly, I make some
Y'all, what
type
a
of
cutie.
salad for about 50% of my lunches, and I'm just using
I'm
fresh
gonna-
things that I have on hand. And this time I didn't have a dressing, so I just squeezed on
many
some
YouTubers does it
lemon,
take to
a
change a
little
light
bit
bulb?
of balsamic,
Calm
little
down, I'll
honey,
tell
and
you.
some
But
oil,
first,
and just
a
gave
word
that
from
a
our
mix, and that
sponsor,
was the
Raid
lunch
Shadow
for the day.
Legends.
And this is me trying to make a smoothie while my
God
daughter
damn
demands
it.
I draw one of her
Oh,
stuffed animals,
fuck.
and my other daughter just chows
That's
down on
beautiful.
her breakfast. But
I
I did
demand
get
head
that
pats.
smoothie done, and this one ended up coming out a little more thick, and I had a bit of a mini
Yeah.
breakthrough here. I figured I would try to add some crunchies to the top for some texture. So I found some
Crunch.
puffed rice in the fridge and served that up as more of a smoothie bowl, and my daughter absolutely loved it, which is a big win because that's a lot of nutrients and all of those hidden greens in there. And finally, after what was an insane morning, but honestly pretty standard, we got to enjoy some iced matchas. And here is my packed
Beans,
lunch
beans,
for the day: some salad, some muffins,
Iced
a smoothie
matcha.
bowl, and some snacks. Now,
Ooh, that
after
sounds
my
interesting.
workday, I drove over to pick up my winter farm share. Shout out
Okay,
San
what
Luis
is the
Farms in Long
next
Island. This is basically a bag
story
of local
place
goodies,
to
which
go
I
to?
get on a Tuesday, and it's a really nice re-up of ingredients right in the middle of the week. So it was a bit of a rush night for dinner, but I did have a lot of stuff that I wanted to use up in the fridge, so I figured a soup would be a great way to do that. So I cut up some onions and some carrots, got those frying off as a base. Then I half boiled an egg, and in the meantime, I was air frying some of those nuggets for my daughter. And when that base was fried up in the soup, I added some chicken stock, a little soy, a
Nuggies?
little rice vinegar, and then I actually had some roasted
You know, actually,
cauliflower from the thumbnail that I
chicken
took for the
nuggets
last
are pretty
video.
good,
And of
but
course, that is not
boneless
going to waste.
wings
So I just
are
ripped some of that
significantly
up
better.
and added it to the soup. And then finally, some tatsoi
Okay,
for
I
my
have
partner.
What about
I
that
cooked
boneless
for about 30
pizza?
seconds. I poured that over some rice noodles, added the egg,
I
added
mean,
some scallions. And
I've never
boom.
had
So this was
bone
almost
pizza,
a weird minestrone ramen, like East meets West.
I
To
have.
be honest,
They're very
the execution
stiff.
wasn't the best, but hey, that's home cooking. It's going to happen from
That's
time
pretty
to time.
humorous,
It's
huh?
still probably going to be better than
Dun-dun.
most restaurants out there. So finally, once the kids were asleep,
Let's go,
I
folks.
opened the fridge and boom, that steak was staring me in the face, and it was a reminder that I needed something to serve with it for the next day. So I had a bunch of herbs in the fridge that were going to go bad.
Why
So I
am I
put
going
some
for the
parsley,
gate? I can just
cilantro,
fast
green
travel.
onion, and garlic in a food processor. Chopped that up, added it to a bowl, added a bunch of lemon juice, some olive oil,
That's a
salt,
lot
and
of
pepper,
lemon
and I
juice.
made this
Holy shit.
really nice chimichurri, which of course will pair perfectly
Chimichurri?
with this steak. So Wednesday morning, I woke up a little bit
Okay.
before the kids, and instead of working out, which I normally do, I had to get straight to meal prep because things needed to get done. Since those acai bowls were such a hit, I wanted to make them again, but just improve on them a little bit. So I whipped up a homemade granola. But at this point, my mind was still focused, of course, on that
Homemade
beautiful steak.
granola.
And it needed something else. So I had this
Granola.
snap cabbage from the farm share. I sliced that right down
A
the middle and
bunch.
chopped up half of it and got that caramelizing in a pan with some olive oil and some butter. And I actually started working out in between cooking here. When you've got little kids, you'll take anything you can get. And then I started making banana pancakes, which is when my little one
Banana
woke up.
pancakes.
So I got her, then back to the
Banana
banana
pancake.
pancakes, which was just
Banana.
2 bananas mashed, 2 eggs, some gluten-free flour, and a little baking soda. And these were super thick, so I actually added a little bit of almond milk and fried those up in some coconut oil. Everyone in my family absolutely loves these, including my youngest, who
Nice.
started eating solids like 2 months ago, but she'll eat like 4 or 5 of these pancakes at a time. It's insane.
Little
And then the
Bobby.
last thing to prep in the morning was another smoothie. And then by this time, the
Smoothie.
granola came out of the oven and it was looking nice and
Smoothie
pretty. So I
loozy.
dried that
Granola.
up and went off to work. And I actually came back home to prepare the steak for lunch. So I got out a cast iron pan, preheated that, added some oil, threw in 1 piece of steak,
That's
saved
a
the
lot.
rest for tomorrow, gave it a hard
then
sear on both
muesli
sides.
over
And at this point for
granola
lunch,
for
I was kind of
breakfast?
over
That's
salad.
fair.
So I was trying to
actually
think
mixing
of
some
how I
dark
could
chocolate
shift it up a
and
little
I'll
bit.
use
So
it.
instead of a salad, I
Nice.
just did some lettuce wraps with the lettuce I
Betty
got
Boogers.
in the farm share and just served that up with the chimichurri and the caramelized cabbage. And these things blew my mind. One of my favorite meals in a while.
I
Not
can
to
never get
mention,
over
I could have the
seeing
exact same
red
thing the next day because I had all of the
and calling
ingredients.
it
And
cooked.
dinner that night was a bit crazy because I had to take my
Yeah.
daughter to the
In terms
doctor
of meats,
and we didn't have
like,
much time to actually make
specifically
anything. So we
red
really
meat,
just snacked
like
on a
steak
bunch of
and
leftover
shit.
sourdough,
Okay,
Well,
some
if there's still red,
cheeses, some
I'm a bit
spreads and
dubious
jam,
of
and
it.
it was fine. It
Mostly
got the job
because,
done. And then after that, the
it's-
last thing I did
it's
was
harder for me
actually
to eat.
caramelize the second half of that
It's just
napa
harder to
cabbage
eat.
because I was so excited to
It's
eat
not
the
necessarily
same
like a
steak wraps
flavor
for lunch
thing,
the
it's
following
just
day.
harder
So
to eat.
Thursday, and this is generally the time of the week when I
your
start burning
meat
out
is,
just a
like,
bit. Like I'm
still
generally
red,
getting takeout
it's a
Thursday
lot
night.
chewier,
Done with
and it's hard
cooking.
to
But
break
of course,
apart.
because of this challenge, I was motivated to push
And I like
through.
to
So the
take
first
big
thing I cooked when
bites.
I got up was
So,
the rest of that steak.
Yes.
And to take advantage of those
Yeah.
pan drippings, I fried up some zucchini, which I
If
thought
it's
would
not
just add
cooked,
more veggies for
like,
those
as
lettuce
much,
wraps. I saw some coconut milk in the fridge left over
then,
from
I mean,
the
I
soup made
understand
the
why
other day.
some
So I figured I would use
get
that before
smaller
it went
bites.
bad, and I made
And it
another
just
takes shit out
oatmeal,
of
which
me.
was 1 part
Like,
oats
do
to
the
1
whole,
part
like,
coconut milk to 1
like,
part water, and a little
medium
bit of
or,
cinnamon,
like,
and then I
rare,
served that up
because,
with a
like,
bunch of
technically
fresh
all the
berries, some kiwi,
germs and
and
bacteria
some
on the outside, they're
apple.
not
Plus,
even
we
on
had
the
some leftover
inside.
pancakes for the kids, which
But,
made a really nice breakfast. So I was at the studio
Generally,
for
I'm
lunch,
good with,
and I didn't have any greens on hand, so I
medium
just
rare.
went out to the garden,
That's
sliced off
usually
some
what I
fresh
go for.
lettuce, and went round 2 on those delicious lettuce steak wraps. So when I
I
got
like
home, my
seeing
wife had
pink.
actually prepared some lentils for my youngest daughter, and it actually inspired
me,
me
that-
to use those
that would
lentils
be,
and make a dal, to try something
no
a little
go for
different
me.
for dinner. So I chopped up some random aromatics I had, some peppers, carrots, turmeric, garlic,
I've
and
done
green
medium
onion, and
well
I got that
before.
frying
I
in
think
a
that's
little bit
the
of beef
lowest
fat.
I've
When those
done
aromatics were
Well,
caramelized,
well.
I added some tomatoes and cooked that down a bit with a splash of wine that we were treating ourselves to. And I had the yellow lentils soaking in some water to hydrate them for about 15
Those are
minutes.
yellow.
I washed those off, popped those into the pot, added some veggie stock and
Want to
some
see
water,
him make
and just cooked
macaroni.
that down for about 15 minutes.
the
While that was
chicken
cooking, I
strips?
actually had some paneer cheese in the fridge, so I chopped it up and air fried it to get it nice and crispy. And you can see those lentils really broke down almost
Oh, that
into
looks
a
really
mush,
good.
which is what I was going for. And then I served that up with some
And to eat
sourdough
more
slices
medium
and
rare
some
and
chopped
rare
parsley.
steaks.
And this was a nice
I'm
little
at
Indian-inspired
work
vegetarian dinner.
snacking on
All right, Friday
that
morning, and the
full
first
time,
thing I
so I
started
don't
cooking was a
That's fair.
frittata, which was going to be lunch for the day. And
I
an
think for
excellent
me, it's
way, if you
just
do have a bunch of
because,
eggs,
like,
to just use
at a
up produce
young age,
that might
I'm
be
pretty
going bad
sure
soon.
my
So I got
parents
some
would, like,
butter and oil in a
don't
pan.
eat
I
anything
fried up
that
some bell
has pink in
peppers,
it
and I
or
added some
whatnot,
green
so.
onions, and I had some leftover caramelized cabbage and zucchini
I think
from
that's
those
the
lettuce wraps. So I
like,
dumped all of that in there, and then I scrambled up
engraved into
about
my
6
head.
eggs with a little
Even
bit
though
of
I've been,
milk, grated
like,
on
even
some
though,
cheese and
like,
some
people
chopped
say, "Oh, no,
parsley.
it's not
And
that
while that
bad."
was cooking,
Like,
I actually started
I know what
on
you're
a little sourdough scallion pancake, which I thought would be a nice side. So I just added my sourdough starter to a pan, added some scallions, fried that up on both sides. And then that frittata was ready to go into the broiler. I cook it on the bottom first, and then I hit it with that direct heat
Ayo,
on the
what
top.
the
And at this
fuck
point,
is
I
that?
mastered the technique. It comes out
what?
great every time.
fuck
And then
did you
after that,
guys
I ended
do
up
with
frying
the
up some
oven?
more banana pancakes for the fam. And then I made another smoothie bowl. At this point, it was just like the week of smoothie bowls for some reason. So that was breakfast and lunch for the day. And when I got home, I made a pretty random dinner, which will definitely happen when you get deeper and deeper into the week. I fried up some yellow cauliflower that I had from the farm share. Then I had those leftover lentils that I served with the cauliflower. I fried up some of that paneer as well and served that with the rest of the chimichurri. And my review on this was, well, it fed us. It got the job done. And finally, Saturday, the last day of the challenge. And the night before, I had actually pulled a
Excuse
steak
you?
out of the fridge to
welcome.
defrost because I knew I had some quickly ripening avocados and I had some tortillas.
that just
so
for
it was
you
gonna look
guys.
some type of Mexican.
Clip it,
So
people.
what I did was salt and pepper both sides of the steak
fan
and just threw that
service.
in the fridge
There you
until
go.
lunch. And then for breakfast, once again, another smoothie bowl. And everything was kind of building towards this lunch. I wanted a celebratory meal.
I prefer
from
medium rare
working
over
so
rare
hard
any
for the
day.
whole week. So the first thing I did was shredded up some purple cabbage.
Medium
I
is
also
just about
grated in
perfect
some
for me.
carrot, added some cilantro, lime juice, oil, and salt, and just made a nice little quick slaw. Then I had 2 few ripey avocados. So of course I transformed that into some guacamole. And then I seared up that beautiful ribeye. And when that was done cooking, I took that out and added in some zucchini and some peppers just to take advantage of that pan flavoring and add some veggies to this meal. And then finally I took some tortillas, and just like the last air fryer video, I chopped them up, air fried them for a nice little side tortilla chip that I could serve with everything.
I am going to sacrifice you.
Prepared lunch. I knew the
Oh, do you not like what I added to Hito's
bread dinner, we'll call it. I've been preparing 2 sourdough loaves for the last day and a half, and they were ready to go in the oven to be baked off.
I will sacrifice you
all. Full advantage of fresh sourdough straight out of the oven. So for dinner, pretty much my entire family just snacked on fresh bread with some cheeses and some side condiments. Honestly, it felt like we were in France or something. And it was an excellent way to end off the challenge for the week. So boom, there you go. That is almost 84
But I can burn a whole forest.
Something like that. I think what hit me from documenting all this is how much work it actually takes
America.
and how I have to do that every
to be honest, I'd rather be
for
somewhere
like
else
the
instead of
next
America right now.
25 years or something. And then my kids just get bigger and eat more food. It's all insane. Cooking is more survivalistic now.
But
it's just getting food on the table. But of course,
it's gonna be a daily occurrence now, isn't it?
Trying to make it taste good. That has been the biggest shift in my cooking practice over the last few years, and I'm continuing to just accept that change. Because any change in life is difficult. But
well, Chad, it seems like this will be my final appearance.
Everything is always changing. So hopefully you enjoyed this video, and there's more food inspiration coming soon.
Oh my god.
이치고 자무, 우메 자무, 오렌지
Honey
자무니.
toast from Chainsaw Man.
바타 또 하치미츠.
Is Chainsaw Man any good?
あとシナモンもかけちゃおう。最強のパンができちまったぜ。
First season recently ended. It was great. Lots of gratuitous violence.
Hello there. Welcome back to another episode of Anime with Alex.
There's
Today
so
I'll be
much
making
jam
the toast
everywhere.
from
That really
Chainsaw
ticks
Man,
me
one of
off.
I
this
guess you
year's
could
most
say it's a bit
popular
of a
anime. This is a
jam.
slice of bread. Toast is made out of bread. Wow, this is a lot more fun to play with than I thought. I can see why Denji was so excited about toast. This is a quite sturdy slice of toast. I feel like it could go boxing and play chess at the same time. To get started, I'm laying down a piece of parchment paper on a sheet tray, placing a slice of milk bread, and
You'll
toasting
understand
it
if you watch
until
the
it
first
is
episode.
toasted.
Oh.
This is where things get fun. According to the episode, Denji likes to add a couple heaping tablespoons of strawberry jam, followed by a couple heaping tablespoons of orange jam, a couple heaping tablespoons of plum jam, and if that wasn't enough sugar, a generous glug of honey, followed by a little square of butter and an unrelenting dusting of cinnamon. In his eyes, this is one of the most gourmet foods on the planet. Is he correct? Let's see about that. Although you can't go wrong with toasted bread, butter, and a lot of sugar, this is a little too sweet for me. But I guess that means I'm lucky that I'm not as deprived as Denji from the show. But I want to see if I can make a more realistic version of this dish. Seeing all the ingredients that Denji puts on his toast brings me back to my childhood. After school, a lot of my friends and I would go and hang out at these Asian dessert cafes around town where they would serve honey brick toast, which means we have to make our own milk bread. So in a medium saucepan, I'm combining 50 grams of bread flour with 90 grams of whole milk, stirring over medium heat until it gets sticky and tight. What I'm making here is tangjong, a gelatinized roux made with milk that will help make the bread fluffier and retain its moisture longer down the road. This is one of the signature steps in making milk bread compared to normal bread. Once our little milk flour ball is all toughened up, it gets wrapped and put in the fridge to cool for later. For the rest of the bread, I'm employing the use of a stand mixer, combining 480 grams of bread flour, 5 grams of instant yeast, 30 grams of sugar, 5 grams of kosher salt, and breaking the cooled tangjong into little pieces and tossing them into the dry mixture. Then in goes in 60 grams of heavy cream, 40 grams of honey, and 270 grams of whole milk at roughly room temperature. This gets kneaded with the dough hook at low to medium speed for about 4 to 6 minutes. Once the dough has come together, we're going to add about 30 grams of unsalted butter, which has been cubed and is soft. I'm going to let the stand mixer go for about 6 to 8 more minutes until our dough has become nice and smooth. This goes into a lightly greased container wrapped in plastic wrap and allowed to proof for about 1 to 2 hours or until it's doubled in size. For our baking vessel, we have a rectangular Pullman loaf pan. For flavor and function,
Cutie.
I'm lubing up the sides with some softened butter. This pan has a few holes strategically punched into the bottom to allow for excess steam or butter to
They
leak
use the
out.
command.
So if you use this in the oven, make sure to place a pan lined with parchment
trying
paper
to spam
underneath
it 2
whatever you're making.
times.
Once the dough has fully risen, I'm letting it satisfyingly
misspelled
escape
it the
from
first
its
time.
glass prison, separating it into 4 equal chunks and rolling them into little balls. These 4
Balls!
soft milk bread balls get placed evenly
Balls.
side by side like good friends
Balls of
inside their
glory.
new metal prison. Then the sliding
balls
gate
of
of doom
steel.
slides over on top, while this dough is allowed to rise for 45 more minutes and think about what it's done. This is
Gosh,
what
I
real
would-
friends look like
boneless.
after 45 minutes. Kind of looks like the arm
Take
of
the
the
gluten
Michelin
out of that shit.
or his leg. To be honest, I don't know which is which. Anyways, this bakes with the lid on at 375 degrees for about 30 to 45 minutes. This is what our homemade milk bread looks like after baking. It didn't seem to reach all the way to the top. Usually these loaves of milk bread are completely prism-like because the dough in the oven rises and presses against the lid of the pan but can't escape due to the force of having it slid on. But this bread is very fluffy and is very good. Here are a couple of satisfying shots of me pulling the bread open. That's nice. I like this a lot.
Oh my god, I
Oh
want to
my
eat it.
god.
It's very squishy, very soft, and I kind of wish I could face plant my entire head into it. But I think someone's already taken that job. You guys want some bread? Oh, here you
Yes.
guys go. Have some
Feed
bread.
me.
I'm gonna go make a new one. This time I decided to increase the batch of my dough by 50%. And once the dough is finished proofing, I'm letting it once again satisfyingly tumble out of its little cage and onto the table. I will deflate it, roll it, and slap it
It's like
around
a
a bit
slime.
before dividing it into 4 equal sections.
I'm getting
Once
hungry
again,
so
rolling them
badly
into
now.
Nice, satisfyingly taut
Good
dough
thing I
and
already
placing them side by side into
I
the
mean,
metal
dinner
prison,
should be
which
getting
they might outgrow
ready
very
soon or done.
I think I overproofed the dough last time, causing them to deflate, so I'm going to proof them for 10 minutes less. Whoa, the
Welcome back,
dough is
Bernie.
trying to escape. I respect
Hope you enjoyed your nap.
Jail's more fun when you can break out of it. I'm just gonna have to tuck this back in like I do with my belly into my jeans after a big meal. Make sure there's no pinching. I'm baking this once again at 375 degrees for about 45 minutes, or until the internal temperature is 200 to 205 Fahrenheit. It seems that there was a little too much dough this time, but no problem. All I'm gonna do is chip away at the excess dough that managed to barely squeak out. And with the little excess crust removed and the help of Rachel, voila. I'm a lot happier with this one compared to the first one. It's got that signature prism-like shape. The grooves from the pan are etched cleanly into the bread
Man,
itself.
I'm
giving
getting
it a nice visual
hangy
design,
from all these
and most
good
importantly, it holds its shape.
no snack?
This bread
Nom,
doesn't
nom,
need to
nom.
cool until room temperature
Nom, nom,
before I
nom.
can
I'm just
rest
chewing
this
on
dish,
gum.
however. Honey brick toast is usually served in the shape of a cube. The idea here is to cut out a cube of bread
that
from
is a
inside the
very
bread
nice
loaf.
square
A cube within a
ball.
cube, so to speak.
Oh, that's
After the 4
perfectly
incisions along the
squared.
walls are made, the final incision is made near the bottom of one of the faces of the bread loaf, inserting the knife about 1 centimeter from one edge and cutting across. This slice is important because it releases the cube of bread out from our toast walls. The reason I'm doing that is because this clean cube of the white of the bread now needs to be cut into smaller cubes. This is basically cube toast inception. That's pretty hard.
Oh my gosh, I don't know.
Just out of curiosity, this is what our milk bread loaf looks like compared to the store-bought one. Instead of placing a little square of butter on top of our toast, I'm now melting a whole stick of butter. Just like that. Instead of spreading the orange marmalade directly on our toast, I'm now adding a heaping
Marmalade.
tablespoon of it into our melted butter,
That's
along with a pinch of salt and a couple dashes of cinnamon. This
look
gets heated
right.
into a nice buttery cinnamony jam mixture
Oh.
that I'm going to take and spread along the walls inside and
heck?
outside of
Okay,
our
this
toast
is
wall
interesting.
fortress. All of the leftover butter and jam mixture now gets tossed with our little bread cubes. Their entire purpose in life is to drink this up. Once everybody's happily coated in a layer of butter,
Burning
jam, and
is a
cinnamon,
heckin'
they
cutie.
go hang out on a sheet
Burning
tray
like
lined
is
with
a
tracks.
cutie.
Super
baked at
cute.
375 for about
Motherfucker, I
8
can't
minutes
escape being
until
called
the little
cute,
bread
can
cubes
I?
are nice and golden
Nope,
brown.
not now,
However, the
not
bread
now.
toast
What's
wall
wrong,
fortress
Trax?
is not done yet.
Is that
And I
wrong?
personally
I'm
like to
not
face the
used
inside
to
of the wall
this.
towards the oven fan so it gets full on blast in the middle.
Get used to
What's
it.
really awesome is that by adding a little bit of jam, that bit of sugar
No.
caramelizes on the surface. To reinforce the
fuck,
idea
Psyduck,
of the
please
plum
don't
and
die.
strawberry jams used in the
Oh,
original
there goes
toast, I'm going to
Psyduck.
slice up a few fresh
My
plums
head
and fresh
pain.
strawberries into little thin slices. To assemble, I'm placing down our
Scarlet.
toasted wall fortress, followed by a couple of dollops of strawberry jam, a couple of our toasted bread cubes, some
Do you wanna know all my
strawberries,
Pokemon's
a couple
names?
of dollops of plum jam, followed by more bread cubes, some of our orange
Because
marmalade,
I have
followed
named
by a
every
little bit
Pokemon
more
I have
bread cubes, a little
captured
bit of fresh plums,
for the
and final
Pokédex.
bits of our strawberries
I have
and
pretty
final
much
bread
gone
cubes.
ham in every
That's a lot of
single area
stuff.
I've been in
And my
except
favorite
for
part
Pokemon.
about
It's a
eating
lot
honey
of
brick
stuff.
toast a scoop of ice cream right on
Hold
the
on,
drink.
I'm not gonna say
is what
this on
everybody
in
usually
chat.
fought
I'm
for when
on
the dessert
stream
hits the
because that would be
table,
this
but
annoying.
I'm in control this time.
Send it
Now,
to
Denji
DM
didn't
then,
put this
that's
on his
all.
toast,
Oh,
but
yeah,
this
you're
dish
right,
is
you're
also
right, you're
often
right.
served with drizzles of condensed milk on the
that
very
looks
top for both
good.
flavor and a visual effect, especially
my
since this is served
God.
on a dark plate. But as Denji does, we do finish with a drizzle of honey on top. Actually, a lot of drizzles. It's kind of fun to go ham. And the final touch to make this a cafe-style dessert, a sprig of
Have a milkshake.
This is
to
our
go along
upgraded
with
version
that.
of the toast that Denji eats in Chainsaw Man.
fuck
The
that.
honey brick toast version. I remember going to these cafes after school with my friends. We would do homework, study together, and just hang out while eating one of these. It was always a treat though, because they were around $20 and we really couldn't afford that at the time. So when we finally decided to pool our resources and get one, it'd always be a silent fight to see who could be more sly, eat more ice cream, get more of the bread.
Fuck do I do a
I'd always be the
listing on
one
this?
to open the drawbridge, so to
Magic.
speak, as a method of getting to the
Listing
valuable
of what?
contents inside. Being the hungry
trying to
fat
make
kid
it-
I would always end up eating the
Wait,
leftover
how do I
toast
tab?
box that remained. Eating
Magic.
something like this gives me a lot of
Oh,
power.
and this
Makes
Like
me wanna go
return,
out
like make
there
it,
and
like-
achieve my dreams.
Go underneath my sentence.
Magic.
I actually don't know. Usually I just open up a notepad, make the list, and drag it.
Okay, we're gonna do that then.
If you mean like making another line without like sending, just hold shift and press enter.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. I thought I.
Yeah.
That's something new every day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all want to get drunk?
No.
Well, it's time for some drinks.
There have been some
him.
incredibly cursed cocktails that came up on Critical Role over the past few years, and today I'm making two of them. The cursedest cursed cocktails in
I wonder
all
what the max
of
messages
Exandrian
I can put in
history.
this.
I'm dragging this cold open out because I don't
I think
want
it's up to
make
2,000 characters.
dragging my feet.
Okay, let's see if that's enough to put on my Pokemon in.
Oh, shit.
Hydrate, I can do that. Hydrate before
Hell
you
yeah.
hydrate, folks.
Yep.
Let's tackle what I am certain will be the most cursed cocktail in the history of how to drink. Let's talk about Eldermancy. Now, this
Eldermancy?
drink,
What?
if it can be called that, was created by Sam Riegel in an
All of
ad
the
read
current
he did
co-hosts
for,
are
well,
cute as fuck.
Eldermancy.
That's right.
We're doing a
That's
Kickstarter for a
Aegis,
D&D
Trex,
5th edition
and
book
Slate.
called Guide to the
Bunch of
Twisted
cuties.
Taverns.
That's
The
right, you're
Kickstarter
oranges.
campaign is now funded and closed, but the book is available for
Valkyrie,
pre-order.
why?
Below. It sounds like the sort of thing you might be into if you're already watching the show. I pre-ordered a copy for myself. Looking forward to reading it. Sam made a drink called the Eldermancy.
Now, they didn't ask me
Okay, we
to,
got
but I've created a
meat chunk.
signature cocktail called the Eldermancy using the letters of their name.
Literally, though, since the minute that went out live, people have been asking me to make it myself.
Oh no!
And I'm not really sure what the intent is here. Am I supposed to just make it? Am I supposed to make
Drink
it
is
better?
pure curse.
Or am I supposed to
Oh,
just
no.
do what he did exactly and subject myself to the same torture? I think probably you just want to see me drink this nightmare juice and be tortured by it. And I'm going to level with you. I haven't tested it yet. Why would I? Why would I test this? I already know what goes into it. And I think that first reaction probably should just be on camera. Now, he free poured everything, but he does call out measurements as he goes. So do I do as he says, or do I do as he does? Yeah, we're gonna do with what he said. I think we're gonna follow along with his directions to the degree that we're capable here. He starts by calling for an ounce of elderberry liqueur, and what he pours appears to be a commercially available product. But of course, they kept their labels covered, and I can't see it. Here's the problem. Frankly, I am aware of zero commercially available elderberry liqueurs. Elderflower, yes, of course, but berry? No, I've never heard of an elderberry liqueur. I asked my friends at Curiata, and you can go there and buy many of the spirits I use on this show if you're trying to follow along at home at drink.curiata.com. Guess what? They didn't know of any elderberry liqueurs either, and they're way more plugged into, you know, the global drinks spirits market than I am, and they said, no, I don't think there is one. So I had to make my own, and here it is.
Oh, shit.
This is my elderberry liqueur. And I'm not questioning that his elderberry liqueur was elderberry, because it looked exactly like this. I want to know, Sam, did you make your own elderberry liqueur for that? This is pretty simple, and it's a really good, by the way, this is a very good way to make any liqueur you
Your
want.
alcohol
right?
smells
Order
of
some
elderberries.
fresh or frozen
Yeah.
elderberries. The dried ones I don't think will yield the same result, but I got frozen elderberries online. I don't think that your grocery store has elderberries in it unless you have a very, very gourmet, well-stocked grocery store run by a woods witch. So I got some pounds of elderberry. I put it into a 1 liter
like
slingshot jar that I use
schnozberries.
for
Yeah,
infusions.
fair.
I did 400 grams of Everclear, and then it was like another 400 grams of elderberries filled the jar right to the top, and I let that kind of sit overnight. And then I put the whole thing into a nut milk bag, and I squeezed it, and I got 600 grams of infused Everclear back, right? So that was, by going from 400 to 600, that should have dropped our ABV by about 20%, 25%, something like that. Then I added 300 grams of water and 300 grams of white sugar, and I blended that until the sugar was dissolved. That should have, if my math is right, I mean, it should be about 25 or 30% ABV, right where you want it to be for a liqueur. It's not great tasting. But I do think it tastes like elderberry. I ate some elderberries. I don't like them. I don't think they're very good. But this is elderberry liqueur, and I need an ounce of it, okay? I assure you, this is, I mean, I put way more effort into this than I should have. But here it is, elderberry liqueur. It might actually qualify, its sugar rating might make it actually mean that this is elderberry cream. This might be a creme de elderberry, because it's very high in sugar. I apologize.
Really enough,
there is purists are offended by my use of a creme de elderberry versus an elderberry liqueur. Next, we need 1 ounce of lemon juice.
It's preferably freshly squeezed, but this will work.
I am going to go with the fresh. Once again, doing as he says and not as he does. So we need 1 ounce of lemon juice in our
liqueur is like the
powerful pigments in the
flower
elderberry.
of
Just a little
elderberry.
drop left in my shaker made that very purple. He calls for a splash
But that's
of
not
dry
purple.
vermouth. Let's say that that's a half an ounce, right? A splash. I don't know what a splash is, but here we go. A half an ounce of Dolon dry. Boom. And now it starts getting pretty weird.
This is espresso?
No.
Fine, sure. A whole shot of espresso. Why not? I found out today that my espresso machine is broken, and it's a real disappointment, so we had to go buy some espresso. So here we go. A shot of espresso, the whole shot of espresso from my local coffee house. Just pour that right in there. Next, we have rum for our... the bottle they're using is very obviously Bacardi Silver. He calls for a shot. Now, when most people say shot, they mean 1.5 ounces roughly, right? So that's okay, fine. We get 1.5 ounces of Bacardi Silver. God! I'm not even sure this is going to fit in my shaker.
No! Please, no! No!
Next, we get to Mezcal for the letter M. Sam calls for 2 shots. Two shots. And his hands are very heavy here.
What?
Fine. 2 shots, 3 ounces of mezcal, and I'm gonna go with Dos Hombres. I don't think it matters. For the record, I know exactly what's gonna be the most dominant flavor in this drink at this point. Like, nothing else we've done at this point matters. We're putting 3 ounces of mezcal in here. This whole thing now tastes like mezcal. It's gonna be purple mezcal. Then he randomly decides to call for what he describes as 3 shots of absinthe. 3 shots of absinthe. Even if we were using equal parts with absinthe. You will taste nothing but the absinthe, okay? Nothing. But fine, 3 shots. That's 4.5 ounces of absinthe. That's a lot of absinthe. That's an insane amount of absinthe, right? That's enough absinthe for, 6 people to have a drink. Here we go, 4.5 ounces of absinthe. It smells like burning leather from hell. And my shaker's very full. It's a very pricey cocktail. For N, he uses Newcastle Brown Ale. Now, this surprised me. I looked around. I don't think I've ever, until this week in my life, I've never been to a liquor store or beer shop and not seen Newcastle Brown Ale, but not this week. I couldn't find any anywhere. So I needed an ale that started with an N, and I found a North Coast Brewing red ale. So this is close enough to Newcastle Brown Ale. And I very strongly want to not add this in my shaker. Because 1, my shaker is pretty full at this point, and 2, if I put anything carbonated in here, it's going to explode. And since I shoot this alone, I have to clean that up. So we are going to insist on modifying the recipe. This will go into the mug once the drink is poured, right? He then calls for a cherry for garnish, but he puts it into the shaker. It's possible that pulverizing that cherry is the secret to this whole thing working. That could be the trick. And then now the pièce de la résistance, yogurt.
No! No!
It looked like Stony Brook Organic, or Stonyfield. Stony-Brook is a brand I invented, but it did look like Stonyfield Organic Greek yogurt, so that's what we've got here. I don't know how much is the right amount to put in there. I think I'm just gonna go with a couple of bar spoons. If I had a gallery here, like he did when he was doing this for real, there'd be a lot of screaming at me right now. I think, because they were screaming at him to not do what he was
no.
doing. I think that's enough. It's also as much as my shaker will hold. This is a very fancy drink for a very discerning individual. I think that, Sam, you're showing me up. I'm glad to learn your secrets. So let's shake this with ice. He actually shook it dry.
Shake it, shake it.
I'm not so bold, sir. I like my Eldermancy cocktail chilled and slightly diluted. Let's get some ice and dilute that. I mean, you're twice the man I am. I can't. No, sir. No, sir. I need it with ice. I do. Ooh. Oh, that's the good stuff there. See through.
Posture check.
Oh no.
Oh God. Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't add the beer to it. It's already kind of exploding. It looks very fancy in there. I thought about drinking this right out of the shaker like he did, or I don't know, but I felt like putting it into a big glass mug so you guys can all really see what's going on in here would be most satisfying. Perfect. We're gonna crack open this here beer and put in the Newcastle, sorry, not Newcastle, the North Coast Brewing Company's ale that we should have added before. Just fill her up. And that looks like about what he had added. And there it is, the Eldermancy. Let's see how it is.
You're not going to taste the absinthe.
Before I do.
That is real absinthe, guys. You said that it was fake. Absinthe coffee.
Does really call into question the whole rest of that. And I assure you, Sam, my absinthe is always real. Was your rum real? The yogurt? I say harumph to you, sir. Harumph. Harumph! In fairness, though, it did actually all look real. I just kind of assumed you were doing a bit by being shocked about the absinthe and it was all in fun. I don't think that you had been surprised by the absinthe, actually. Anyway, down the hatch, and nice knowing you.
Yeah, that's the reaction that you should get. There you go.
There we go. No, man, it's very bad. You know what? It's funny. I said it looked like chocolate milk. It tastes. Okay. Does it taste like chocolate milk? It does not taste like chocolate milk, but it kind of does. It has like a texture like a chocolate milk that's gone bad.
Oh, it's because of the yogurt.
You get the coffee. That's what that is. I was gonna say it tastes like coffee. It tastes like coffee because there's coffee in there. There's espresso, and that might be why it tastes a little like chocolate milk and coffee in the yogurt. But the main thing it tastes like. All that it tastes like is absinthe, lots of absinthe, very absinthe-y, gross, bad chocolate milk. Oh, and it leaves you with a really phlegmy texture in the mouth. I mean, just like the world's worst seasonal allergies all at once. You don't get the mezcal or anything other than the absinthe. You only taste absinthe and cream. Yogurty, curdled badness. You may be Satan himself, Sam Riegel. It gets worse. Oh, it turned real worse. There might be flavor striations in there. The different layers are different. Oh my God, it tasted like a fucking ashtray. Just like acrid, burning nightmare ash. I cannot save this drink, and I don't want to. I don't want to remake it better. This is what I want to do. And I'm going to burn the glass. Maybe after this, you drink your life. How did I get here? How did I wind up here in my garage drinking?
Oh my God, my brain.
Up next, I tackled the drink that was the most strongly suggested by critters when I reached out on Twitter for drinks that you guys wanted to see from the show. It is actually from Campaign 1. I'm going to talk about the Sandkeg's Hide right after this. For this drink, this thing, the Sandkeg's Hide, it's clearly a semi-cursed drink
we're almost done with this.
Of the show, right?
How can I help you?
Yeah, I'm royalty from a far-off land. I pride myself on trying the fiercest like spirit in the area that I'm visiting. What do you guys pride yourself on?
Do you want
And-
the Sandkeg's hide?
Matt describes it as having a very acidic taste, very bitter taste.
It actually kind of burns your tongue and it goes numb within a matter of seconds.
And potato, here's the entire list of all my
follows the tongue,
Pokemon that I have.
With just about a few sips, become extremely sort of intoxicated, but also just kind of numb.
Trump
I worked on this drink more than any other drink in this episode. It just took a lot to
Trump
figure this out. I'm going to go through
That
the
I
process
did
in
that
a
on
second, but
purpose.
I did know from the beginning that it needed to
For
involve
obvious
two things,
reasons.
Okay? The first of which is buzz buttons, otherwise known as Szechuan blossoms. These guys right here, they show up from time to time in some inventive kind of gastro future pub type stuff. I've used them on the show one time before when I recreated drinks that were served at Galaxy's Edge in Disney's, well, at Star Wars Land in Disney World, right? Whatever they call it. They cause a straight up tingling kind of numbness. They're actually sometimes called toothache flowers for that reason. They make it feel like there's electricity and numbness running through your mouth when you put them in there.
That
And
sounds
I
like
guess they're safe to
poison.
do that because people do. The second thing I knew it had to go in this drink was Malort, because Malort is something that everybody basically agrees is pretty cursed, pretty nasty stuff, but it is also actually mirrors the flavor profile here that Matt is describing. It's just extremely bitter. People have been asking me to try Malort on the show for a very long time, and here it is for you. Though, if you've watched my live streams on Twitch, you've seen me drink Malort a couple of times. We'll have a little taste of Malort. People are always like, oh, you gotta try Malort because it's like the worst thing in the universe. I mean, sure it is. Let's see how bad it is. Here is my flavor profile of Malort. I honestly don't hate it. It's really bitter. It actually really, now that I've had it, like this is probably the 10th time I've had it, it kind of really reminds me of Beverly, that Coca-Cola product that they have down at Epcot Center at the Cool Zone. Reminds me of Beverly, but like a totally unsweetened Beverly. And it makes sense. It is bitter. I mean, it is bitter. It's not great. I swear to you, if you're looking for the worst thing you can drink to challenge yourself,
Alexa,
if you
no.
really want to impress your frat bros or whatever with a shot of something, pick up a bottle of Cao Liang wine. It is orders of magnitude more nightmarish than this. I mean, this is just bitter. This is just bitter. In case you're wondering, by the way, Malort is basically a liqueur that is made from
Hey Alexa,
wormwood, which is
play
just
Smooth
very,
Criminal.
very, very bitter.
She
And
can't
no,
hear you.
Nothing like absinthe at all, because even though wormwood is a component of absinthe,
Nice
the
try,
dominant
though.
flavor in absinthe is anisette or licorice. Here we are literally looking at a wormwood flavored liqueur. It might even be better to just call this wormwood bitters, right? Because that's kind of what it is. I don't want the rest of that. Now, I worked on making a Sandkeg's Hide cocktail every which way I could imagine, but I never found something that was perfect because I really wanted an absolutely intense buzz button effect. You know, when you work these guys into a cocktail, that's really tricky to achieve, to get like the same intensity of just like biting into one, right? The closest I got was taking these and doing an infusion of them into Everclear and then doing a float of that infused Everclear on top of another drink. But it never really came together the way I wanted it to. So I took a step back. I watched that scene again and I thought about it. Rob is asked if you want a glass or a bottle. And he orders a bottle.
I'll take two.
Slate loves
And I
Everclear.
realized this actually shouldn't be a mixed drink or cocktail at all.
They had
It should be
Midori in the
a liqueur.
background too.
And that changed everything, right? So I present to you, that's right here. I present to you Sandkeg's Hide. It is truly disgusting in here. That's why I got a stoneware bottle that would cover up its disgusting, unappealing nature. Because I think that if you could see Sandkeg's Hide in the bottle, you would never order it at any tavern ever. Also, that looks like something, you know, fairly rustic, like that would belong in a tavern. So I'll put a link to this bottle. I really like this bottle, actually. I'm gonna put a link to this bottle in the pinned comment below. I'll show you now what my Sandkeg's Hide actually came out like. It's a lovely
Looks almost
swamp
like
water brown.
caramel.
Is that what that color is? Is it something else brown? Let's call swamp water brown. There it is, Sandkeg's Hide. Let me tell you how to make Sandkeg's Hide, because I have a very terrible feeling a few of you actually want to. Here's what I did. I got out my scale and a mixing vessel, like this 1 liter swing top jars that I use for these kinds of infusions. To that I added 250 grams of Malort,
What?
and
I'm
then
too tired
90
to fight
grams
back
of white
anymore.
sugar. It is a liqueur after all. I did 5 grams of dried powdered ginger root, though I think actually I could have doubled or even tripled that. You know, Sandkeg's Hide has probably got some basic guidelines on how it's made.
I can't hear you, Aegis. You're too quiet.
Tavern to tavern, they're probably making their own. It's always going to be varied a little bit, right? You can
It's been like 2 hours since you stopped eating.
And then I did 2.5
Closer
grams
to
of
the mic.
dried bitter orange peel. Now, the main event in this was 126
You're at 200 and you're so
grams.
quiet.
Not like on the
If you
wrong
intend to
mic?
follow along at home, I know that is an insane
I'm on my
quantity
snowball.
of these things. It is a huge ingredient dump.
You sound
But
far away.
Remember, this stuff is 350 gold per bottle. So that makes sense to me. Could you get
that
away with
better?
fewer buzz buttons?
No.
Maybe, but you'll definitely get less
I
of the
give up,
drink's main
man. I
effect.
can't get this thing to work.
Then I simply
right.
hit
What
that
do I
with an
wanna do?
immersion blender
give
until it was truly
I've basically maxed
foul
Aegis out and I can
slurry,
barely hear him.
And I sealed the jar.
Have
and
you
I let it sit
tried
overnight.
going
Next day, I took
to
that out
sound
and pressed
settings?
the whole thing
Try
through a
turning
pretty
it off
fine
and
filter.
on.
I actually used a nut milk bag, and this is what I got. And you know what?
Like if
when
you
I
go
tasted it,
to your
as far as
sound
I could tell, it
setting,
tasted
like
exactly
right click your sound like
as Matt Mercer described. So I'm gonna have a small pour of the
thingy
Sandkeg's
in your
Hide now.
toolbar, and then go to your microphone properties, then levels. You can mess with the mic boost, see if that helps. Oh, and I
Milk
gotta
is
go
very
eat dinner.
sweet, and then
Bye bye.
immediately is overtaken
Enjoy
by
your dinner.
extreme
Check's
bitterness.
cute.
It has a
Bye-bye.
funky kind of rotten fish thing going on with its flavor profile and aroma. That comes from the buzz buttons. But then after you swallow it, it is immediately chased by your mouth exploding in a electric tingling sensation that runs right down your throat. Kind of like if you've ever tested a 9-volt battery by licking the contact points, like that, but everywhere. My whole mouth now is just vibrating with whoa, 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 sensation and thrumming. It is really bitter, but I'm gonna tell you what, it's not so nasty. Like Malort exists, right? And Malort is sort of like a rite of passage, apparently, amongst like people who relocate to Chicago. You gotta drink a shot of Malort. This isn't so gross, so nasty that I couldn't imagine this being some region, particularly when you're talking about like medieval type times, regions like delicacy, like their proving drink or something like that. It's drinkable, maybe not in great quantities. It would probably make you pretty sick. And I mean, like my mouth is still like buzzing, vibrating, thrumming with electricity, and salivating uncontrollably. It is pretty freaking high proof too. So I mean, a few mouthfuls of this and you will probably be feeling it. Now my lips are buzzing and thrumming and on fire. It's very intense, very, very intense. And that's one of the things that I'm thrilled with, because as maybe not pleasurable as it is exactly, I think, as close as we can get. I mean, sort of making a drink like Novocaine in it or something like that, right? Which, you know, you can't do. And then some people are thinking like, oh, what if you went minty? Yeah, mint tastes like mint. It doesn't actually make things numb. It's not a sensation. This has a physical sensation applied to it. It really does that. Now, here's the thing. I said that it tasted a bit like fish, but I don't think that's
what happens
actually
when you eat a
accurate
buzz
to what's
button.
happening here. There's a
there are 22
there's
side effects
a berry called the
which
miracle berry.
include headaches,
And the miracle berry,
dizziness,
when you
confusion,
ingest it
muscle
blocks
weakness or
certain
muscle weakness or
receptors in
pain,
your
and
mouth,
abnormal heartbeat.
so that everything tastes really sweet.
Then why would
and
you
then
eat
actually
them?
some things just taste like weird and backwards.
Some
For the most
people
part,
are
everything tastes
stupid.
sweet. I think what's going on here is that this is blocking some other receptors.
Well, the thing is that
and
they
everything
are
tastes
used
salty.
in like cooking and
It makes your
traditional
own saliva
medicine.
taste salty.
So-
The whole universe tastes like you're licking salt. And I think that
I mean, if
transitional
you're-
process, as
I
everything
think
turns to salt, the
if
whole world
you
turns to salt,
eat it without
you
like
read
proper
that in your mouth as being kind of fishy. It's not pleasant. It is. This is
wordage.
not a pleasant flavor.
Preparation?
And to that, I
Then,
applaud myself,
yes.
because I think
But,
I think I did exactly what Matt asked for here, and I do hope that Matt will try some Sandkeg's Hide. Matt, I hope you'll let me send you some. No, honestly, I'm very pleased with how this came out. I mean, it looks hideously unappetizing. There's no question. Nobody wants to drink a cloudy brown liquid like that. Although I guess people drink beer, but this doesn't look like beer. This looks like something that you found in the toilet, okay? And I hope that maybe we can get some people from Critical Role to try this. I don't know.
It looks
If you guys wanna
just
give it a
like
try.
that
Matt,
stuff
you wanna try
in
it?
the Austin
You know?
Powers movie.
Travis, you want to give it a try? You want to try? You want to try? Laura Bailey, you want to try?
A bit nutty.
Anybody want to try? Want to try?
It's a bit
We can-
nutty.
We can make that happen. I can help you out. We can make that happen. This was the cursed drinks of Critical Role. I made Sandkeg's Hide and Eldermancy. Check out the episode I did on the good drinks from Critical Role. Just came out earlier this week. I hope you enjoyed. And if you want to follow along and make Sandkeg's Hide yourself, well, I'll put some links in the pin comment below to help you out there. I don't know why you would. I know you do. I know some of you do. I just know that to be true.
That's the list.
Until then, you will find me on Twitter at HowToDrink, Instagram at HowToDrink, Patreon at patreon.com/HowToDrink, and I'm on Twitch doing live stuff.
That will, however, be the last video for today. I've been streaming for about 5.5 hours, and yeah, I need to stop streaming for a bit.
Yeah.
So that will be it for today. I'm gonna do a quick check, see if there's anyone I want to raid. Meow.
Moo.
Meow. Nah, I'm good. So yeah, that's all for today. Thank you all so very much for watching. You're all big ol' heckin' super awesome poggers. And I will see you all next time. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.
Boy.